Lin, hurry and apologize to Ning Yan, or I will not let you off today. At the time of dismissal, on the school playground, a crowd had gathered, forming a circle around the two individuals standing within. Step aside, Lin said impatiently to the boy before him, Wang Yong. As Ning Yan's boyfriend, shouldn't you show some responsibility? I bring 3 breakfasts every day, one for Yan, one for you, hoping to win her affection. She is now in the hospital with stomach pain due to her pregnancy, and you can't even join me in showing her concern. Are you even a man? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they began to criticize Lin's inaction. I declare that I am not her boyfriend. Her pregnancy has nothing to do with me. I hardly know her, Lin explained, seeing the situation escalate. Impossible. Yan likes you so much she seeks you out every day after class. It's only natural that you two would have a relationship. And given her affection for you, is it really so difficult for you to visit her? Wang Yong pondered, his expression turning serious as he regarded Lin. You simply refuse to take responsibility and are trying to distance yourself. Are you an idiot? Lin retorted, cursing under his breath, unwilling to engage with Wang Yong any further. He turned to leave, pondering whether he should provide a DNA sample to prove his innocence. Wang Yong rushed forward to block his path. You must come with me to clarify things with Yan today. He grasped Lin's wrist. Lin shot him an annoyed glance and said, Let go. You have to come with me, or I won't be polite today. Wang Yong, towering over Lin and possessing a robust physique, was quite intimidating. Lin forcefully shrugged off his grip and declared, If I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. He turned to leave, angered. Wang Yong seized the back of Lin's collar. You must. Before he could finish, Lin struck him with an elbow to the face. Wang Yong staggered back, falling to the ground as Lin warned, Don't provoke me. You bastard, you must give Yan an explanation. Wang Yong sprang back to his feet, charging at Lin. The crowd quickly dispersed, wary of Wang Yong's imposing presence. If he lost control, there could be dire consequences. Rumor had it that Wang Yong was the new boxing champion from the lower district and was quite formidable in a fight. Lin calmly regarded him, raising a hand to catch Wang Yong's incoming punch. He put it down, then delivered a powerful strike to Wang Yong's face, leaving everyone including Wang Yong stunned. Before Wang Yong could regain his senses, Lin swept his leg, knocking him down, and followed up with a kick to his face, executing the sequence with fluid precision. Dazed, Wang Yong lay on the ground, struggling to comprehend the situation. As Lin turned to leave, Wang Yong, recovering some awareness, shouted out in frustration, Tomorrow, when I awaken my powers, I will make you pay. Lin paid him no mind, scoffing at the notion of powers. Tomorrow, his abilities would undoubtedly surpass Wang Yong's. Lin had been reborn in his previous life. He was also a senior high school student who died while saving an elderly woman crossing the street, struck by a truck. He had thought he would fade into oblivion, but unexpectedly, Lin's soul found itself inhabiting Uchiha Sasuke's body. At that time, Uchiha Sasuke was engaged in a contest with Naruto to determine who would marry Sakura. Suddenly, the mysterious figure, Tongzi, appeared, transporting Uchiha Sasuke to this martial world. This realm was one of colossal beasts and awakened beings. Humanity had constructed 3 towering walls to fend off the monstrous entities beyond, akin to the ancient Great Wall. The outermost wall encompassed a third of Asia, forming a protective circle. These 3 walls created 3 interlocking realms, dividing the remaining human world into 3 districts, Lower District 5, Upper District 5, and the Imperial Gate. The Lower District 5 was the most desolate and wretched. The refuse deemed unworthy by the Imperial Gate was cast to Upper District 5, and what Upper District 5 discarded was relegated to Lower District 5, perpetuating a cycle of resource allocation. The inhabitants of Lower District 5 could not surmount the walls of Upper District 5, nor could those in Upper District 5 breach the barriers of the Imperial Gate. Upon arriving in this world, Uchiha Sasuke's powers vanished completely. At that time, only one soul could survive in the realm of souls, thus a struggle ensued between Uchiha Sasuke and Changlin for dominion over the body. Logically, Sasuke's soul was far more potent than Changlin's, but due to the intervention of Tongzi, Sasuke's soul was shattered. While Changlin desired to live, he felt a twinge of guilt for sacrificing Sasuke. Fortunately, Tongzi offered Changlin a chance. If he could eradicate all the colossal beasts in this martial world using Sasuke's body, Tongzi would allow Changlin to live again and return Sasuke to his original timeline. On Earth, Changlin had no parents and only a younger sister in middle school. Without his guidance, how would his sister survive? Changlin was troubled by the thought. He felt selfish for abandoning her to become a hero and ultimately dying. He longed for a second chance at life, to return and care for his sister. In this world, the colossal beasts were categorized from 1 to 10 stars, with each ascending star signifying a larger creature. A 10-star beast could dwarf even the towering walls, and above them existed a class known as the king beasts, the most formidable of all. Awakened humans were ranked from 1 to 9 tiers, with the sacred tier beyond that. In this era, only 10 sacred tier awakened beings existed, 5 in the Imperial Gate, 3 in the Hall of Glory, and 2 in the Hall of Heroes. Only those who awakened their abilities were deemed awakened beings, with powers categorized from 1 to 10 stars. I am confident that the ability I awaken tomorrow will be the Sharingan, Changlin mused, gazing up at the sky, which was shrouded in a faint, dark purple hue, resembling a giant hand. Changlin murmured, "In this world, there are colossal beasts in the night. When this dark purple shade envelopes humanity's last refuge, it will signify humanity's ultimate defeat, extinguishing the flame of legacy." Thus, the Imperial Gate and Upper District 5 remained perpetually illuminated at night, fearing the descent of this dark purple hand. In contrast, Lower District 5, Wasteland, lacked the resources to maintain such illumination. Consequently, should this dark purple hand strike, it would be the inhabitants of Lower District 5 who would suffer first. Alas, Sasuke is only slightly more handsome than I. Why did I not receive similar attention in my past life? Changlin sighed, noting the curious glances of passers-by. "Hey, you're being excessive, my friend." While the women might have been excused, the men should have averted their gaze. Irritated, Changlin shot a glance at one boy, who quickly looked down, embarrassed. "Tsk, ridiculous. Tomorrow is the day of awakening for seniors at last. This day has arrived. Now I can enhance my strength and return to Earth." Changlin entered a dilapidated old house, typical residence in Lower District 5. "Colossal beasts, await me."
Chapter 2. The Sharingan in the 5th District. The only place where the Sharingan has awakened is known as the Hall of Enlightenment. A group of individuals arrived at the hall in a colossal war chariot, entirely black, adorned with 2 glowing green eyes, measuring several meters in height, width, and length. Under the immense pressure of this beast, both human technology and supernatural abilities have significantly advanced, and such war chariots are not uncommon. As they disembarked, Changlin cast a glance at Ning Yanyan, whose slightly protruding abdomen could not be concealed even by her loose clothing. It must be said that Ning Yanyan was indeed beautiful, with fair skin, a tall stature, a delicate nose, and long legs that could easily overpower a man. Not to mention her ample bosom. "Changlin," she spoke to him in a frail and weak voice. Changlin had no intention of acknowledging her and proceeded towards the Hall of Enlightenment, deeming her unclean and unworthy of contact. She seemed akin to a public restroom. On his way home, he happened to encounter her entering an alley with several men. "Changlin, you truly are a despicable fellow." Wang Yong supported Ning Yanyan and softly advised her, "Be careful, Don't overexert yourself. Cheng Lin had maintained no relationship with Ning Yanyan since the beginning of their schooling. However, the allure of Sasuke's appearance had a profound impact on them, and Ning Yanyan had relentlessly pursued Cheng Lin for 2 years. As for the identity of the child she carried, Cheng Lin was oblivious. Once I awaken my supernatural abilities, I will surely make you regret it. Wang Yong glared fiercely at Cheng Lin. The students had begun to distance themselves from Cheng Lin, believing he had committed some heinous act. Cheng Lin, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, "Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Are you even human? You've made Yanyan pregnant, and yet take no responsibility." Wang Yong was ignited by Cheng Lin's words. Ning Yanyan grasped Wang Yong's hand, pleading, Don't bully Cheng Lin." Cheng Lin observed the two of them in silence, recognizing their undeniable compatibility. Wang Yong suppressed his fury and softly told Ning Yanyan, "Yanyan, no matter what, I will always like you." Ning Yanyan, feeling shy, remained silent. Witnessing this, Wang Yong felt reassured of his standing in her heart and boldly declared, "Yanyan, after awakening our powers, will you be my girlfriend?" "What?" Ning Yanyan was taken aback. The others looked on enviously, but their disdain for Cheng Lin only intensified. I still need to think about it," Ning Yanyan responded. "All right," Wang Yong said joyfully, interpreting her hesitance as a sign of hope. Although Yanyan was pregnant with another's child, his love for her sufficed. "Now, classmates, please follow me into the Hall of Enlightenment." A nun in a tight-fitting white robe emerged from the hall, accentuating her figure, causing many male students to blush. "Today, I will certainly teach you a lesson." Wang Yong glared menacingly at Cheng Lin. Cheng Lin, indifferent, lingered at the back of the group. Upon entering the Hall of Enlightenment, the group moved cautiously. Having never encountered such a pristine environment, the entire hall shimmered in gold and white, exuding grandeur. They paused before a statue depicting a woman clad in armor, wielding a holy sword, grasping a sphere of light, with 8 wings sprouting from her back. "This is our saint of enlightenment. She has bestowed upon us the strength to awaken our powers. Let us offer a prayer to our saint," the nun declared. She clasped her hands in prayer, and the others hurriedly followed suit. After the prayer, the nun led them to a circular platform behind the statue, where an elderly man in a white robe stood, slightly hunched. "Children, come up one by one. I shall awaken your powers," the old man beckoned. The students approached in turn, but the results were disappointing. With most awakening only 3-star abilities or lower. Such powers were ineffective against the colossal beasts, merely suitable for trivial tasks like draining sewers or grilling meats. They returned, disheartened. When it was Wang Yong's turn, he stood nervously on the platform. The old man summoned white energy that flowed into Wang Yong's body. 5-star abilities. Flames erupted from Wang Yong, igniting with fervor. "Incredible!" he exclaimed, awestruck by his own flames. The old man smiled and said, "Congratulations, my child. May you never forget the power bestowed upon you by the Saint of Enlightenment." "Yes." Wang Yong stepped down, excitedly approaching Ning Yanyan, who eagerly took his hand. Their affection palpable. Wang Yong cast a challenging gaze at Cheng Lin, determined not to let him escape. Ignoring Wang Yong, Cheng Lin approached the platform and nodded at the old man. The elder began to channel white energy into Cheng Lin. The sensation was soothing, akin to returning to the warmth of the womb. Ding. Strength, 10. Speed, 15. Mental power, 300. Limit, 300. Energy, 200. Evolution, 0. 100. "Tongsuko, you're still here," Cheng Lin remarked in surprise. Tongsuko had not appeared since shattering Sasuke's soul, and Cheng Lin had been living alone in this world for 2.5 years. The system has successfully loaded into the host's body. The energy consumption of this system is critical and will enter a dormant state. Once the host successfully eliminates all beasts in this world, the system will awaken from dormancy. "What?" Cheng Lin pondered. "The following information is crucial for the host. The evolution value pertains to the degree of evolution of your Sharingan. Each threshold crossed will enhance your Sharingan's power. A gentle reminder, defeating psychic beasts will yield greater evolutionary benefits than slaying ordinary beasts. Wishing you a pleasant journey, host." 7 stars. "No, it's still rising." 8 stars. "No, it's still increasing." Energy coalesced into Cheng Lin's eyes. He began to levitate, surrounded by golden and blue energy ribbons. Below, the others appeared as devoted followers, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their king, with the white-robed elder acting as the most devout disciple. 9 stars. The elder extended his sleeves, which fluttered gracefully, his murky old eyes glimmering with a hint of light, a beacon of hope for humanity. Cheng Lin gently descended, leaving the crowd in suspense about the nature of his newfound power, their curiosity reaching a fever pitch. Cheng Lin opened his eyes, revealing 2 crimson, single-tomo Sharingan that spun like blades of judgment, fixated on the audience below. "The 9-star ability resides in your eyes?" the elder exclaimed in astonishment. Cheng Lin felt fragments of his soul surfacing, remnants of Sasuke's essence. Suddenly, all of Sasuke's memories prior to awakening his single tomo flashed through Cheng Lin's mind. This meant Cheng Lin had inherited all of Sasuke's combat experience before his evolution. "My soul and Sasuke's are merging." Cheng Lin marveled. He slowly descended from the platform, casting a cold glance at Wang Yong and Ning Yanyan, his demeanor growing even more frigid. You wanted to trouble me, didn't you? Come at me now. Cheng Lin tilted his head provocatively. Don't think that having a 9-star ability makes you invincible. I possess 5 stars. Wang Yong immediately unleashed flames at Cheng Lin. Cheng Lin's Sharingan world. Mental power, 300. Mental power, 296. It was effortless for him to evade Wang Yong's attack as he charged forward. Wang Yong was taken aback, but conjured flames once more, hurling them at Cheng Lin. Cheng Lin remained unfazed, effortlessly grasping Wang Yong's face and slamming him to the ground. Rising, Cheng Lin brushed off Wang Yong's clothes, standing over him with an air of disdain as Wang Yong lay dazed, his eyes swirling with stars. When the dog barks, I have no objections. However, if you provoke me, my discontent will be substantial. Cheng Lin turned and departed, not casting a glance at Ning Yanyan. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, gradually distanced themselves from Cheng Lin. Chapter 3. Would you care to try? Those who have not awakened to a rank of 3 stars or above have all been sent out of the Light Initiation Hall. At this moment, only 4 individuals remain within its confines: Wang Yong, Cheng Lin, and 2 classmates endowed with 4-star abilities. Children, you now have 2 choices. The elder in the white robe stated. One is to return to school and participate in the college entrance examination, taking up a clerical position. The other is to join the Awakener Alliance in the lower 5th district and become a guardian. Nearby, a female practitioner with healing abilities had just tended to Wang Yong's injuries. He was seething with indignation as a newcomer champion from the lower 3rd district. He had been defeated barehanded by Cheng Lin in front of so many witnesses. This was unforgivable. Cheng Lin responded first. I wish to become a guardian. Guardians could venture beyond the city walls to slay colossal beasts, and it was only through vanquishing such beasts that one could enhance their power. For Cheng Lin, there was but one choice. Very well, the elder nodded. All 4 chose to become guardians. Just then, a man clad in a black trench coat, exuding a formidable aura and wearing a serious expression, approached to escort Wang Yong and the others out of the Light Initiation Hall. What does this mean? Cheng Lin pondered in confusion. The elder smiled and inquired, Child, what is your name? Cheng Lin, he replied. All right, Cheng Lin. Shortly, someone from the Hall of Heroes will come to collect you. Please wait here for a moment. The Hall of Heroes was exclusive to the upper 5th district, and being summoned by them implied that Cheng Lin had ascended to their ranks. Do not be astonished. Your abilities suffice to grant you this qualification, the elder assured him. Why, Yin Yin, I have pursued you for 2.5 years, continuously buying you food and drinks. How can the child in your arms be my brother's? Wang Yong cried, his voice filled with despair. I'm sorry, Wang Yong. Hearing this, Cheng Lin stepped out of the Light Initiation Hall. Wang Yong knelt on the floor, weeping, while Ning Yanyan attempted to help him up, only to be restrained by a man who grasped her hand. Brother, Yin Yin and I have been together for quite some time. I intended to tell you, but I feared you could not accept it, so I kept it hidden. The man declared, embracing Ning Yanyan. This cannot be true, Yin Yin. Tell me at ISNT so. Wang Yong pleaded with her, desperately hoping this was all a jest. But who would joke in such a manner? The two remained silent as Wang Yong struck his forehead against the floor, howling in anguish. This man is unlike any of the others I have seen, Cheng Lin contemplated, observing Wang Yong's brother. Never mind, this is none of my concern. Cheng Lin decided, turning a blind eye and re-entering the Light Initiation Hall. The Hall of Heroes is a sanctuary for those who aspire to become heroes, gathering powerful awakeners ready to sacrifice their lives to slay the colossal beasts. There, your abilities can flourish to their fullest potential, the elder informed Cheng Lin. And what of the Imperial Gate? Cheng Lin queried. The elder hesitated before regaining his composure, smiling. That place is, of course, superior to the Hall of Heroes. But you must possess the requisite qualifications to enter. Cheng Lin chuckled softly, replying, I will gain entry. The elder did not extinguish Cheng Lin's youthful fervor. He merely smiled. Outside the Light Initiation Hall, Wang Yong and the others were being dispersed. A streak of crimson light appeared in the sky, landing before the hall. The messenger of Luyan. The female practitioner bowed respectfully. Where are the others? Luyan, a striking woman with cascading waves of red hair and a crimson trench coat that accentuated her figure, inquired. They have arrived. We shall proceed outside, the elder responded, sensing Liu Yan's energy. Very well. Cheng Lin approached the grand entrance of the Hall of Light, just as Liu Yan appeared. He widened his eyes in surprise. One word came to mind. Magnificent. However, Cheng Lin soon activated his Sharingan, scrutinizing her energy. The basic capability of the Sharingan was to observe the flow and magnitude of energy, allowing one to gauge the strength of an opponent. The elder in the white robe was formidable, yet Cheng Lin could not ascertain his rank as an awakened. This fiery-haired woman radiated energy surpassing that of the elder. Kid, staring at me like that, are you not afraid I might pluck your eyes out? Liu Yan glanced at Cheng Lin playfully. Uchiha Sasuke, having traversed to this world at 17, was now 19, in the prime of his youth and beauty, standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet. I am not small, Chung Lin retorted, slightly aggrieved. Lu Yin chuckled lightly, asking, "Oh really? How will you prove that?" Chung Lin countered, "Would you care to try?" Ahem. Chung Lin. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Lady Lu Yin, an envoy of the Hall of Heroes and a 7th rank awakened. You must show her due respect. The elder interjected with a feigned cough, interrupting their exchange. The elder then explained to Lu Yin, he is a newcomer from the lower 3rd district. Having just awakened a 9-star ability. What was your name again? Blood Eye, Chung Lin supplemented. Interesting, a 9-star ability. I recall the last girl to ascend from the lower 5th district only had an 8-star ability, Lu Yin recalled. Indeed, the elder nodded. All right, let us depart. We shall return to the Hall of Heroes, Lu Yin said, striding towards the grand entrance. The elder cautioned Chung Lin, do not provoke Lu Yin, she is quite dangerous, and you must not engage with her. Understood, Chung Lin nodded, having already sensed the threat she posed. It was a perilous situation that could disrupt his journey back to Earth. Yet, he had fortified his heart with resolve. He must hasten his return, as he had lingered in this world for 2.5 years. He wondered if his sister had suffered during his absence. Lu Yin placed a hand on Chung Lin's shoulder, and their proximity felt oddly flirtatious. They transformed into a streak of light, racing toward a towering wall. Peering down, Chung Lin beheld the lower 5th district, which resembled a wasteland, far worse than his previous home on Earth. Are you not afraid? Flying this high? Lu Yin asked. Her curiosity piqued. Are you not right beside me? Chung Lin retorted. Ha! Lu Yin giggled, then fell silent. In the air, Chung Lin spotted airships, flying cars, and enormous war vehicles on the ground. The airships were searching for energy beyond the high walls, while the flying cars likely belonged to some pampered individuals from the upper 5th district. The lower 5th district had its own flying cars, but they were all outdated. A brand new flying car would undoubtedly be from the upper 5th district. Lu Yin guided Chung Lin over the people of the lower 5th district, traversing an inner wall that he may never cross again. As they approached the upper 5th district, Chung Lin's eyes widened at the breathtaking architecture, with floating vehicles and motorcycles, and elevated cable pathways. The buildings were adorned in gold and blue hues, reminiscent of a cyberpunk aesthetic. They descended before a structure even more magnificent than the Hall of Heroes, in front of a door that appeared larger than the entire hall itself. Now, push open this door, and you shall become a member of the Hall of Heroes. Inside, someone will guide you, Lu Yin instructed Chung Lin. Are you not entering? Chung Lin asked, bewildered. I have matters to attend to, Lu Yin replied. Very well. Perhaps we shall meet again often, she remarked suddenly. Indeed. Chung Lin pushed open the grand door, stepping into an abyss of darkness. He felt a sense of uncertainty, yet he proceeded onward. Bang! The door slammed shut. Lu Yin sighed softly, smiling as she prepared to tease the newcomer once more. Chapter 4. You speak too slowly. Chung Lin surveyed the pitch-black world. Upon opening his Sharingan, the surroundings became clearer, as the Sharingan possessed a night vision capability. Before him stood a grand hall, supported by a dozen massive stone columns, each so thick that it would require several adults to encircle them. Chung Lin stepped into the hall, meticulously scrutinizing everything around him. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, hurtling towards Chung Lin. He sensed it immediately. Mental power, 289. Mental power, 283. The Sharingan whirled as it focused on the approaching projectile. The more he concentrated, the clearer its trajectory became, causing the arrow's descent to appear slower to his eyes. However, this intense focus drained his mental power significantly. Mental power, 278. Chung Lin sidestepped the arrow. But another followed swiftly, this time in a trio. With the enhancement of the single-cornered jade, he dodged flawlessly once more, yet his mental energy waned further. Mental power, 223. Chung Lin scrutinized the peculiarities in the darkness, pondering the identity of his assailants. For arrows launched from different directions, could it be that 4 individuals were targeting him? Their aim was not particularly precise, suggesting they were either testing his strength or simply hampered by the obscurity of the night. Chung Lin contemplated his situation, despite his evasive maneuvers. He possessed only a meager 10 points of strength. How could he possibly contend with them? Another volley of arrows approached, and upon discerning their direction, he charged forward. He tilted his head, narrowly evading the projectile once again. With a speed of 20 points, he surpassed that of an ordinary person. He spotted a figure retreating behind one of the stone columns. Just as he prepared to approach, more arrows were loosed at him. The Sharingan whirred faster, and though he felt a twinge of pain, he pressed on, fully aware of the toll it was taking on his mental faculties. Nevertheless, the results were rewarding. He adjusted his course based on the arrows and oppos trajectories, sprinting forward and maintaining his velocity without falter. Impossible! A voice of astonishment echoed from the shadows. Soon after, several more arrows flew towards him, yet their formation had faltered, leading to errant shots. Chung Lin reached the column, extending his hand to seize the concealed figure behind it, who had yet to reveal themselves. Had they lost their nerve? However, Chung Lin underestimated the strength of the individual concealed within the column. Though she displayed hesitation, her power far exceeded his own. as he grasped her arm, intending to subdue her and perhaps seize her crossbow to confront the others in the dark. The woman caught sight of Chung Lin's eyes and momentarily froze. Yet, she quickly shouted, "Let go." The girl, now enraged, launched a swift punch at Chung Lin. Her speed overwhelming, causing his eyes to ache. Mental power, 124. He narrowly dodged her strike, but she retaliated with a kick that sent him sprawling backward, tumbling to the ground. A second tear awakened. Chung Lin, wincing in pain, composed himself and gradually rose. The Sharingan remained active, continuously monitoring the turbulent shadows. More arrows whizzed past him. Chung Lin, feeling the strain on his mental faculties, noted the pain radiating through his nerves. Mental power, 89. He realized he must subdue one of his assailants to create an opportunity for himself. The girl he had attempted to capture was a second tier awakened, far beyond his current capabilities. He had to seek out the other figures hidden in the darkness. The girl and Appo's capture had caused a slight disarray among the others, and a minor lapse in coordination was now fully exposed under the scrutiny of Chung Lin's Sharingan. There was only one last opportunity. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on despite the pain in his abdomen. He charged forward, determined to seize another target. The individual before him was obscured in shadows, their features indistinguishable. Yet their stature was imposing, taller than Chung Lin, and their energy was only slightly weaker than that of the girl he had just encountered. This was his moment. He had to seize the crossbow. The man sensed Chung Lin's gaze, and upon spotting the two crimson orbs of the Sharingan, he swiftly drew his crossbow and fired 3 bolts in rapid succession. Mental power, 56. Chung Lin, though weary, managed to evade the 3 arrows without reducing his speed. With a deft sidestep, he grasped one of the arrows, now standing before the man. In an instant, the entire hero hall illuminated, restoring clarity to the world. The man realized the arrow in Chung Lin's hand was poised at his throat, and for a moment, he was taken aback, as were those who had previously taunted him with arrows. A hum filled the air as Chung Lin found himself immobilized, held by an overwhelming force. The first rule of the hero hall, no mutual slaughter. A tall man in golden robes emerged, fixing his gaze upon Chung Lin. "Hey, are you serious? They shot arrows at me, and now I wield one and am deemed a killer?" Chung Lin expressed his discontent. "Moreover, you stated that mutual slaughter is forbidden. If their arrows had struck me, who would be held accountable? Should I simply accept my fate?" The golden-robed man fell silent, and as the startled assailant regained his composure, he apologized. "Forgive us, friend. We had no intention of harming you. We merely sought to gauge the strength of our new companion for future task allocations." He smiled amiably. Chung Lin had no intention of retaliating, but he felt his mental power dwindling rapidly. He had to take a risk. "By the way, I am Zhang Husheng, the leader of this small team," he added sheepishly. There were 11 individuals in total. Excluding the golden-robed man, it meant there were 9 members in their team. While 9 held crossbows, it appeared only 3 had unleashed arrows. "Who fired just now? Step forward," Chung Lin demanded, as the restraint on his power dissipated. Zhang Husheng smiled awkwardly. "That would be me, huh?" Chung Lin wasted no time in delivering a punch to his abdomen. Oof. Given that the golden-robed man did not intervene, it signified his tacit approval. Chung Lin noticed a trembling youth at the back of their group, likely around 14 or 15 years of age. He must have played a part in this mischief, perhaps even orchestrating the entire scheme. "Lu Kong," Zhang Husheng uttered. The youth trembled, stammering, I'm sorry." Chung Lin was unsparing. He delivered a kick to Lu Kang's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain, tears streaming down his face. The golden-robed man remained silent. "And the last one?" Chung Lin inquired. "Let it go, friend. By the way, what is your name?" Zhang Husheng attempted to change the subject. Chung Lin frowned, already aware of the identity of the final individual, and approached the girl he had previously encountered. She was extraordinarily beautiful, her long, slender legs accentuated by a short green skirt. If she were to appear delicate, she would undoubtedly attract countless admirers. The girl looked up and began, "You dare to hit me?" Before she could finish, the others chimed in almost in unison. Even the golden-robed man spoke. Chung Lin swiftly struck her in the abdomen, leaving the crowd wide-eyed in shock. "Forgive me, you spoke too slowly," Chung Lin remarked softly. Chapter 5. Acquainting with the Hall of Heroes. Fu Ling'er clutched her abdomen, supported by Li Quebec. "What is wrong with you? Do you not understand the virtue of cherishing the delicate and respecting the worthy?" Li Kei glared at Chung Lin. Li Kei was also a girl. Chung Lin frowned. The girl seemed somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't and Appo's place her at the moment. "I apologize, I am a straightforward man, and she is not my subordinate," Chung Lin replied. "You jerk." Fu Ling'er took a breath, on the verge of tears, staring at Chung Lin. "Fine, I will remember you. When my sister returns, I will ensure she punishes you severely." Chung Lin waved dismissively. "Who is your sister?" His tone dripping with disdain. Zhang Husheng grasped Chung Lin's arm, shaking his head rigidly. "Friend, enough of this. You truly do not want to provoke her sister." "Who is she?" Chung Lin inquired. "Nian Sheng, a saint-level awakened," Zhang Husheng added. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Chung Lin shot a glance at the man in the golden robe, feeling that he had allowed this awkwardness to unfold intentionally. The man in the gold robe remarked, "All right, let us conclude today's matters here." Hushing, you will guide Qinglin in familiarizing himself with our Hall of Heroes. As the others dispersed, Qinglin found himself under the scrutiny of two powerful figures, feeling somewhat lost. "I apologize. I may have been a bit too forceful. I sincerely apologize," Qinglin said to Fu Linger. At least he had to maintain some semblance of face. He was just beginning his journey, and it was ill-fated to perish before achieving any success. "I will not accept your apology. You will regret it." Fu Linger glared at Qinglin and, with Li Kei's assistance, departed. Who is afraid of whom?" Qinglin muttered. Suddenly, he recalled who Li Kei resembled, Makima. No, it was Sanning Zhao. Qinglin had seen a certain chainsaw man in his previous life. "Qinglin, stop staring. If Ling and Oppose dislike someone, it is quite difficult for them to earn her forgiveness," Zhang Husheng cautioned. "How do you know that?" Qinglin asked, perplexed. Although his skills in courting women were lacking, he now presented himself as a youthful version of Sasuke. In his 2.5 years in this world, he had yet to encounter a woman who did not harbor some affection for him. "Look at Lu Kang." Zhang Husheng gestured towards Lu Kang, prompting Qinglin to glance over. "He is the first boy Linger has disliked, and it has been a year without her forgiving him." Lu Kang cautiously observed the two before forcing a smile. "He is simply too unattractive. Of course, Linger would not forgive him," Qinglin remarked bluntly. Zhang Husheng found it difficult to respond and changed the topic. "Let me show you around the Hall of Heroes." Lu Kang followed closely behind. Qinglin examined the Hall of Heroes meticulously. Numerous AI systems populated the area, seemingly present wherever there were screens, and robotic cleaners greeted the three. The overall ambience was bathed in shades of gold and blue, with a gentle illumination. The Hall of Heroes remains lit at all times, except for private quarters, Zhang Husheng explained. Qinglin understood this was to maintain constant light and ward off the encroaching dark purple mist from above. This is the cafeteria, divided into a free section and a paid section. The trio arrived at a spacious cafeteria, devoid of human vendors, run entirely by artificial intelligence. This is the marketplace, also split into emergency and paid sections. The three ventured into a commercial complex, similarly staffed by AI, utilizing virtual currency or energy ore. Upon death, animals evolve over countless years into oil, while colossal beasts, upon demise, yield energy ores, an energy source hundreds of times more potent than nuclear power. "You hail from the lower 5th district, correct?" "Indeed," Qinglin replied. Zhang Husheng scrutinized Qinglin's attire, noting it did not quite match the Hall of Heroes aesthetic. "Every newcomer to the Hall of Heroes may select an outfit. Let us find you something suitable." Qinglin was intrigued by this benefit and nodded in agreement. The three searched for Qinglin's new clothing, eventually discovering a black trench coat reminiscent of the one worn by the youthful version of Sasuke. "This is the one," Qinglin declared, selecting the coat. Its fabric was exquisite, seemingly crafted from a material Qinglin could not identify, likely the hide of a colossal beast. After changing, Zhang Husheng and Lu Kang's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Don't look at me like that. It's rather unsettling," Qinglin remarked irritably. The two, perplexed, refrained from arguing. "This is the weapon forge. Every newcomer to the Hall of Heroes can create their own weapon free of charge." "Such generous benefits?" Qinglin exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. After all, we are tested in perilous trials," Zhang Husheng replied. Lu Kang darted to a nearby area and inquired of the staff, "Is Master Shan available?" Upon recognizing Lu Kang, the staff summoned Shan Haitao. Shan Haitao was a portly man with a long beard and thick, dark hair on his hands. "You again? What is it?" Shan Haitao replied impatiently. "Master Shan, this is a newcomer to the Hall of Heroes. Please assist him in crafting a weapon." Zhang Husheng gestured towards Qinglin. "What kind of weapon do you wish for?" Shan Haitao scrutinized Qinglin, asking. "The Kusanagi sword." "What?" Shan Haitao widened his eyes, inquiring. "You are familiar with the Kusanagi sword? Can it be forged?" Qinglin pressed. "It can. What kind of sword is that?" Lu Kang asked. "It is mentioned in an ancient text. I stumbled upon it by chance. It is surprising to find someone else who knows of it," Shan Haitao explained. "How long will it take to receive it?" Qinglin inquired. "Come back in 3 days," Shan Haitao replied. As the three turned to leave, Zhang Husheng asked, "How did you come to know of the Kusanagi sword? Is it not permissible for me to know?" Qinglin retorted. The trio then arrived at the research facility. Inside, dozens of elderly individuals donned white lab coats, diligently studying their manuscripts, appearing exceedingly busy. The research facility below serves as the testing ground for colossal beasts. Once newcomers to the Hall of Heroes reach the first tier, they may descend to engage in combat with these beasts to gain experience, Zhang Husheng explained. "Qinglin, you are currently an unawakened individual, so there is no need for you to concern yourself with it for now." Qinglin did not dispute this. "By the way, Qinglin, is your ability, Blood Eye, energy-consuming or spirit-consuming?" Qinglin responded, "It consumes spirit." "Then you must learn both energy and spirit cultivation methods." Zhang Husheng added, "I will teach you these two methods shortly." "Understood," Qinglin nodded. "Now, let us first have Dr. Li assess your abilities." This way, once you attain the first tier of awakening, you can participate in the trials against the colossal beasts with Dr. Li's endorsement. The three entered a private office. Within the office, there was a small room, and Lu Kang lingered outside, hesitating to enter. Dr. Li has a rather volatile temperament. Brace yourself. Zhang Husheng knocked on the small room's door. Who is that imbecile disturbing me? Don't they know I am busy? A booming voice erupted from within. Suddenly, a towering figure, even larger than Zhang Husheng, emerged from the small room. Wait, you mean to tell me this massive man, resembling a small mountain, is a doctoral researcher? Cheng Lin thought to himself, feeling like a mere rookie in his presence. Chapter 6. The first kill of the behemoth. Height? 183 centimeters. Weight? 60 kilograms. Measurements? What the hell are you doing? I'm here to obtain my ability certification, not for a physical examination. Cheng Lin inquired. Are you going to speak or not? If not, then get lost. Dr. Li showed no leniency towards Cheng Lin, while Lu Kang trembled outside the office. Oh, this is a necessary procedure. Just bear with it, Cheng Lin, Zhang Husheng remarked. Ultimately, Cheng Lin answered most of Dr. Li's questions. The single Tomo Sharingan possesses abilities such as replication, night vision, dynamic analysis, and illusion techniques. However, the power of a single Tomo is still too feeble. The illusions are practically ineffective. Only upon reaching the double Tomo does a noticeable transformation occur. Cheng Lin glanced at his status panel. Strength, 10. Speed, 20. Mental power, 56. Max, 300. Energy, 200. Evolution, 0, 100. Only when the evolution value reaches 100 can the single Tomo transform into a double Tomo, which implies that Cheng Lin must slay a behemoth. However, with his current strength, how could he possibly achieve that? 9-star growth level abilities. Dr. Li pondered briefly before saying, I will expedite the design of your private training room. Come back in 2 days to collect your ability certification. This was Dr. Li's function, designing suitable training spaces for the awakened. Yet for Cheng Lin, it seemed of little utility. As long as behemoths exist, he can enhance his strength without the need for training. After exiting the research facility, the only remaining medical room was straightforward to navigate. The three of them proceeded to Cheng Lin's residence. All right, I've clarified most of the locations and related regulations. Should you have any queries, feel free to ask the passing cleaning robots. They are more than willing to furnish you with any information you seek, Zhang Husheng stated. With that, the two of them departed. Watching their retreating figures, Cheng Lin felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had merely glanced once and had already mastered the cultivation methods for mental power and energy. The room was spacious and tidy, yet the architectural style was unlike anything Cheng Lin had encountered before, undeniably befitting a cyberpunk aesthetic. It was time to begin his training. Cheng Lin seated himself cross-legged on the bed and commenced his cultivation. After approximately half a day, strength, 12, speed, 22, mental power, 100, max, 300, energy, 250, evolution, 0, too slow. It was unbearably slow. At this rate, when could he possibly slay the behemoths of this world? The brother mentioned that he must slay behemoths to enhance his strength, yet he did not specify what type of behemoths. If they were dying behemoths, would that suffice? Cheng Lin contemplated, deeming it feasible. He leapt from the bed, opened the door, and made his way to the experimental facility where the behemoths were confined. Upon returning, he found the numerous elderly researchers still engrossed in their work, oblivious to their surroundings. At that moment, a staff member clad in a white lab coat spotted Cheng Lin and approached him, asking, Do you require assistance? Are there any dying behemoths here? Cheng Lin responded directly. The staff member appeared puzzled, unsure of how to address Cheng Lin's inquiry. Cheng Lin clarified, My ability requires the documentation of behemoth information, and it must be a dying one. He had to attribute his objective to his abilities. For one must not casually disclose the existence of a system. Yes, the staff member pondered before managing a response. Their role was to assist the awakened, helping them strengthen their powers. When the awakened grow stronger, it means enhanced resistance against behemoths, ultimately safeguarding humanity's existence. The two of them took the elevator down to the 5th basement level. Here, we detain behemoths that have been critically injured by the awakened and hold research value. Currently, there are 4 behemoths in a dying state, the staff member explained. Clank, clank. The sound of heavy chains dragging echoed as Cheng Lin focused intently ahead. After traversing the darkness, he beheld 4 massive behemoths, each impaled through the body by a gigantic spike, anchored to the ground. They were bound with chains, each towering over 10 meters and weighing several thousand kilograms, their bodies a deep shade of blue-black, their weary eyes barely open. They are 1-star behemoths, the staff member elucidated, then inquired, I wonder if this meets your requirements? Cheng Lin was astonished. If 1 star was this large, what would 10 stars be like? Would they not reach the heavens? He felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that facing even one of them in perfect condition would afford him no chance of survival. I have no weapons. How am I to kill them? Cheng Lin recalled. Perhaps I could try using illusions. Illusions are a form of mental attack, essentially. Soul attacks that inflict a degree of spiritual damage. If a person's soul is severely depleted, they are on the brink of death. The same principle should apply to behemoths. Their souls appeared as frail as their bodies. Mental power, 100. Mental power, 50. Chung Lin's eyes bled as he focused intently on one of the behemoths. The creature's eyes widened, and it trembled violently, as if something within it had vanished. It collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Huh. Chung Lin gasped for breath. You killed a behemoth with just your gaze? The staff member exclaimed, bewildered. He had felt nothing, and yet the behemoth lay dead. My ability lies in my eyes. Chung Lin panted, a grin forming on his lips. You have slain a 1-star behemoth. Strength, 18. Speed, 28. Mental power, 50. Max, 350. Energy, 300. Evolution, 4. 100. Merely slaying a dying 1-star behemoth surpassed the results of half a day's training. Chung Lin smiled but instructed the staff member, please do not let anyone kill the others. Leave them for me. The staff member, though perplexed, nodded in agreement. Chung Lin's head spun. He was bereft of the mental power required to slay another behemoth. He needed to return and rest. As they rode the elevator, the staff member remarked, your eyes seem severely strained. Why not visit the medical room for a bottle of healing solution specifically designed to protect your eyes? Chung Lin nodded. Although with this body, one Sharingan being an eternal Mangeki and the other a 6-Tomo Rinnegan, using ocular abilities should not lead to blindness, the pain was indeed excruciating. Upon entering the medical room, Chung Lin noted the stark contrast to the research and weapons facilities. Here, numerous female nurses and doctors were present. A few nurses approached him eagerly, their eyes sparkling. May I ask what you need? Eye drops. Chung Lin replied. They looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with what he meant. The water for treating eyes, Chung Lin elaborated. All right, I'll find that for you right away. Chapter 7. The consequences of free meals after obtaining the eye drops. Chung Lin returned to his residence. Unfortunately, he encountered Fu Ling and Apos, and her companion, Li Quebec. When adversaries meet, tensions run high. Yet, Chung Lin remained unfazed and simply exclaimed, I'm sorry. The onlookers were startled by his outburst, turning their heads in curiosity. Fu Linger and Li Kei were the most affected by this unexpected apology. Is this how one typically apologizes? Whispers began to circulate. Isn't that Fu Lingo? Who's that unfamiliar guy with her? It seemed they held a grudge against each other. With so many eyes upon her, Fu Linger felt her face flush with embarrassment. She averted her gaze, staring at her toes, though her fists were tightly clenched. Seizing the moment, Chung Lin continued, I truly apologize. Ah, I won't listen. I won't listen. Fu Linger, her fair complexion now a brilliant red, glared at Chung Lin while covering her ears, turning on her heel to leave. Get lost. Li Kei shot Chung Lin an angry look, who, undeterred, attempted to pursue with further apologies. Chung Lin pondered, I've heard that when a girl looks down at her toes, it signifies romantic interest. Is that the case here? He found himself baffled. This woman must have some issues. Mimicking Fu Linger, he declared, I won't listen. The bystanders stared at Chung Lin in disbelief, mentally vowing to avoid any future interactions with him. Upon returning to his residence, Chung Lin found it impossible to train and instead chose to lie down and rest. Half a day later, he checked his status panel. Strength, 18. Speed, 28. Mental power, 300. Max 350. Energy, 300. Evolution, 4. 100. Fully revitalized, he resolved to hunt giant beasts once more. Chung Lin arrived at the experimental base where the same staff member welcomed him. They descended to the 5th basement level, and Chung Lin's eyes widened at the sight of 3 giant beasts on the brink of death. Instantly, he activated his Sharingan. Mental power, 300. Mental power, 250. Mental power, 200. Mental power, 150. Defeated 3 1-star giant beasts. Blood streamed from Chung Lin's eyes, prompting the staff member to anxiously inquire. Are you alright? Do I look alright to you? Chung Lin retorted. I'll fetch you some medical tissues. The staff member hurriedly ascended. Chung Lin smiled. The speed at which he was enhancing his abilities was rather exhilarating. Strength, 30. Speed, 40. Mental power, 150. Max 500. Energy, 600. Evolution, 16. 100. Chung Lin began to grasp the system. Evolution points were calculated based on the number of beast heads, with 1 star corresponding to 4 points. Similarly, energy was accumulated at a rate of 100 points per 1-star giant beast, while mental power increased by 50. But the increments for strength and speed diminished with each kill. This indicated that as Chung Lin continued to slay more beasts, it would become increasingly challenging to enhance his power. Nonetheless, he felt reassured. Energy and mental power were unlimited. As long as his mental power remained adequate, his strength would not falter. The staff member returned, handing Chung Lin a pack of medical tissues. Chung Lin applied the eye drops, amazed at their efficacy. These tissues contain the energy of awakened medical abilities, capable of healing most injuries and, in dire circumstances, can even sustain life, the staff member explained with a smile. Are there any more critically injured giant beasts? Chung Lin inquired. None. These 4 were solely intended for research, the staff member replied. Very well. Cheng Lin said as they exited the elevator. He promptly returned to his residence to commence his training. Shower. I will soon return to Earth. Await my arrival. Cheng Lin's immediate objective was to reach the first tier and participate in the giant beast trials. Only by doing so could he slay the beasts and rapidly enhance his abilities, even venturing beyond the high walls to hunt. However, his current rate of training was exceedingly slow, leaving him somewhat frustrated. How long would it take to become a first-tier awakened individual? After yet another half-day, his status read: Strength, 32, Speed, 42, Mental Power, 400, Max 500, Energy, 700, Evolution, 16, 100. Famished, Cheng Lin ventured to the free meal area of the cafeteria. This time, it was crowded, yet only 2 individuals occupied the free section: Cheng Lin and a disheveled young man with somewhat soiled clothing. Well, if it isn't young Huang. It's been a few days, and look at you. Reduced to eating from the free section, ha ha ha. Indeed, the Huang family has fallen on hard times, leaving only you and your sister alive. With your lack of ambition and financial means, it's understandable. A trio of well-dressed individuals approached, their demeanor rather unpleasant. They mocked the young man, glancing disdainfully at Cheng Lin's back, remarking, "Only you impoverished souls would relish this sort of fare." One of them sneered at the young man's meager meal. Cheng Lin clicked his tongue, exasperated by the presence of such insufferable individuals. "Young Huang, what does your silence imply?" "I approached to discuss a matter," the leader of the trio said, lowering his tone. "What matter?" "Your sister. Share her with me." "Get lost." Young Huang sprang to his feet, bellowing at the intruder. "Come on, it's just you two left. You're a waste, and your sister is just an ordinary person, stunning as she may be. Without connections, she won't survive in District 5. You know that all too well. That doesn't give you the right." Young Huang's fury remained unabated. The young man chuckled lightly. "Why did I even bother talking to you? I'll simply approach your sister directly." With that, he turned to leave. The surrounding patrons hesitated to provoke the trio, aware that while they were only first-tier awakened individuals, District 5 was a realm governed by connections, unlike District 4, where sheer willpower sufficed. Young Huang understood this well, but the young man's disrespect towards his sister was intolerable. He felt compelled to confront him. Unbeknownst to him, the young man smirked. Before young Huang could react, he was struck on the head with a plate. The young man winced in pain, clutching his head as he crouched down, staring at his hand. "Blood, it's blood." The trio turned their ire towards Cheng Lin. "What the hell is your problem? You're just here to eat. If you don't want to eat, then leave." Eating from the free section and still being mocked? "Did I provoke you?" Cheng Lin glared at the young man. "He started it. He struck me first." The young man seized upon the justification, having assessed Cheng Lin's energy level, noting he was not even a first-tier awakened individual. They could easily beat him to a pulp. The young man's 2 companions charged forward. The rules of the Hero Hall strictly prohibited infighting and the use of abilities against others. Those who violated these rules would receive a warning, and after 3 warnings, they would be expelled from the Hero Hall. The same applied to the second rule. Of course, if one had connections, such restrictions were often ignored. However, Cheng Lin observed the young trio. Despite their brashness, they seemed reluctant to engage physically, instead aiming to provoke young Huang into action. This indicated they possessed some connections, though perhaps not enough to disregard the Hero Hall's regulations. Cheng Lin activated his Sharingan, eager to assess the current level of his capabilities. Chapter 8. The promise to deliver. The 2 young men were taken aback by Cheng Lin's gaze, yet their fists were already raised before him. Slow, too slow. Cheng Lin sidestepped one of the young men's punches with ease. Another swift movement allowed him to evade a flying kick from the other. The onlookers were astonished, as Cheng Lin and Appo's actions seemed to be preordained. Regaining their composure, the 2 young men charged forward again, this time with greater speed. However, Cheng Lin and Appo's Sharingan was spinning rapidly, enhancing his reflexes. Spirit Power, 400, Spirit Power, 360, Spirit Power, 346. The drain on his energy was intensifying. "I shall assist you," Huang Xiao decided, feeling that he should not hide behind Cheng Lin any longer, and dashed forward. The 2 young men, already struggling to land a blow on Cheng Lin, found their coordination further disrupted by Huang Xiao's entrance. The young man, clutching his head, blood streaming from his wound, felt powerless. He had foolishly neglected to bring any medical supplies. As the young man's dizziness grew, several individuals in distinctive uniforms arrived, accompanied by a swarm of cleaning robots. "Stop! Cease the fighting at once," one of the female administrators shouted. Both parties halted their skirmish. 2 male administrators intervened to separate the 4 combatants. The injured young man pleaded, "Help, help me," as blood continued to flow from his head. The administrators produced medical napkins, which finally stemmed the bleeding. "All of you are to be escorted to the management center," the female administrator ordered sternly. The cleaning robots flickered with red lights, encircling Cheng Lin and the others. "Brother, thank you. I, Huang Xiao, shall forever remember your kindness," Huang Xiao expressed as they walked. "I had no intention of aiding you. I merely found them displeasing." Cheng Lin replied candidly. "Regardless, you have extricated me from peril. You should tend to your wounds, Huang Xiao suggested, as after his involvement. The brunt of the pain had shifted to him, while Cheng Lin continued to evade and seize opportunities to strike the two young men. With bruises marring Huang Xiao's face, he resembled a battered figure. The group was escorted to the management center, which resembled a massive, sturdy pillar, resplendent in gold and blue hues. Upon entering, they found themselves in an expansive space divided into upper and lower levels, akin to entering a grand hall. They were led down to the basement. What transpired? I found them intolerable. Be more specific. They were coercing a destitute man to betray his sister, further tormenting an already shattered family. This egregious behavior should not go unchecked. Are they not merely bullying the innocent? Cheng Lin questioned. So, does this mean we should award you? The female administrator responded. That is not out of the question. Cheng Lin retorted. A jest? Do you not know the established rules of the Hero Hall? I am aware. At most, one receives a warning. You have utilized your abilities, and you were the one to instigate the altercation. It is explicitly stated that one cannot use powers to assault others. I did not employ my abilities against them. Cheng Lin replied, casting a puzzled look at the administrator. A male administrator beside her nodded in agreement. A 9-star growth level ability. The female administrator mused, gazing at Cheng Lin. What? Do you not believe me? Cheng Lin inquired. He is a newly awakened member of the Hero Hall, having arrived just 2 days ago. The male administrator clarified. Cheng Lin's ability certification had just been processed by Dr. Li and retained in the records. Considering you are a newcomer, we shall forego a warning this time. However, you must remain in the management center for 1 week. Forget that. Just give me the warning instead. I have no desire to stay here. Are you certain? The administrator asked. Yes. Although Cheng Lin was the instigator, Zhang Hai had provoked the situation initially, and both had received warnings. Huang Xiao, however, occupied a nebulous position in this conflict, receiving no warning but rather a week's confinement. Should Huang Xiao receive another warning, he would be expelled from the Hero Hall. Brother, may I ask you a favor? Huang Xiao grasped Cheng Lin's arm. Soon, he would be taken to the confinement chamber. No, Cheng Lin replied firmly. But brother, I can offer you a reward. 3 carats of mid-grade energy, or, Huang Xiao proposed. Cheng Lin hesitated. Energy ore could serve not only as a power source, but also as a resource for cultivation, significantly enhancing and awaken one's training efficiency. 1 carat of low-grade energy ore equated to $10,000 on Earth, while 1 carat of mid-grade energy ore was worth $100,000. Beyond that, there were high-grade, top-grade, and rare levels. Having overheard the young men's conversation, Cheng Lin doubted Huang Xiao's financial capacity to produce 3 carats of mid-grade energy ore. Do you think I would believe you? Cheng Lin challenged. Huang Xiao led Cheng Lin to a secluded corner and produced 3 carats of mid-grade energy ore from his storage ring. Now do you believe? Cheng Lin nodded. He indeed needed to enhance his strength swiftly. If he could not slay the colossal beasts, utilizing energy ore was the most prudent avenue. What is it that you require of me? Cheng Lin inquired. Please deliver this ring to my sister, Huang Ning. Are you not concerned that I might keep your ring for myself? Cheng Lin pressed further. I trust you will not. I see in your eyes a desire to protect someone as well. We are of the same ilk, Huang Xiao asserted. Cheng Lin felt a twinge of annoyance and asked, where did you acquire such items? I obtained them at the cost of my life, Huang Xiao replied with a wry smile. Cheng Lin recalled that upon entering the Hero Hall, Zhang Hushing had mentioned that they could undertake missions, such as mining beyond the high walls. Cheng Lin regarded Huang Xiao with newfound respect. Daring to venture beyond the high walls at the first level was no small feat. Had Cheng Lin encountered the nearly extinct first-tier beasts outside, even as a first-level awakened one, he could not have assured his survival against them. Very well, Cheng Lin acquiesced. Thank you, brother. I am Huang Xiao. May I know your name? Huang Xiao smiled. Cheng Lin, he replied. The administrators began to hurry them along. As Cheng Lin exited the management center, the other 3 young men were also sentenced to a week of confinement, excluding the one who had sustained a severe head injury. Cheng Lin sought out a cleaning robot and instructed, take me to Zhang Hushing. Exiting the Hero Hall required credentials. One could not leave without sufficient strength. Before long, Cheng Lin arrived at Zhang Hushing's training facility. The door creaked open. Zhang Hushing, appearing as though he had just emerged from a vigorous workout, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. What brings you here, Cheng Lin? He inquired, glancing at the spacious training room that was permeated with a charred aroma. I wish to exit the Hero Hall, Cheng Lin stated. You have just arrived. Is there something amiss? Why the desire to leave? Zhang Hushing questioned, puzzled. A friend of mine has been confined, and he has asked me to deliver some items to his family, Cheng Lin explained. If you wish to send items, simply place them in the cable channel. There is no need to go outside, Zhang Hushing advised. Cheng Lin shook his head. Their family has moved. They reside in the 5th district, and the cable does not reach there. The 5th district was notorious for its stark socio-economic disparities, being the most impoverished area, while the 1st district was the wealthiest, home to the prestigious Glory Hall, which stood alongside the Hero Hall in prominence, with the Hero Hall situated in the 2nd district. Zhang Hushing pondered for a moment and said, very well, allow me to change into another outfit, and shortly, I shall take you out. His status was not insignificant. Otherwise, his tone would not be so relaxed, thought Cheng Lin. Who exactly were the individuals within that small team? Before exiting the hero hall, Cheng Lin retrieved the Kusanagi sword crafted at the weapon base, along with a scabbard resting against his lower back. This ensemble bore a striking resemblance to a youthful Sasuke. Zhang Huxing's eyes sparkled momentarily at the sight, yet he quickly averted his gaze. The two departed from the hero hall. Zhang Huxing led Cheng Lin to a hovering motorcycle. Pausing before it, he rubbed his nose and remarked, "This vehicle can soar to an altitude of 4,000 meters. I shall demonstrate my driving skills for you." Cheng Lin suspected that Zhang Huxing intended to showcase both the motorcycle and his driving prowess before him, hence the invitation to come along. Chapter 9. Wormholes. If the 2nd district could be likened to a peach, then the 5th district would be a tart plum. While it may lack the vibrancy of the 2nd district, it nonetheless presents a commendable appearance, reminiscent of affluent cities on Earth. In contrast, the 5th district below could be described as a rotten apple. A thought struck Cheng Lin. What if I were to establish a courier company in this world? He dismissed the notion, reminding himself that he needed to hasten his energy cultivation and defeat monsters to return home. The two arrived at a secluded courtyard, where Cheng Lin pressed the doorbell. When no one answered, he felt puzzled, contemplating that they had not come to the wrong place. Zhang Huxing remarked, "The door is ajar. Let us investigate." Cheng Lin nodded, and as they stepped inside, they were met with an unsettling sensation. A peculiar wave of energy enveloped them, causing Cheng Lin to feel disoriented, as if ripples were crashing against his face. "Wormhole!" Zhang Huxing exclaimed. "How could there be a wormhole here?" Panic began to creep into his voice. "What's wrong?" Cheng Lin, having heard of wormholes before, recalled that the beasts could enter not only through the outer walls, but potentially through these anomalies as well. The missions distributed by the Heroes Hall typically required venturing beyond the high walls. There were 3 means to do so. Utilizing vehicles, powerful awakeners could fly directly out, or one could traverse a wormhole. Wormholes within the high walls were strictly guarded, making it improbable for any to go unnoticed. Thus, the only conclusion was that this wormhole had newly emerged. "We have no idea what stage the wormhole is in. We must inform the Heroes Hall immediately," Zhang Huxing insisted. "A wormhole serves as a linking tunnel, akin to hyperlinks on your device. Mature wormholes act as direct connections, while immature ones resemble mere characters in a link." Zhang Huxing activated a device on his wrist, revealing a screen. "How may I assist you?" An electronic female voice inquired. "Scan this building and send the information to Teacher Kongshan." Understood. The device began to envelop the small castle in a web-like visual. Warning! Warning! An A-class wormhole is about to mature. Approximately 30 minutes remain until maturity. Cheng Lin was taken aback. A-class wormholes are classified, ranging from D to S. S-class wormholes are merely theoretical, while A-class wormholes have manifested in reality. The last occurrence of an A-class wormhole was a decade ago in the 2nd district, now known as the 5th district, during which an 8-star beast and 2 7-star beasts appeared. The Heroes Hall received the report. It took 5 Saint-level awakeners to vanquish them, resulting in a cataclysm that claimed over 1 million lives in the 5th district. "Evacuate immediately. It is advised to distance yourself promptly," the device urged. Zhang Huxing seized Cheng Lin's hand, stating, "We must hurry. Once this wormhole matures, this entire area will be in peril." They mounted a hovering motorcycle and swiftly departed from the small castle. The moment a wormhole forms, it can absorb everything within a 500-meter radius. "Huxing, quickly evacuate everyone near the wormhole. I have already sent the information to the Heroes Hall's Saint of Glory. I implore you," Kongshan communicated through the device. "I will do so, teacher." Zhang Huxing activated the motorcycle's loudspeaker, announcing, "An A-class wormhole has appeared at Courtyard 108. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate." The sound resonated loudly, prompting Cheng Lin to cover his ears. Bystanders gazed in astonishment at the hovering motorcycle above them. Zhang Huxing even projected the Heroes Hall emblem using his device. As memories of a decade-old incident flooded back, both those below and those airborne began to panic. "Run! Run!" The crowd surged like a tide, hastily fleeing in their vehicles. 20 minutes remaining, the device's electronic voice continued. Cheng Lin felt a surge of anxiety. An A-class wormhole could potentially summon 9-star beasts. "Surely, I can't be that unlucky," he murmured. Zhang Huxing diligently navigated the motorcycle to disperse the nearby populace until the area within 500 meters of Courtyard 108 was cleared, with only 5 minutes remaining. The motorcycle's speed was remarkable. They soon found themselves a kilometer away from the impending wormhole. How could a wormhole suddenly manifest? The authorities stipulate that any discovery of a wormhole must be reported, and inspections are conducted periodically. The formation of a wormhole should take at least a week. This implies that this wormhole has existed for a week already, Zhang Huxing pondered. Cheng Lin recalled Huang Xiao and wondered if he had any connection to this incident. A wave of energy surged forth, radiating from the center of Courtyard 108. The vibrations intensified, growing more urgent. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Lin activated his Sharingan. As Zhang Huxing maneuvered the motorcycle backward, Suddenly, a massive purple-black sphere materialized, devouring everything within a 500-meter radius, shattering structures and uprooting the earth, creating a vast pit. The wormhole's gravitational pull threatened to draw Cheng-Lin and Zhang Hushing in, but they remained at a safe distance. Spiritual power, 400. Spiritual power, 389. Spiritual power, 356. Cheng-Lin was astonished. The power emanating from the wormhole was terrifyingly formidable. Is this truly a force that can be resisted by mere mortals? He whispered. He mused that if such a wormhole had appeared at the conclusion of Naruto, Kaguya would never have been able to resurrect. Before long, two shooting stars streaked across the sky above Cheng-Lin and Zhang Hushing. Zhang Hushing immediately clasped his hands in respect, addressing the figures that descended. Saint of Time, Gun Saint. You must leave. What comes next is beyond your capacity to witness. The Gun Saint instructed. Both figures donned white robes adorned with the golden characters of the Heroes' Hall, appearing to be middle-aged men. As Zhang Hushing prepared to depart, a golden light streaked towards them from the direction of the authorities. A barefoot woman, poised in midair, radiated a golden glow. Her form adorned with white silk ribbons that accentuated her flawless complexion. Her flowing golden hair enhanced her alabaster skin, and she possessed stunning wings. The light dawn saint approached. The Saint of Time and the Gun Saint both offered their respects. The Gun Saint cast a glance at Cheng-Lin and Zhang Hushing, who snapped back to reality. Zhang Hushing promptly revved the motorcycle to leave, while the light dawn saint and Appo's radiant eyes briefly observed them. Chapter 10. Designated target was that woman just now. The Holy Maiden of Light? Cheng-Lin inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Cheng-Lin felt a stirring within, as though the once concrete walls enclosing his heart had begun to fracture. He scrutinized Zhang Hushing, noticing that the man's ears were still flushed with crimson. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from behind them, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. Even from a distance, the sensation sent chills down Cheng-Lin's spine. This is not a battle we can engage in. We must depart swiftly, Zhang Hushing urged, revving the hovering motorcycle. Before long, they spotted several flying ships approaching their direction. The vessels bore a massive launcher at their fore. Though Cheng-Lin had never witnessed the might of a warship, he was aware of the formidable capabilities of a psychic electromagnetic cannon. In this world of advanced martial arts, the confrontation was not solely between awakened beings and colossal beasts. There existed researchers who had developed various weapons designed to counter these monstrous entities, enabling even ordinary individuals to slay them. Upon returning to the Hall of Heroes, Zhang Hushing regained his composure and queried, Cheng-Lin, who instructed you to deliver items to that location? I was tasked by a fellow named Huang Xiao at the management center, Cheng-Lin replied, producing a spatial ring and tossing it to Zhang Hushing. This is what he asked me to deliver. Zhang Hushing inspected the contents of the ring, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at Cheng-Lin. This matter is unrelated to me. I was unaware of it beforehand, Cheng-Lin asserted. Stepping into the Hall of Heroes, inside the spatial ring lay a 100-carat high-grade energy crystal, equivalent to a fortune of 100 million on Earth. The fact that he had no intention of pilfering it slightly improved Zhang Hushing's perception of Cheng-Lin. Damn it, I end up embroiled in trouble for merely delivering something. Cheng-Lin fumed as he returned to his quarters. If Huang Xiao were connected to this incident, it would implicate him as an accomplice. This was an A-class wormhole. 100 lives would not suffice to spare Cheng-Lin from demise. He glanced at his status panel. Strength, 32. Speed, 42. Mental power, 350. Limit 500. Energy, 700. Evolution, 16, 100. Cheng-Lin retrieved a 3-carat mid-grade energy crystal. My strength remains insufficient. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of desolation began to envelop him. The sheer power of the wormhole and the beasts it birthed felt insurmountable, leaving Cheng-Lin doubtful of his ability to contend with them. Shower, I shall return to protect you, even if it costs me my life on this path, Cheng-Lin suddenly declared, lifting his gaze. With that, he settled onto his bed and commenced his training. A day and a half later, Cheng-Lin finally digested the 3-carat mid-grade energy crystal, but his body had reached the brink of hunger. Strength, 52. Speed, 62. Mental power, 500. Limit 500. Energy, 1200. Evolution, 16, 100. Cheng-Lin exited his quarters and made his way to the cafeteria in the free zone. This time, the atmosphere was notably grim, steeped in an eerie silence. What is the status of the A-class wormhole? Cheng-Lin inquired of a sweeping robot. The 8-star beast has been successfully eliminated. However, half of the land in the upper 5 districts has fallen, with casualties nearing 300,000. The Gun Saint is gravely injured, the robot reported, its tone tinged with sorrow. Cheng-Lin felt a pang of disappointment at the realization of the massive loss. Despite the successful extermination of the beast, fortunately, his personal training room had been constructed, though Cheng-Lin had no intention of utilizing it. He believed that once his Sharingan evolved, he would absorb Sasuke's combat experience. While not the pinnacle of prowess in the Naruto series, it would suffice for Cheng-Lin's needs. Cheng-Lin, Zhang Hushing appeared before him. Concerning the A-class wormhole incident, we have results, Zhang Husheng stated, leading Cheng Lin toward the management center. Huang Xiao deliberately concealed the A-class wormhole in a bid to save his sister, he revealed. What? Cheng Lin responded, astonished. You must understand that the wormhole's terminus connects beyond the Great Wall. When the wormhole was not yet mature, it could only transmit information and transport humans. A psychic beast claimed it could cure his sister and Appo's ailment, prompting Huang Xiao to keep this information secret. That doesn't make sense. Why would Huang Xiao ask me to deliver items to his home if he intended to conceal it? Cheng Lin questioned, perplexed. We are also unclear on that point. We only recently interrogated him, and he requested to see you, Zhang Husheng replied gravely. Cheng Lin was puzzled but nodded in understanding. This time, they descended not to the first basement but to the 10th basement. Upon entering, Cheng Lin noticed all members of Zhang Husheng and Appo's team present. Their expressions mirrored the somber mood he had observed in the cafeteria, though they displayed a flicker of defiance. You've arrived, Kong Shang remarked, casting a discerning glance at Cheng Lin. Cheng Lin turned to the glass, where Huang Xiao sat in a secure position, his countenance dark, lips chapped, and eyes bloodshot. As though he had not slept for days. Cheng Lin, he has specifically requested you. Perhaps he possesses vital information, Kong Shang stated. Yes, I understand. Cheng Lin responded, following Kong Shang into the interrogation room. Upon seeing Cheng Lin, Huang Xiao's murky eyes quivered slightly. You finally made it. What do you want from me? I extend my assistance, yet you wish to condemn me to death. This is what you call being kindred spirits? Cheng Lin retorted, anger simmering within him. Huang Xiao, with cracked lips, managed a pained smile. I apologize. But a voice in my mind compels me to send you to the wormhole. Cheng Lin and the onlookers were taken aback. Was Huang Xiao still under the control of the psychic beast? Unfortunately, you did not approach the wormhole. Huang Xiao continued, his voice strained. Are you out of your mind? I help you, and you want me dead? Cheng Lin seethed, ready to strike him. I have no choice. My sister is in their clutches. I cannot disobey them. If I resist, they will devour her, and I shall perish as well. They have commandeered my mind and body. Huang Xiao suddenly screamed in agony, his expression one of intense suffering. Cheng Lin activated his Sharingan, perceiving an unknown energy disrupting Huang Xiao's neural pathways. They have instructed me to inform you that they know your identity, will locate you, and will kill you. Huang Xiao continued to howl in pain, his body convulsing. After a considerable time, he eventually calmed, weakly imploring, Please, Cheng Lin, save my sister. Save me. Sister. His breath grew shallower, gradually fading. You are indeed insane, wishing to harm me while asking for my help to save your sister, unless I am equally afflicted. Cheng Lin remarked, displeased, gazing at the now lifeless Huang Xiao. The interrogation room door swung open, and Kong Shang spoke, You've worked hard. Am I here to be scolded? Cheng Lin snapped. My apologies. Cheng Lin exited the interrogation room, only to find the onlookers regarding him with curious expressions, words unspoken. Without further ado, Cheng Lin departed. If Huang Xiao and Appo's claims held any truth, then the beasts were searching for him. Why was that? Zhang Husheng glanced at the others, who were equally perplexed. At that moment, Kong Shang emerged, stating, We must reassess our investigation into Cheng Lin's identity, but for now, treat him as you always have. Chapter 11. Death on the Path of Cultivation. Alas, could it be that I owe Huang Xiao for my previous life? Why must he extend his hand to me even in death? Cheng Lin sighed in resignation, no longer wishing to harbor anger. Kill a 2-star beast, Cheng Lin instantly leapt from his bed. When did I slay a 2-star beast? Huang Xiao? Huang Xiao is a 2-star beast? Cheng Lin glanced at his status panel. Strength, 74. Speed, 84. Mental power, 500. Limit, 700. Energy, 1300. Evolution, 42. 100. Could it be that an awakened one, controlled by a psychic beast, is also recognized as a beast by the system? Cheng Lin felt a surge of excitement, chuckling. This dog Huang Xiao has finally brought me some benefits. Just a little more, and I shall ascend to the first tier. Cheng Lin resumed his cultivation. After approximately a week, the atmosphere within the Hero Hall finally emerged from the aftermath of the A-grade wormhole incident, regaining its former vibrancy. During this week, Cheng Lin successfully reached the status of a first-tier awakened one. Strength, 100. Speed, 120. Mental power, 700. Limit, 700. Energy, 2,900. Evolution, 42. 100. He made his way to the beast trial grounds beneath the experimental base. The trial ground was a vast pit, featuring an enormous iron gate several meters tall and wide. The pit itself measured around 50 to 60 meters deep, with a radius of the same dimensions. Above the pit lay an electrified glass net, and a glass tunnel for spectators above. The strongest beast within the trial was a 4-star beast, and any higher-tier beasts could not be contained by the Hero Hall, to prevent newcomers from perishing during the trials. Every trial site was overseen by at least one awakened individual of Tier 4 or higher. Creak, creak. The iron chain slowly descended, and the gate gradually opened. Is that Cheng Lin? Li Ke spotted him from the glass tunnel. The distance was too great for her to sense his energy, But one thing was certain. Cheng Lin had reached the first tier. How could he have achieved this in such a short time? Did he cultivate using energy ores? As the iron gate swung open, darkness enveloped the interior, concealing any sight of beasts. Cheng Lin chose the weakest one-star beast to practice against, with animal instincts compelling it to attack. It could not evade my gaze. Cheng Lin activated his Sharingan, revealing the one-star beast lurking in the shadows. The beast, sensing it had been discovered, roared and charged forth. Its appearance was similar to the previous 4 dying beasts, albeit smaller, standing around 12 to 13 meters tall and weighing approximately 3 to 4 tons. Observing closely, Cheng Lin noted its speed was rather sluggish. With exhilaration, he realized his Sharingan could keep pace with its movements and analyze them. Spiritual power, 689. Spiritual power, 679. Quickly decisive, Cheng Lin unsheathed his Kusanagi sword and lunged forward. This was the combat experience imparted by Sasuke. The beast snapped its jaws at Cheng Lin, who deftly sidestepped, regained his footing, and turned to strike at the beast's foot. Clang! It didn't cut through? Cheng Lin was taken aback, swiftly retreating. With a speed of 120, he was far superior to the average first-tier awakened one. Provoked, the beast lunged again. It finally dawned on him why they said only second-tier awakened ones could reliably slay a one-star beast. At this moment, Cheng Lin could only evade, as his sword could not penetrate the beast's body. His strength was simply insufficient. Previously, he had tested the Kusanagi sword against iron, cleaving it effortlessly. Yet against this beast, it proved ineffective. Spiritual power, 598. Spiritual power, 578. Wait, its skin is tightening. It's not that I cannot cut through. Cheng Lin observed the beast's muscles shifting. At last, it revealed a flaw. Cheng Lin ceased his evasions and charged directly at the beast. Has he lost his mind? Li Kei exclaimed in astonishment from above. Spiritual power, 567. Spiritual power, 367. Blood vessels burst in Cheng Lin's eyes, seeping crimson. Engaging in a profound gaze with the beast, he unleashed the full potential of his single Tomo Sharingan. Though its illusions were feeble, a concentrated effort could still induce a degree of disorientation. The beast was momentarily immobilized. Cheng Lin rejoiced. The beast had not gathered its muscles around its neck. This is it. He leapt onto the beast's foot, then its body, and sprang onto its shoulder. Just then, the beast regained some awareness. However, Cheng Lin plunged his sword into the beast's neck. The beast sensed the pain and roared. Roar! It thrashed violently, and Cheng Lin's sword sank deeper, spilling the beast's blood. He clamped his mouth shut, for human beings cannot consume the flesh and blood of beasts without dire consequences. Before long, the one-star beast was completely drained of energy, collapsing to the ground, its eyes dimmed. Cheng Lin gasped for breath, closing his Sharingan. Kill a one-star beast. Strength, 103. Speed, 123. Mental power, 350. Limit 750. Energy, 3000. Evolution, 46, 100. Now, as a first-tier awakened one, the enhancement from a one-star beast seems rather minimal, Cheng Lin pondered. With that thought, he exited the trial grounds, utterly exhausted, blood still seeping from his eyes. He needed to rest before returning. Upon exiting, he encountered Fu Linger and Li Quebec. Fu Linger's eyes widened in astonishment. You've reached the first tier? She inquired incredulously. Cheng Lin suddenly recalled his rapid advancements. He had no intention of being secretive and replied openly, yes. Have you accepted my apology? Cheng Lin smiled at Fu Linger. Impossible. Once my sister returns, I will ensure you pay for this, Fu Linger declared. What must I do for you to forgive me? Cheng Lin asked, unwilling to create unnecessary enemies that might hinder his return to Earth. You. Fu Linger genuinely pondered, examining Cheng Lin, indecisive, before stating, once I have decided, I will inform you. Cheng Lin smiled. So, you are forgiving me then? Not at all. Fu Linger retorted, clenching her fist, glaring at him. Very well, inform me when you have made your decision. I must return to rest, Cheng Lin said, applying a medical tissue to one eye, which pained him greatly. Miss Linger, do you truly intend to forgive him? Li Kei whispered. I have not forgiven him. Fu Ling and Appos, replied. All right. Li Kei nodded. Previously, Fu Ling and Appos, was not one to offer forgiveness. She would always repay grievances without delay. Why do you think he has progressed so quickly? Fu Linger suddenly asked. Perhaps through energy ores, Li Kei speculated. But he hails from the lower 5th district. Fu Linger murmured. Only individuals from the upper 5th district could afford the luxury of using energy ores for cultivation. The lower 5th district was far too impoverished for such means. Indeed, Li Kei knew better than to underestimate Fu Linger's intellect, though she appeared to be a harmless, proud girl. Her cunning ideas were plentiful. It was she who had devised the plan to trick Cheng Lin previously. Cultivation. I shall die on the path of cultivation in this lifetime. Cheng Lin sat cross-legged on his bed, resuming his training. After half a day, Cheng Lin's eyes had mostly recovered, and he returned to the trial grounds once more. Strength, 103. Speed, 123. Mental power, 550, limit 750. Energy, 3,300. Evolution, 46, 100. As energy increases, the rate of enhancement through mere training diminishes. Fortunately, Chung Lin possesses Gue, which enables him to slay colossal beasts and augment his energy. Chapter 12. The beast is too powerful. Creak, creak, creak. The iron gate swung open, revealing the colossal creature lurking within the inky darkness. Chung Lin activated his Sharingan, and the beast came into view. It was a magnificent blue creature, crawling on all fours. Its head towering approximately 10 meters high and weighing around 5 to 6 tons, with large, expressive eyes. As it became aware of his presence, it swiftly emerged, each heavy step thudding against the ground, creating deep impressions with a resounding thud. 550. 350. Chung Lin's eyes began to bleed as he fixed his gaze upon the one-star beast. Such large eyes. Who else would be able to withstand an illusion? Gritting his teeth against the burning pain in his eyes, he dashed towards the beast and leapt onto its shoulder. With a swift motion, he plunged his blade into its neck. The creature stirred from its slumber, yet Chung Lin's blade was firmly embedded, and regardless of its struggles, he relentlessly severed its throat. Soon, the beast collapsed. 109, 129, 350, 800, 3,100, 50, 100, phew. That was exhausting. Chung Lin exhaled deeply. The few individuals in the glass tunnel exchanged bewildered glances. Is this a newcomer? It's only been a few minutes. They turned their attention to another trial area where a young man was battling fiercely against another one-star beast, flames erupting from his hands. Chung Lin felt a sharp pain in his eyes, but was beginning to adapt. He addressed the staff. Could you please send in another one-star beast? Thank you. The staff in the control room twitched at the corners of their mouths, as if to say, do you think this is a restaurant? Li Ke, did you see how Chung Lin executed his move just now? Li Ke and Fu Linger frequented the trial grounds daily and had just witnessed the entire spectacle unfold in under 5 minutes. Chung Lin possesses a 9-star Blood Eye ability, granting him the power to cast illusions. He must have employed this technique to immobilize the beast, Li Ke deduced. It is indeed a formidable ability, she added. Fu Linger observed Chung Lin intently, remaining silent. Creak, creak, creak. The chain gate opened once more. This time, a one-star beast emerged directly. Its body was a deep, dark blue, adorned with brown fur, resembling a crocodile's jaw, standing 13 to 14 meters tall and weighing 7 to 8 tons. Its powerful hind legs allowed it to stand upright, its forearms impressively muscular, dwarfing the previous blue creature. Goodness, is the staff playing tricks on us? This beast's strength has evidently increased significantly. It's nearing the power of a 2-star beast, Li Ke murmured. Chung Lin's lips trembled. The neck of this beast did not appear easy to sever. Roar. The beast's powerful legs propelled it forward with astonishing speed, catching Chung Lin off guard. 340. 320. The single Tomo Sharingan spun furiously, keeping pace with the beast's swift movements, yet consuming his mental energy at an alarming rate. Here it comes. Chung Lin dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the beast's punch. He seized the opportunity to strike its arm, but with a resounding clang, it left no mark. The beast roared at Chung Lin and launched another punch. Chung Lin evaded once more. 270. Blood began to seep from Chung Lin's eyes. The beast charged at him, and he gritted his teeth. 260. 60. The beast was momentarily frozen, and 2 lines of blood appeared in Chung Lin's eyes. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his nervous system, he sprinted towards the beast and leapt onto its neck. With a swift motion, he brought his blade down. Thud. The blade struck but barely penetrated, only a few centimeters deep, failing to inflict any real damage. The beast regained consciousness, detecting Chung Lin's presence, and violently shook its body, dislodging him. Chung Lin stumbled to the ground, the pain in his eyes impairing his vision. Enraged, the beast approached Chung Lin, delivering a powerful punch. Chung Lin raised his blade in defense, only to be sent flying, crashing to the ground and rolling away. This is untenable. We must terminate this immediately, Fu Linger exclaimed anxiously. Li Ke frowned, realizing this was not a beast Chung Lin could contend with. Even she, a second tier awakened, would struggle against it. Coughing up blood, Chung Lin saw the beast charging at him again, its footsteps echoing ominously. He discarded his blade. What is he doing? Li Ke and Fu Linger exclaimed in unison. Chung Lin raised his hand. Wait, I concede. I no longer wish to fight. Please, come and rescue me. A 4th-tier awakened observer chuckled from the shadows. Just as the beast was about to strike Chung Lin once more, a man appeared before him, intercepting the beast's punch. The man lifted his gaze, flicking his wrist, and sent the beast crashing back behind the iron gate, which slammed shut with a thunderous clang. I thought you were brimming with courage, so eager to slay a beast, the man remarked with a light laugh. Chung Lin retorted, if you were at 1st tier, you would have been devoured long ago. Ah ha ha. The man smiled. Chung Lin, shaken by the previous blow, felt his innards jostle, rendering him weak and exhausted. His eyes heavy with fatigue. Do you require assistance to the infirmary? The man inquired. Chung Lin stubbornly insisted, no. No need. However, having barely managed to rise, he collapsed onto the floor, losing consciousness. In the infirmary, Chang Lin opened his eyes to the stark-white ceiling. How utterly embarrassing to have fainted. He quickly assessed his surroundings. You're awake? What the hell? Cheng Lin's eyes widened in shock at the sudden voice. It was Fu Linger. Turning his head, he noticed Li Kei and Fu Linger sitting a distance away, having been out of his line of sight moments before. Don't be foolish. Attempting to challenge two beasts at once. Do you think you're invincible? Fu Linger mocked. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Cheng Lin internally grumbled, but replied. I didn't anticipate that beast would be so formidable. It was nearly a 2-star creature. Even I would struggle against it. How have you elevated your strength so rapidly? Fu Ling and Amp, Oppos, queried seriously. Have you taken some forbidden substance? I have diligently trained. I have not consumed any such substances, Cheng Lin responded, pondering the existence of such things. You're lying. You've only been at the Heroes Hall for less than half a month. It's impossible to progress so quickly, Fu Linger challenged, her tone skeptical, seemingly seeing through Cheng Lin's deceit. What star is your ability? Cheng Lin suddenly asked. Fu Linger, puzzled, replied, 8-star telekinesis. I possess 9-star blood eye abilities, naturally. Your training speed would be slower than mine. Cheng Lin shifted the focus onto their differing abilities, highlighting the uniqueness of each person's power. What? Fu Linger stood up, exclaiming, are you looking down on my abilities? And no, I am not. How could you think that? Cheng Lin quickly countered. He was in a precarious position, walking on eggshells, not daring to provoke this woman, a saint here awakened. Humph. Cheng Lin added, moreover, I have supplemented my training with a 3-carat intermediate energy, or, which has expedited my progress. Fu Linger and Li Kei exchanged glances before addressing Cheng Lin. The Hall of Heroes strictly prohibits the use of banned substances. Any violation of this decree will result in immediate expulsion. Chapter 13. The Double Tomo Sharingan at last. The two women departed. Cheng Lin expressed her gratitude for their escort to the infirmary. However, they emanated a perilous aura that left her uncertain in their presence. Power, 109. Speed, 129. Mental strength, 200. Max, 800. Energy, 3,100. Evolution, 50. Max, 100. With each training session, Cheng Lin's energy naturally transformed into power and speed, signifying that focusing solely on energy enhancement would suffice to elevate her physical capabilities. Only with improved physicality could she further amplify her energy. The utilization of the Sharingan consumed mental strength, thus necessitating her training in that realm as well. Although rest could restore mental strength, it was far too sluggish. This predicament resulted in a languid pace of training for Cheng Lin, akin to her comrade, Fu Linger, who was also hindered in her development as a mind master. With a sigh, Cheng Lin lamented her circumstances. Disinclined to rest, she settled into a meditative posture to recuperate her mental strength. Her body bore no significant injuries, save for a severe depletion of mental energy. After some time, Cheng Lin changed her attire and prepared to exit the infirmary to partake in the beast trial once more. The nurses, unable to fathom her condition, were merely ordinary individuals. Upon arriving at the trial ground, the staff members stared in astonishment at Cheng Lin. Shuden and Oppos, you be resting in the infirmary after fainting? I am unscathed, hence I have returned, she replied. You ought to train first. Enhance your abilities before engaging in the trials. It would be to your utmost benefit, the staff member advised. Thank you. But slaying the beasts is my finest form of training, Cheng Lin asserted. The staff member frowned, sensing her obstinacy. Very well, proceed inside. I shall arrange a beast suited for you. Thank you, Cheng Lin responded as she took the elevator to the familiar deep pit, greeted by the well-known iron gate. Creak, creak, creak. The gate slowly opened. This time, it was not a near 2-star beast, but rather a standard 1-star beast, with limbs crawling on the ground, tusks protruding like a wild boar and resembling a lizard. It stood 7 or 8 meters tall, stretching over 10 meters in length and weighing approximately 4 to 5,000 tons. Such large eyes. Do these beasts truly fear my illusions? Cheng Lin mused, dashing forward. The staff member furrowed his brow, recalling that Cheng Lin had dispatched the previous beasts with singular strikes, a far cry from conventional training. It seemed more an expression of her animosity towards the beasts. Mental strength, 500. Mental strength, 300. Cheng Lin glared at the beast, which stood frozen in place. Incapable of resisting, she leaped, plunging her blade into its neck with a fierce slash. Killed a 1-star beast. Power, 113. Speed, 143. Mental strength, 200. Max, 800. Energy, 3,200. Evolution, 54. Max, 100. Another step closer, Cheng Lin rejoiced. At that moment, the staff member activated the intercom, stating, Cheng Lin, this 1-star beast no longer provides an adequate challenge for you. I recommend arranging a more formidable opponent. I prefer not to face another of that strength. I cannot contend with it, Cheng Lin replied directly. Her current mental strength allowed for one more full-strength illusion. Without it, she could not inflict significant damage on the beast. Creak, creak, Creak. The iron gate opened once more. Killed a 1-star beast. Power, 116. Speed, 146. Mental strength, 10. Max, 850. Energy, 3,300. Evolution, 58. Max, 100. We all harbor a profound hatred for these beasts, wishing to see them perish. However, overexerting your abilities to vent your frustrations is misguided, the staff member gently advised, as Chung Lin used a medical wipe to clean the blood from her eyes, allowing the energy to heal her vision. Return and rest well. Do not strain your abilities. They are a part of your very being, he urged. Chung Lin nodded and made her way back to her dwelling. Every second I linger in this world, Xiao must wait that much longer for me. I cannot help it. Reclining in her quarters, Chung Lin began her rest. A week later, Chung Lin had slain 10 1-star beasts, setting a new record in the trial grounds. The newcomers recognized her as the audacious warrior. This reckless individual, effortlessly dispatching beasts, continued to challenge stronger foes, which, while commendable, instilled an inexplicable pressure among her peers. Power, 146. Speed, 176. Mental strength, 700. Max, 1350. Energy, 4,300. Evolution, 98. Max, 100. I have taken my rest seriously for half a day to face you. Chung Lin stood before the formidable beast that had once bested her, perilously close to becoming a 2-star creature. Having nearly exterminated all 1-star beasts, Chung Lin was left with this singular opponent, as Fu Linger and Li Kei were assigned predetermined trials that would not be presented to her. With a roar, the beast charged, eager to consume Chung Lin. Drawing her Kusanagi sword, Chung Lin sprinted forward. Having slain numerous beasts, her fear of them had diminished. Her speed had accelerated, and the Sharingan now enabled her to discern the beast's movements. Your speed has waned, she taunted, though the beast could not comprehend her words. Its primal instincts sensed provocation, inciting its fury. Only beasts of 6 stars and above exhibited awareness. Chung Lin danced around the creature, deliberately closing the distance before suddenly glaring fiercely. Mental strength, 700. Mental strength, 400. Chung Lin expended 300 of her mental strength, blood seeping from her eyes. Yet, after a week of intense Sharingan usage, she had grown immune to the pain, though it left her weakened. The beast, bewildered, momentarily froze. Hit! Chung Lin chuckled, leaping onto the beast's shoulder to deliver a decisive blow, cutting slightly deeper than before. Yet, Chung Lin remained unfazed, relentlessly striking at the creature's neck. Focused on a singular point, spectators in the glass tunnel gasped. Is this individual insane? Chung Lin continued her assault, visibly growing more exhilarated. With a sickening sound, blood began to seep from the beast's neck. Suddenly, the beast regained its composure, thrashing its body and reaching for Chung Lin with both hands. She barely evaded its grasp, landing on the ground. The beast warily regarded her, clutching its wound, which oozed green blood. Chung Lin, exhilarated, assured, "Fear not. It will be swift and painless." Once again, she charged at the beast. Sensing the impending danger, it attempted to flee, yet the confines of the pit offered no escape. Underestimating Chung Lin's speed and the analytical prowess of the Sharingan, she pursued it relentlessly. After several close encounters, she positioned herself directly in front of it. Mental strength, 360. Mental strength, 60. Chung Lin's single tomo emitted a mournful cry, but she persevered, stifling the intense pain in her nerves, and leaped onto the beast's neck. This time, she aimed the tip of her Kusanagi blade at the bleeding wound. With a forceful thrust, she penetrated deeply, anchoring the blade, and shouted with all her might, "You shall all perish. Cease obstructing my path home. May you perish." Chung Lin's eyes were devoid of visible blood vessels, having been obscured by tears of blood. With a thunderous crash, the colossal beast's head fell to the ground. Eliminated a 1-star behemoth. Strength, 149. Speed, 179. Mental power, 56. Limit 1400. Energy, 4400. Evolution, 103. 1000. Unlocked dual tomo Sharingan. Unlocked ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Lightning release. Chidori. Substitution technique. Chapter 14. The outpost beyond the high wall. Chung Lin opened his eyes to see the stark white ceiling once more. The infirmary again. Indeed, Fu Ling and Appos stood beside his hospital bed. Chung Lin surmised that, as expected, she had carried him here. "Thank you," he said. "No need to thank me. It was Li Kei who brought you here. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards her," Fu Linger replied nonchalantly. "Dragged here?" Chung Lin clicked his tongue, unable to fathom such a beautiful scene. "Next time, just pretend you don't know me and let me faint in the trial arena." "Humph. Who'd bother with you? If it weren't for the trial arena's prohibition on lingering and the coincidence of our presence there, we wouldn't have cared," Fu Linger retorted. Li Kei, standing behind her, looked slightly surprised. "Your strength has improved again," Fu Linger remarked earnestly. Chung Lin felt that this could not be concealed, responding, "Yes." An awkward silence fell among the three, as Chung Lin was willing to speak, but Fu Linger did not inquire further. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, gather at the heroic hall, Fu Linger declared before departing. Upon opening the door, Zhang Husheng and Lu Kong stood outside. Did you speak with Qinglin? Zhang Husheng inquired. Yes, that's good. His true identity hasn't been confirmed yet? Fu Linger asked. Qinglin appeared as if he had materialized from thin air. All he knew was that he was indeed from District 5, yet details of his past remained elusive even to the teacher, Zhang Husheng stated. Fu Linger, upon hearing this, said nothing further and left, as Zhang Husheng and Lu Kang's task had been accomplished. Qinglin needed to rest, thus they chose not to linger. Strength, 149, Speed, 179, Mental Power, 400, Limit 1400, Energy, 4400, Evolution, 103, 1000. Qinglin's body was not in dire straits, yet he felt a profound dizziness weighing down on him. He drew the Kusanagi sword, activating his Sharingan, which reflected the dual Tomo. At last, I have taken a small step forward. My ocular power feels significantly strengthened. Qinglin exclaimed, excitedly. Ninjutsu. I never expected Brother Tongzi to be so supportive, even preparing ninjutsu for me. Initially, I felt a lack of a potent offensive means, but with these 3 ninjutsu, I believe I could contend against a 2-star behemoth. Resuming his seated position on the hospital bed, Qinglin began his training. This time, he devoted all his energy to restoring his mental power, as he sensed that something was about to transpire. Half a day later, at 8 in the morning, Qinglin arrived at the heroic hall, where Zhang Husheng and the others had been waiting for some time. The group was astonished by Qinglin's apparent strength, having ascended to the first-tier awakener status in less than a month, nearing the second tier. What exactly are we to do? Qinglin inquired. We are to venture into the world of the behemoths beyond the high wall for training, Zhang Husheng responded. I fear you are already aware that our squad differs from other newcomers in the heroic hall. Each member of our team possesses abilities rated at 8 stars, making us the elite to be cultivated by the heroic hall. The burden of our mission is considerably heavier than that of others. Qinglin was not particularly concerned about their abilities. However, he questioned, we are all second-tier awakener. Is it truly necessary to venture outside the high wall so soon? This is an essential experience. Only in dire circumstances will your strength stabilize and solidify, Kong Shang stated. Qinglin frowned, realizing that for him, this was entirely unnecessary. He could simply remain within the heroic hall, continuously slaying behemoths. His strength and combat experience had already been arranged by Brother Tongzi. However, given their determined demeanor, it seemed improbable for him to withdraw. Qinglin sighed. Rest assured, with the teacher accompanying us, we will not perish. Our team boasts the highest survival rate. Look at us, we are all quite intact. I assure you, we have ventured beyond the high wall twice already. Zhang Husheng explained. Qinglin was well aware of Kong Shang's formidable strength. He fell silent. This time, you will need to travel to a specified location to rendezvous with the Twin Saints. Kong Shang announced. The Twin Saints have returned? Lu Kong exclaimed excitedly. Kong Shang nodded. Qinglin glanced at Fu Linger, who cast a sidelong glance at him and huffed before turning away. Nianqing is quite reasonable. You need not be overly anxious, Qinglin. Zhang Husheng reassured him. Kong Shang stepped to the center of the group. A magical array appeared beneath his feet, gradually expanding to envelop everyone present. Qinglin instinctively activated his Sharingan, recognizing that Kong Shang was at least an 8-tier awakener. Whoosh! The magical array contracted, and the group vanished. When Qinglin regained clarity of his surroundings, he found himself within a vast, enclosed mechanical building, featuring a large rotating display device at its center. Wow, this fellow's ability is spatial transportation? Qinglin marveled at Kong Shang. Impressive, isn't it? Our teacher possesses a 9-star ability, the space array, Zhang Husheng remarked. Indeed, it is remarkably effective for rescue and escape, Qinglin nodded. The group fell silent. Where are we now? Aboard a flying ship. The enormous floating display began emitting light particles that spread throughout the enclosed space. The exterior scenery gradually became visible. Qinglin was astonished. They stood 1,000 meters above the ground, with clouds beneath their feet, allowing for a panoramic view of their surroundings. Everything outside was vividly clear. Yet Qinglin knew they were still within the flying ship. Impressive, right? This is a military battleship's visual AI system. Though we are inside the ship, we can observe everything outside, Zhang Husheng explained. Remarkable, Qinglin mused, having never encountered such a novelty on Earth. Zzz. A hologram of an elderly man appeared on the large display among them. He wore a hat inscribed with the words, Eternal Existence of Humanity. He spoke, Kong Nung. Long time no see. Kong Shang smiled, engaging in casual conversation with the elder. 8-tier awakeners are referred to as Ningshers, while 9-tier awakeners are known as Derenzers, and those at the Saint tier are called Shang. Zhang Husheng explained. The teacher is quite familiar with General Li. Once we exit the outer wall, our first stop will be General Li's outpost. Numerous outposts are situated beyond the high wall, serving as the first line of defense against the invasion of behemoths, their contributions surpassing even those of our heroic hall. We will first head to General Li and Amp. Appos, base to prepare necessary resources, Zhang Husheng stated. Cheng Lin nodded. The more cautiously Zhang Husheng spoke, the more curious he became about the world of behemoths, albeit tinged with fear. He had heard that in the world of behemoths, nothing was consumable by humans. Everything outside had evolved: plants, animals, bacteria, and more. Chapter 15. The chariot of Li Gang. Stepping beyond the towering walls, Cheng Lin finally beheld the landscape outside, which appeared far more natural and beautiful than the confines within. Before long, he espied a colossal base established atop the grasslands. Yet, what captivated Cheng Lin's attention the most was the ominous dark purple mist that loomed in the distance. We refer to that as the ghostly mist, a truly fearsome entity, Zhang Husheng elucidated. Between the colossal beasts and us humans lies a chasm, from which the ghostly mist perpetually emanates. Within that mist reside psychic giants that specifically consume human souls. Is it truly that perilous? Cheng Lin inquired, astonished. However, they possess a singular weakness. They are frightened of the electromagnetic abilities, which we have deployed atop the walls, Zhang Husheng continued. Cheng Lin pondered, realizing that the continuous illumination observed in the 5th district was largely due to the extensive electromagnetic net established atop the walls, radiating brilliance. Certainly, the architecture contributed to this effect, but it was not the primary source. As the airship descended into the base on the grassland, its size appeared diminutive from the sky. Yet upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be immense, reminiscent of an airport. The hangar doors opened, and the group disembarked to a welcoming party clad in distinctive uniforms and trench coats. Cheng Lin recalled that their attire mirrored that of the Awakener Alliance he had first encountered in the Light Initiation Hall. At the forefront stood an elderly man adorned with a dignified hat, emanating an aura of strength that Cheng Lin sensed, though he felt too bashful to activate his Sharingan to gauge the elder's power amidst the throng. Welcome, everyone, the elder greeted warmly, his smile encompassing all. Husheng, have you encountered a bottleneck? General Li, I am but a dullard. I shall soon break through to the 3rd tier of awakening, Zhang Husheng responded respectfully. The elder smiled back, saying, do not be overly harsh on yourself regarding the enhancement of your strength. We old-timers are still here, providing ample time for your growth. Li Ling, my dear, it has been too long. You have blossomed even more beautifully, the elder said kindly, directing his gaze towards Fu Ling and Appos, who replied with gratitude. Thank you, General Li. The elder surveyed the group, appearing satisfied, but upon reaching Cheng Lin, he inquired, and who might this be? He is a newcomer to our team, a 9-star growth-type ability wielder, Kong Shang answered. What? The elder's eyes widened in surprise. What is your name? His interest in Cheng Lin was palpable. I am Cheng Lin. Through his experiences in recent days, Cheng Lin had come to understand that the members of this team were the most promising high-star awakeners among the newcomers at the Heroic Hall, all of whom were 8 stars, while he himself was a rare 9-star. The 9-star category was scarce, and the 9-star growth-type abilities were even rarer. Should he reach a certain pinnacle, he could rival those with 10 stars. This was why, following his awakening, the Light Initiation Hall had hastened to send Cheng Lin to the Heroic Hall, for he was indeed a treasure. May I see your ability? The elder requested. Cheng Lin smiled lightly, wishing to ascertain the elder's prowess as well. Slowly, he unveiled his Sharingan. 9th tier? Cheng Lin gasped in disbelief. The elder's power surpassed even that of Kong Shang. The elder scrutinized Cheng Lin's eyes, murmuring, crimson pupils, black tomo, brimming with an intense hatred. Cheng Lin, your animosity towards the colossal beasts is likely no less than any present here. Indeed, I yearn to eradicate all the colossal beasts from this world, Cheng Lin stated candidly, his words sincere. The elder was taken aback momentarily, but soon his smile returned. He approached Cheng Lin, removing a ring from his hand and grasping Cheng Lin's hand. The onlookers were astonished, yet silence enveloped them, including Cheng Lin. The mission you bear may well be heavier than we can fathom. I hope you can grow to the heights where you may truly realize your grand aspirations. This is not merely an investment in your potential. It is an investment for all humanity, the elder declared, placing the ring upon Cheng Lin's left thumb, a symbol of confidence and authority. We have only just met, Cheng Lin attempted to decline, but managed only to utter those words. I have a keen eye for character, the elder replied. The ring was extraordinary, adjusting itself to fit Cheng Lin's thumb as if it possessed a sentient will. Now, go prepare the equipment you require. Delays in the trial would be unfortunate. The elder instructed, and the group dispersed. Kong Shang lingered to converse with the elder. Cheng Lin, do you realize what it means that General Li has bestowed upon you this ring? Zhang Husheng queried, a hint of envy in his tone. What of it? This ring is an emblem reserved for the upper echelons of the Awakener Alliance. There are but 8 in existence, which means you have ascended to their ranks. Zhang Husheng explained. What is there to envy? It does not enhance my strength, Cheng Lin retorted, casting a disgruntled glance at Zhang Husheng. Members of the Awakener Alliance's upper tier receive a monthly allocation of rare energy ores. By giving you the ring, General Li has effectively granted you access to those ores. Zhang Husheng elaborated. Chung Lin inhaled sharply. The cultivation speed with intermediate energy ores was commendable, but with rare-level ores, it would be exponentially faster. Though Chung Lin could slay colossal beasts to augment his strength, each encounter drained his mental energy, necessitating recovery through cultivation. If he possessed the rare energy ores, he could swiftly enhance his power even while training. The eyes of the nine glimmered with fervor as they gazed at Chung Lin. Even Fu Linger was no exception. However, she soon huffed, turning away to seek equipment. What a proud creature, Chung Lin chuckled softly. Before long, the group gathered around a large, obsidian chariot. The chariot flickered with two green eyes, glancing at Chung Lin, who queried, "Is it staring at me?" Zhang Husheng smiled, stepping forward to the chariot. "Long time no see. Li Gang, where are the energy ores?" The chariot responded in a deep, masculine voice, "Here they are." Zhang Husheng produced approximately 10 carats of low-tier energy ores, and a massive opening appeared before the chariot, resembling a mouth. Li Gang crunched the ores appreciatively, declaring, "Only you have a semblance of conscience. That old codger, Li Mian, deducts my energy ores daily." Li Mian was the elder's name. Li Gang then scrutinized Chung Lin's unfamiliar visage, suddenly noticing the ring upon his hand. "Hey, how did that old codger's ring end up on your hand?" Li Gang exclaimed. Chung Lin, taken aback, hesitated before replying. "He gave it to me." "Impossible. I have begged that old codger for ages, and he has never given it to me. How could he possibly give it to you?" "Perhaps it is because I am more handsome," Chung Lin retorted. Chapter 16. A destination half a province away, alas. Lao Deng no longer wants me. It is too much to bear. The group sat within Li Gang, listening to its lamentations. The sound was akin to a towering muscular man donned in a lowly dress. What transpired? Kong Shang could no longer contain himself and inquired of Zhang Husheng. The ring in Chung Lin and Amp Appo's possession seemed of great significance to Li Gang. Chung Lin remained seated, presenting an air of ignorance. Kong Shang rose, calling out to Li Gang, "Silence yourself. Woe is me. Even you, little Shangzi, are scolding me. I wish to plunge into the abyss." The group sensed the vehicle shifting. Kong Shang's forehead throbbed with veins as he extracted several carats of mid-tier energy ore from his storage ring and casually tossed it aside. "I shall consume it." The iron block suddenly split open, devouring the energy ore with a crisp crunch. The others held their foreheads. Li Gang was clearly coveting the rare energy ore that Chung Lin possessed. "Drive properly and reach the realm of the colossal beasts at the utmost speed," Kong Shang commanded. "Certainly," Li Gang replied. "Do not speak in such a tone." Kong Shang's forehead twitched with more veins. The tone of Li Gang, a rough and boisterous entity, was indeed intolerable, causing both physiological and psychological discomfort. Bang! Oh no! Li Gang was jolted, while Chung Lin steadied himself. The display panel before them activated automatically, revealing the surroundings. They had now entered a realm shrouded in dark purple mist, enveloped by ghostly apparitions. A few specters lurked nearby, eyeing Li Gang with predatory intent. "How dare you collide with me? Do you seek to end your life?" 3 psychic electromagnetic cannons emerged from Li Gang's form, firing directly at the specters and scattering them. Gradually, calm returned. Chung Lin inquired, "Are specters not devoid of physical form?" "Indeed," Zhang Husheng clarified, "but specters can react to psychic electromagnetism." Li Gang radiated a psychic electromagnetic field, allowing them to indirectly interact with us. Roar! More specters appeared, now numbering over a dozen. They bore little resemblance to colossal beasts, but instead resembled bizarre, oversized Cthulhu-like effigies, with sunken noses and emaciated, floating forms. Chung Lin instinctively placed his hand upon the Kusanagi sword. "Do not be alarmed. Although Li Gang is somewhat loquacious, it is among the foremost of battle vehicles." 10 psychic electromagnetic cannons manifested on Li Gang's chassis. "I do not seek you out, yet you dare pursue me. Do you wish to perish?" Li Gang opened fire. The specters, unable to withstand the onslaught, were dispersed. They possessed no physical form and could only engage in mental attacks. "Conserve some energy. Do not become overly excited," Kong Shang advised Li Gang. TCH. As they drew nearer to the ghost abyss, the specters multiplied. Yet they successfully extricated themselves from the abyss and entered the realm of colossal beasts. Chung Lin pondered whether wielding the psychic electromagnetic cannon against the specters would enhance his power. The specters were classified as psychic-type colossal beasts. However, his thoughts were soon cast aside as he beheld the world of colossal beasts, where all specters were barred from entry by a barrier-like energy field. The group passed through. "Isn't it beautiful?" To speak frankly, when we first arrived in the realm of colossal beasts, we were equally astonished by its breathtaking beauty. Zhang Husheng remarked. They found themselves atop a high slope, where grand trees, verdant foliage, sunlight, streams, and white clouds conspired to create a remarkably natural world. This was utterly incomparable to the high walls, where resources were rationed by humanity, the soil rendered barren, and even the clouds obscured by dark purple specters. Nevertheless, this is our rightful inheritance. One day, humanity shall reclaim all that has been lost, Zhang Husheng declared. Chung Lin remained silent. The treasures of this world seemed irrelevant to him. His sole purpose was to slay every colossal beast and return to Earth to care for his sister. Kong Shang enacted a formation, transporting Li Gang along with them. Cheng Lin was taken aback as Zhang Husheng explained, "This is our trial. The teacher observes us from the shadows, ready to save our lives when necessary, but he will not intervene merely for the loss of limbs. It seems rather perilous." Cheng Lin sighed. Pebbles began to tremble, heightening their vigilance. "A horde of colossal beasts approaches us," a delicate blonde girl announced, her eyes revealing a formation. "It is a group of 13 one-star colossal beasts," she added. "Prepare for battle," Zhang Husheng commanded. "Yes." The 9 nodded, and Cheng Lin became serious. Having just arrived in the realm of colossal beasts, they were already confronting one. Down the slope, a pack of robust, white-furred beasts with red eyes and sharp fangs encircled Cheng Lin and the others. The genetic makeup of the beasts harbored animosity towards humanity, prompting them to charge at the group upon sight. "Attack!" Zhang Husheng directed. 7 advanced to engage the 13 white-furred beasts, while 4 remained behind. Cheng Lin was acutely aware that 2 members of the team were support types. The previous blonde girl was one, and the other was an 8-star healing psychic, both protected by 2 others. Power, 149, Speed, 179, Mental Strength, 900, Limit 1400, Energy, 4400, Evolution, 103, 1000. Cheng Lin activated his double Tomo Sharingan, allowing him to perceive clearly and easily deduce the next moves of the beasts. The expenditure of mental strength diminished, and Cheng Lin glared at a white-furred beast. Mental Strength, 896. Mental Strength, 796. With only 100 mental points expended, he immobilized the beast before him. Cheng Lin leaped onto its shoulder and plunged his blade down. It was significantly easier than before, even permitting him to discern the precise point of insertion. Cheng Lin's lips curled into a smirk. One-star colossal beast slain onward. Cheng Lin dashed towards another beast. Mental Strength, 785. Mental Strength, 685. Another beast was immobilized, and Cheng Lin again leaped onto its shoulder, striking downwards, splattering azure blood onto his clothing. One-star colossal beast slain. Had he been wielding the single Tomo previously, he would have been gasping for breath now. The prowess of the double Tomo was incomparable. The others gazed at Cheng Lin in astonishment, still preparing to subdue and slay the beasts, while he had already vanquished 2. Cheng Lin had slain numerous beasts in the heroic hall's trial grounds. His demeanor had subtly transformed, aligning more with Sasuke's cool detachment. Before long, the group paused to rest. True to the 9 stars of psychic power, slaying colossal beasts is far simpler for you, a rather mature-looking tall yellow-skinned boy remarked appreciatively. Of the 13 beasts, Cheng Lin had single-handedly dispatched 5. He merely feared they would claim his experience, thus exerting himself to eliminate the beasts. "Greetings, my name is Zhang Yu." The boy approached and stated. "Hello, I am Cheng Lin," he replied. Following this encounter, a subtle change began to manifest among the group. Cheng Lin gradually integrated with them. "Without further ado, let us proceed to our destination," Zhang Husheng declared. "What shall we do with the energy ores?" Cheng Lin inquired. "Someone will take care of it." Zhang Husheng smiled, as Li Gang chuckled in the distance atop a cliff. The group descended the slope. Their trial destination is approximately 400 kilometers away, roughly half the distance of a province. As one ventures deeper into the realm of colossal beasts, the star rating of these creatures increases. Chapter 17. Team Coordination. This time, we ventured over 400 kilometers deep, where we might encounter 3-star behemoths, and possibly even 4-star ones. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution. Shio is entrusted to protect Hongda, while Shantong looks after Huashu. Zhang Husheng cast his gaze upon the 4 individuals, who nodded in understanding. Shio, the golden-haired girl, possesses the 8-star reconnaissance array eye as her unique ability. Her eyes are blue, yet her visage embodies the beauty of the East. Jahangda, a dark-skinned youth, bears a face reminiscent of Western male models, his ability being the 8-star mixed yuan staff. Upon first witnessing his power, Cheng Lin nearly mistook it for the weapon of the great sage, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared far more mundane in color and runes. Huashu, another female member, stands at a striking height of 1.8 meters, with a fair and charming appearance, sporting a short hairstyle akin to that of a man. She is truly radiant. Her ability, the 8-star medicinal core, marks her as the sole healer in our team. Cheng Lin observed Huashu and Appo's shy demeanor and pondered why. With such a splendid physique and countenance, she lacked confidence. Shantong, a portly figure resembling a small mountain, shares a few features with Shan Haitao. His ability is the 8-star body enlargement, allowing him to amplify his weapons and attire. It was the first time Cheng Lin had encountered these teammates, each endowed with formidable powers. In the realm of behemoths, a unique energy disrupts all electronic communications. Shio's role is paramount within the team, as she can sense biological energy within a radius of several hundred meters. However, should an excessively powerful beast approach, her perception may falter. We are equipped with only 15 days worth of provisions, indicating that we must reach our destination within this time frame. There is no room for delay. We must set forth immediately. 11 individuals embarked on the journey. Cheng Lin found himself somewhat subdued by their collective emotions, perhaps a reflection of his own evolving nature. The group dashed into a dense forest, each armed with a map to ascertain their position at any moment. The recently spotted one-star ape beast likely resides within this forest, and it is probable that others of its kind are nearby. Thus, we must remain vigilant, Zhang Husheng cautioned. The journey of 400 kilometers would take Cheng Lin over a week if he were to run at full speed. Considering various factors, it could take even longer. Therefore, they must accelerate in relatively safe areas and slow down in perilous zones. Power, 160. Speed, 190. Mental strength, 456. Max, 1650. Energy, 4,800. Evolution, 123. Max, 500. Cheng Lin had refrained from exerting too much mental strength, as he was still a newcomer and needed to exercise caution. The use of ninjutsu would be reserved for critical moments. Should I deploy ninjutsu? They might assume I possess another ability. I vaguely recall hearing about dual abilities, but the details elude me, Cheng Lin mused. He remained uncertain about the group's views on dual abilities, treating it merely as a potential lifeline. Something's amiss, Shio announced. As the array in her right eye began to swirl. There are over a dozen behemoths approaching us. No more, at least 30. Panic surged through the group. Confronting a horde of 31-star behemoths would be dire. Even though they were all second-tier awakeners, save for Cheng Lin, they were outnumbered, and no one could ascertain whether more beasts would emerge. Cheng Lin steeled himself, activating his double Tomo Sharingan. This is troublesome. I can only cast illusions 4 more times. Zhang Husheng hesitated before saying, there are too many of them. We cannot engage directly. We must flee. Hongda, Shantong, you two take Shio and Huashu and retreat. The 7 of us will hold them off and mark our path. Once we withstand their attack, we shall regroup. Wait, Cheng Lin, you are merely a first-tier awakener. You should leave as well. Zhang Husheng glanced at Cheng Lin. My strength is on par with yours, and my speed is not significantly different. There is no need. Cheng Lin replied. His speed was nearly at the second-tier level, bolstered by Sasuke's robust physique, making him comparably swift. I came here to hunt behemoths. Zhang Husheng hesitated but ultimately nodded, saying, all right, but if you find it overwhelming, do inform us. The 7 halted, preparing to intercept the 1-star behemoth herd that had begun to reveal itself. It's the green demon, Lu Kong remarked. The green demon was considerably smaller than the previous 1-star ape beast, roughly the size of 2 adult grizzly bears. They had climbed down from the trees, some even leaping onto the treetops. I should have anticipated this. They have been competing with the ape beasts for territory, Li Kei stated. They're coming, Fu Linger announced. The first green demon lunged from the treetops, mouth agape. Zhang Yu summoned the 8-star illusory hand ability, channeling energy before charging toward the green demon. Just before the beast could make contact, it was pinned to the ground by Fu Linger's telekinesis, allowing Zhang Yu's illusory fist to descend, crushing the creature's skull. More green demons prowled among the treetops, seeking weaknesses in the group. They seemed to sense that Lu Kong was the youngest, and thus, they charged toward him first. Lu Kong slashed through the air, leaving 2 white lines that surged toward the green demon, slicing it as though it were an elegant blade. 1 green demon was struck, but the lines did not dissipate. Instead, they ensnared the creature. Li Kei conjured a spear, appearing instantaneously before the green demon, and with a swift motion, severed its head. The team coordinated seamlessly, dispatching every green demon that attempted to descend. Some remained trepidatious among the branches, and a blast of ice shot toward them. This was the final teammate, Han Bing, wielding the 8-star ice ability. Cheng Lin had slain few behemoths this time, partly due to the lack of opportunity, and partly to conserve mental strength. No one could predict what would emerge next. Mental strength, 456. Mental strength, 432. Mental strength, 398. Mental strength, 230, exhausted. The group panted heavily after dispatching over 30 green demons. As these creatures were social beasts, this location likely served as their habitat, with more green demons continuously arriving. Retreat. Zhang Husheng commanded. The 7 promptly fled toward Shio and the others. Suddenly, Zhang Husheng halted, facing backward, and bellowed, behold my flames. The 8-star flames surged forth like a torrent, engulfing the pursuing behemoths and igniting the trees, completely severing their path. Roars erupted from all the green demons, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared through the flames at the fleeing group. Despite their significant energy depletion, the team pressed on, gasping for breath, yet refusing to cease their escape. The 7 soon spotted the markings Shio and the others had left on the trees. Emerging from the forest, they arrived at a patch of rocky green moss, where a few sizable boulders stood. Zhang Husheng led the way toward an open space encircled by these stones, which was entirely barren. Cheng Lin felt a pang of unease, as his Sharingan sensed something amiss, though he could not discern what it was. Gradually, Shio and the other three materialized before them. Shio stuck out her tongue and said, "The captain's judgment remains impeccable." Cheng Lin then realized that this energy resonated with Shio's reconnaissance array eye. Haha, do you understand why Shio's ability is referred to as the reconnaissance array eye? Zhang Yu inquired, observing Cheng Lin and Apos' astonishment. Cheng Lin was evidently unaware, yet she remarked, "Because her extraordinary abilities can also manifest a concealment array." Haha. Zhang Yu chuckled awkwardly for a moment before falling silent. Fu Ling and Apos cast a glance at Cheng Lin and stepped into the array. Chapter 18. The stone beast horde in the rocky terrain. The group was not entirely unscathed. Each member bore wounds, varying in severity. Thanks to the dynamic analysis capabilities of her Sharingan, Cheng Lin suffered the least injuries. Having only slain 5 green demons felt somewhat inadequate, she mused internally. Together, the 7 of them had vanquished approximately 37 green demons. "I do not require treatment, thank you," Cheng Lin stated to Huashu, who had approached her. "Absolutely not. You need treatment," Huashu insisted through gritted teeth, her gaze flickering briefly to Cheng Lin before she averted her eyes. Cheng Lin glanced at the others, who smiled encouragingly. Zhang Yu remarked, "You mustn't let Huashu's good intentions go unheeded." Cheng Lin, puzzled but not inclined to argue, allowed Huashu to utilize her powers. Fragrant energy coalesced and flowed into Cheng Lin and Apos' body. The fatigue that had enveloped her dissipated almost instantaneously. After the healing, a small smile graced Huashu's lips as she turned to leave. Cheng Lin observed the others, who maintained their usual demeanor. It seemed Huashu had insisted on treatment out of a desire to assist everyone and not to be a burden. Cheng Lin surmised Huashu's intentions, sensing her reluctance to be seen as a liability. When Huashu caught Cheng Lin's gaze, they exchanged a brief look before Huashu turned her head away. Could this be one of the top 3 illusions? Cheng Lin chuckled awkwardly. After resting for the night, the group prepared their belongings and resumed their journey. They had little time to spare. The location chosen by Shio offered a direct route to their destination, yet they had to traverse the rocky terrain first. Beyond the stones lay a verdant plain, potentially the most perilous area they would encounter. Not only that, but they also needed to navigate a waterway before continuing through the forest and rocky landscape to reach their goal. Strength, 170. Speed, 200. Mental strength, 1000. Limit 1900. Energy, 5300. Evolution, 143, 500. Cheng Lin spent the night recuperating her mental strength, but managed to restore only half of it. There may be a first-star stone beast lurking here. Shio, be cautious. Everyone stay alert, Zhang Husheng warned. First-star stone beasts could transform into stone, concealing their presence. When prey approached, they would spring forth unexpectedly. Although Shio and Apos' reconnaissance array could detect first-star stone beasts, the fear remained that a second-star stone beast might suddenly appear. The higher the star rating of the beast, the greater its ability to conceal itself, and as a mere second order awakened, Shio might not perceive it in time. Though the group was running, their pace was considerably slower than when they were in the forest. Cheng Lin noticed the heightened vigilance of her companions and felt compelled to increase her own alertness. Detecting something amiss, she decisively activated her Sharingan. While Cheng Lin's Sharingan did not possess the same range as Shio's, everything within her line of sight was far superior to what Shio could perceive. "Stop!" Cheng Lin exclaimed abruptly. The group halted in surprise, turning to gaze at Cheng Lin's eyes, which swirled with the double tomo. It was then they realized her eyes had transformed. "Something is amiss ahead. There are stone beasts," Cheng Lin warned, fixating on a small hill towering 20 meters high. Upon hearing this, Shio intensified the energy input to her reconnaissance array, her face paling in an instant. "We're surrounded," she breathed, sensing the approaching energy of dozens of first-star beasts, yet she could not perceive the stone beast before them. This indicated that the beast in front of them was at least a second star. What went wrong? Shio pondered, feeling the weight of her responsibility as the group's navigator. "Forget that. We must break free immediately. Shio, quickly reassign our route." Okay. Shio nodded. The ground began to tremble, and tension filled the air as rolling stones approached, each one a stone beast. "Over there. That area has the weakest energy and is suitable for our escape towards our destination," Shio directed, pointing to a relatively flatter expanse lacking massive boulders. The group rushed toward that direction. However, in an instant, a massive green beast soared over their heads, crashing down onto the ground before them. "It's a green demon," they collectively remembered. The realization struck them. These giant beasts were imbued with genes that sought to annihilate humanity. Upon detecting human presence, they would ally with neighboring beasts, even those that were natural foes. Having rested in close proximity to the rocky terrain and forest, the beasts had undoubtedly been searching for them throughout the night. "Run!" Zhang Husheng shouted. As the rolling stones drew nearer, the group had to carve a path for themselves. "Hongde Zhangyu," Zhang Husheng called. The two accelerated, pushing to the front of the group, where 3 enormous rolling stones blocked their path. Ji Hongde summoned his Hunyuan staff, which gradually expanded, while Zhang Yu manifested a phantom giant hand, gathering strength. Shantong, Ling Air. Zhang Husheng shouted again. The two rushed forward. Fu Ling Air harnessed her telekinetic powers, channeling them into Jihong Da and Appo's staff, successfully redirecting one of the rolling stones off course, sending it crashing into the distant solid rock. Zhang Yu and Appo's phantom hand struck one of the rolling stones, but the force was insufficient, merely nudging it slightly. Shantong and Appo's fists expanded, and with a mighty blow, he sent the stone flying backwards. Yet another rolling stone loomed dangerously close to them. The first starstone beast sensed the outcome of the other two beasts and leaped into the air, revealing its massive stone body. Roar! Cheng Lin stepped forward. Her double tomo spinning. Mental strength, 1,000. Mental strength, 800. To ensure their safety, Cheng Lin expended 200 points of mental strength, fixing her gaze upon the stone beast. The creature became disoriented, unable to control its rapid descent, and plummeted behind the group. Well done, Zhang Yu exclaimed excitedly. The group regarded Cheng Lin with admiration, acknowledging her prowess as a 9-star awakened. The second star stone beast now revealed its true form, towering above the nearby first star beast. It seized a green demon and hurled it forcefully at the group. They deftly evaded the attack, finally escaping the encirclement. The sheer size of the second star stone beast, coupled with the lack of space to dive, prevented it from rolling closer to them. Since the stone beasts are here, it follows that the number of beasts in the rocky terrain ahead will not be excessive. Everyone, run with all your might, Zhang Husheng commanded. Though they encountered a few more stone beasts along the way, they managed to navigate past them with relative ease. Having escaped the rocky terrain, Zhang Husheng reflected on the danger of being surrounded and declared, "We must distance ourselves from the rocky area by at least 50 kilometers today to delay the beast's re-encirclement. This means we will have to take a longer route." He observed the expressions of his companions. "I would rather take the long way than face another ambush," Shio remarked, her tone tinged with disappointment and guilt. "So would I," Huashu added softly. Fu Ling Air voiced her agreement. "This river may not be safe either. I support taking the detour." Li Kei, Fu Ling Air's loyal follower, echoed her sentiment. "Me too," Lu Kong chimed in, lifting his gaze to the group. "Very well, we shall take the detour," Zhang Husheng affirmed, moving next to Shantong and patting his sturdy shoulder. "You've borne the brunt of this, my friend." "Oh." Shantong sighed. The group shared a light laugh, Cheng Lin included. Chapter 19. Resting the team Cold Ice sprinted ahead of the group, utilizing his icy powers to freeze the surface of the water. They needed to traverse the lake before them to reach the grassy plains beyond. At least 2 zones needed to be crossed to slightly evade detection from the colossal beasts. "Almost there, everyone. Keep pushing," Zhang Husheng urged. "There is something in the water," Shio warned. The group grew vigilant. 4 1-star behemoths, Shio added. Moments later, 4 moving shadows appeared beneath the icy surface. "Keep running. Do not stop." Before them loomed a great mountain. Once they ascended it, the lush green plains would be visible. "More are coming," Shio fretted. Crack. A shadow collided with the ice. 20 of them. Splash. Roar. Cheng Lin glanced aside, spotting a robust fishman, entirely black, with 4 limbs, fish fins, and crimson eyes, bearing its fangs and measuring 7 to 8 meters in height, lunging at Huashu. Cheng Lin was right behind Huashu and immediately dashed forward. Spiritual power, 800. Spiritual power, 600. The fishman was rendered unconscious and collapsed onto the ice. Li Kei surged forward, stabbing the fishman's head with a spear. Cheng Lin lamented the loss of such experience points, but the situation was dire, leaving no time for hesitation. Crack. Fishmen gathered before Cold Ice. As he froze the surface, they would leap out prematurely. "Do not stop, keep running," Zhang Husheng shouted. If they halted, the gathering fishmen would multiply, and they would be doomed. The 6 formed a protective circle around Huashu and Shio, while 2 safeguarded Cold Ice as he froze the water's surface. The fishmen surged from the depths, snapping at the group and crashing against the ice. Cheng Lin gritted his teeth, his double Sharingan spinning wildly. Lu Kong was caught by an arm, screaming as blood stained his limb. "Back inside our circle." Cheng Lin glared at Lu Kong. The others understood, and Lu Kong quickly retreated into their protective formation. Huashu began to use her powers to heal his arm. Cheng Lin glanced at the water, noting the increasing number of shadows gathering in the distance. Spiritual power, 568. Spiritual power, 548. Almost there, everyone. Keep going. Zhang Husheng encouraged. Only 200 meters remained to the shore. Zhang Yu was also injured by a fishman, yet he managed to endure. The fishmen continued to emerge from the depths, aside from Cheng Lin. The others struggled to discern the trajectory of their attacks. 100 meters, Zhang Husheng urged on. As Fu Ling utilized her telekinetic powers, her eyes glowed. She resembled a frenzied tabby cat. "I can still use my abilities," Lu Kong declared, stepping out of the protective circle to unleash his white rope powers. Soon, they finally reached the shore. Cold Ice unleashed a massive ice sheet, freezing the 10 meters of water before them. The fishmen could only leap out of the water. Rushing towards the group, they turned to flee. The fishmen halted as they approached the forest, wary of the mountain. Cheng Lin was taken aback by their unusual behavior. This mountain might be abnormal, he remarked. Indeed, the others nodded. Other colossal beasts likely inhabited this mountain, causing the fishmen to avoid it. The sun was setting. We must cross this mountain before nightfall, Zhang Husheng stated. The group was exhausted and panting, some even bleeding, yet they agreed to this plan. The mountain was densely forested, even more so than the woods they had encountered with the green demon. Cheng Lin activated his Sharingan. Spiritual power, 499. Spiritual power, 489. Something feels off about this forest, Cheng Lin pondered, unable to articulate the reason. No, I can't go on. Shantong halted, leaning on his knees, gasping for breath. His injuries were severe, and his large frame made it difficult to avoid fatigue. The group paused. Zhang Husheng scrutinized everyone, hesitating before saying, "Let us rest here for a moment, Cheng Lin. You and I will scout the surroundings." Cheng Lin had sustained the least injuries, and his eyes were well suited for detecting nearby threats. All right, they rested in a thicket, with Shio setting up a magic array while Huashu used her powers to heal the others. Fu Ling was significantly drained of spiritual energy, truth be told. Had it not been for Shantong, she would have been the one to call for a halt. Ling, take a moment to recover your spiritual power, Li Kei advised. Standing guard beside her, Zhang Husheng and Cheng Lin ventured outside the magic array. Zhang Husheng inquired, "Cheng Lin, do you sense anything amiss in this forest?" "If it's not animals, I suspect it's the plants," Cheng Lin replied. "The conditions here are far too different from when we first encountered the green demon." Cheng Lin approached a tree and remarked, "The bark of these trees has grown too naturally, as if untouched by anything, yet the fishmen are still cautious of this forest, leading me to believe it is indeed the plants. In the realm of colossal beasts, plants might possess intelligence and could potentially feast on blood." Zhang Husheng nodded, affirming Cheng Lin's thoughts. "That is highly probable. Time is of the essence. Let us split up, but do not stray too far from the magic array." Understood. Cheng Lin and Zhang Husheng ventured off in different directions. Cheng Lin leaped atop a tree, surveying the entire mountain. It was too quiet. A world of colossal beasts should not be this silent. He descended from the great tree, observing the surrounding flora, grass and flowers, yet devoid of small animals, which contradicted the components of an ecosystem. Unless, perhaps, it was self-sustaining. Cheng Lin had concluded that the beasts within this mountain were the plants, but their whereabouts remained unclear. Vines. He spotted a large tree covered in vines, resembling a parasitic relationship. Spiritual power, 462. Spiritual power, 456. Cheng Lin noticed a faint energy emanating from both the vines and the tree. Regardless of whether they were plant or animal, the most fundamental forms of life would emit a subtle energy. Cheng Lin drew his Kusanagi sword and swung it at the tree, embedding it several inches deep. No blood. He struck a vine, which oozed a greenish sap, yet he was uncertain if it was the blood of a colossal beast. Tasting it was out of the question. Cheng Lin chuckled. Having just awakened his ninjutsu, it would be a shame not to experiment. He raised his right hand. Chidori. Energy, 5,300. Energy, 5,100. A surge of lightning crackled in Cheng Lin's right hand, echoing like an eagle's cry. He thrust it into the tree, penetrating deeper than the Kusanagi sword, slicing through half of its body with ease. This power is incredible, with Chidori. Why would I ever need the Kusanagi sword? Cheng Lin pondered. However, would using Chidori in front of everyone be too ostentatious? Cheng Lin murmured. Never mind. Being ostentatious is my forte, but it's not yet necessary to use Chidori. Cheng Lin turned to leave, unaware that the vines behind him suddenly quivered, and the solidified blood of the tree melted, transforming into white liquid. Chapter 20. Cheng Lin's dual abilities. The sun descended below the horizon as Cheng Lin and Zhang Husheng returned to the group. Everyone had mostly regained their strength. Once we traverse this mountain, we will reach the verdant plains, where finding a suitable resting place will be quite challenging. I propose we rest here for the night, said Shio. This mountain is peculiar, not a single beast in sight, Zhang Husheng remarked. I advise against lingering here, Cheng Lin cautioned. The absence of any beasts is quite unusual. You are aware that beasts can be categorized into plant and animal types. If this entire mountain is inhabited by plant beasts, we would find ourselves trapped with no means of escape. Shio stood, asserting, if that were the case, with so many plants around us, we should have been attacked by now. Our lack of assault is fortunate. Perhaps these beings adhere to certain rules in their behavior, Cheng Lin explained. The group fell into a contemplative silence. Let us vote, Fu Linger proposed. Whichever side garners more votes will prevail. I advocate for resting here, Shio declared, raising her hand. Her small limbs were weary from the prolonged exertion, and as she rightly pointed out, the verdant plains would indeed present difficulties in finding a place to rest. Moreover, there were aerial beasts and congregating climbing creatures that could lead to conflict. While the verdant plains contained grassy thickets, their precise locations remained a mystery, leaving them to chance. Of the 11 members, the votes were evenly split at 4 for resting and 4 against, leaving the deciding vote with Fu Linger. Shio, Shantong, Lu Kong, and Huashu all favored staying for the night. I too wish to rest here, Fu Ling and Appos, admitted, having expended considerable mental energy that had yet to be replenished. I have faith in my formation. Beasts below 6 stars lack consciousness and will not penetrate my array, Shio stated confidently. Then let us take turns keeping watch. Zhang Husheng suggested. Cheng Lin had no objections, as this was merely his conjecture. As midnight approached, the group was abruptly awakened. Ji Hongdao rushed back into the formation, breathless. The trees from the mountaintop to the hillside have begun to glow. I can feel them emanating energy, he exclaimed. Cheng Lin and Zhang Husheng swiftly ascended the trees, witnessing the green light spreading across the mountainside like an inferno. Indeed, it is energy converging upon us, Zhang Husheng noted. Cheng Lin, through Shio's formation, roughly gauged whether they could withstand this energy. The answer was a resounding no. We must flee this forest immediately. We cannot allow ourselves to be ensnared by these green lights. Upon hearing Cheng Lin and Appos' words, Zhang Husheng nodded. The group promptly prepared to escape, heading in the opposite direction of the advancing green light. Beyond this forest lies the verdant plains. We cannot afford to halt our flight until we find a new refuge, Zhang Husheng urged. Cheng Lin glanced back and remarked, the green light is advancing rapidly. It has yet to enter my abilities range, so I cannot ascertain its star level. Shio replied, the group is exerting all their strength to flee. But the green light seems to have become aware of our actions, accelerating its pursuit. It indeed possesses awareness, Cheng Lin mused. But wait. There are green lights approaching from other directions, Shio observed. The green light surrounded them from 3 sides, prompting Cheng Lin to quicken his pace and leap onto a larger tree. He spotted 3 sources of encroaching green light, accompanied by writhing vines. It is a swarm of 1-star beasts. Shio sensed the looming danger. The numbers, Shio's face turned pale. The entire mountain is involved. What? The group gasped, and Shio continued, I cannot say for certain. When the green light makes contact with other areas, it seems to trigger the emergence of new forces. Cheng Lin, with clarity of thought, turned his gaze to Zhang Husheng. Zhang Husheng, ignite the trees behind us. Cheng Lin leaped down, addressing him. These plants are beasts, seemingly constrained by some force that prevents them from awakening. Once the green light reaches them, they will awaken. Hurry, that is our only option, Husheng, Zhang Yu urged. Zhang Husheng looked to the others, their eyes conveying a unified resolve. Very well. Zhang Husheng unleashed his ability, an 8-star inferno, channeling all his strength to incinerate the trees in their wake. A single spark ignited into a raging inferno, with a resounding boom. The trees behind them were engulfed in flames. Do not cease, continue to burn, Cheng Lin shouted. Zhang Husheng nodded. A roar erupted from the inferno, akin to that of a beast, startling everyone. Zhang Husheng no longer hesitated, directly employing flames to obliterate the trees in their path. The more fire he conjured, the louder the roars of the beasts grew, as the green light's advance was momentarily stymied by the encroaching red glow. Yet, the flanking green lights continued their pursuit. Sensing the flames, they seemed enraged, quickening their pace. Panic spread among the group. Only Zhang Husheng wielded fire abilities, while the others lacked the means to effectively suppress the green light and Appos' encroachment. They are closing in, Shio and Appos' legs weakened, her resolve wavering. She contemplated abandoning the trial, her voice trembling with fear. Zhang Husheng was uncertain which green light to confront. Zhang Husheng, you take the right side. I will handle the left, Cheng Lin commanded. What? Zhang Husheng and the others were puzzled. Hurry, Cheng Lin barked. Hearing this, Zhang Husheng chose to trust Cheng Lin, and both sprinted in opposite directions. Cheng Lin formed a seal with his hands. Fire release, great fireball technique. Energy, 5,100. Energy, 4,800. A massive fireball erupted from Cheng Lin's mouth, hurtling toward the left forest. The group stared in disbelief at Cheng Lin. 2 abilities? Not enough. The flames lack intensity. 1 fireball merely scorched a few trees. Then let us conjure an even greater one. Cheng Lin formed another seal. Energy, 4,800. Energy, 4,000. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball, 3 to 4 times larger and more intense, soared forth, incinerating a substantial swath of trees as it collided with the green light, erupting with a thunderous blast that scattered the green light into flames. 21-star beasts slain, 10 1-star beasts slain, 9 1-star beasts slain. By heavens. This is a wealth of experience, Cheng Lin exclaimed, exhilarated by the system's notifications. Energy, 4,000. Energy, 3,000. An even larger fireball rocketed toward the green light, engulfing a vast number of beasts in a fiery demise. 21-star beasts slain, 17 1-star beasts slain. The group watched in trepidation as Cheng Lin continued to unleash fireballs, while Zhang Husheng approached exhaustion. Chapter 21. The humanoid behemoth. Before long, the group escaped the forest and entered a vast grassland, witnessing the inferno raging behind them. The relief of surviving, coupled with the astonishment at Cheng Lin's dual abilities, rendered them speechless. However, Cheng Lin couldn't contain himself. He chuckled, gradually erupting into laughter. Confused, Zhang Husheng asked with concern, Chung Lin, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm just overwhelmed with excitement at having slain so many behemoths, Chung Lin replied calmly, observing the information displayed before him. Strength, 328. Speed, 358. Mental power, 378. Limit, 6,700. Energy, 10,200. Evolution, 527, 3,000. Chung Lin had just vanquished a total of 96 behemoths. The forest was abundant with trees, yet not every one of them housed a star-level beast. As Chung Lin and Appo's power grew, the enhancement from a one-star behemoth would diminish. Though his mental power limit still increased by 50 points, with energy values around 100 and evolution points calculated at 4 per beast. Unlocking 3 Tomo Sharingan. Unlocking Ninjutsu. Phoenix Fire Technique. Chidori Sharp Spear. Kirin. Chung Lin staggered and fell to the ground. Chung Lin. Chung Lin. The others voiced their concern. Memories of Sasuke's 3 Tomo flooded Chung Lin's mind, causing him some distress. Yet, he gradually adapted to the pain, as it hastened his return to Earth. I and Appo's am fine. It's just that I've expended too much energy and mental power, and my body is struggling to adjust. Chung Lin explained. I see. That's good. The group responded, noting the newfound respect they had for him, which created a distance among them. They hardly scrutinized Chung Lin's strength. He had already reached the 3rd tier. Let us continue running. The flames are too intense and could easily attract more behemoths. Chung Lin urged, adding, I'm alright, so you needn't worry excessively about me. Huashu approached and used her healing powers on Chung Lin. They resumed their journey, this time enveloped in a palpable silence. As the sun rose, they were fortunate to find a small grove to take refuge. Chung Lin, why didn't you tell us from the start that you possess 2 abilities? Zhang Hushing broke the silence. I only discovered it later. I wasn't aware before. Chung Lin admitted, having awakened his dual Tomo only after unlocking his ninjutsu. It might be due to the overwhelming strength of my eyes that I overlooked my fire ability during the awakening, Chung Lin added. The group appeared to accept this explanation, and the atmosphere lightened. After all, Chung Lin's bloodline eyes were a 9-star growth type ability. They had run throughout the night, utterly exhausted, and began to rest. Though Zhang Hushing remained vigilant, taking turns to keep watch. Chung Lin, feeling more alert after recovering some mental power, decided to meditate and cultivate his mental strength. His focused energy drew the attention of the others. 3rd tier, Zhang Yu stood abruptly, astonished but silent, staring at Chung Lin. The others followed suit, including Fu Linger, who also rose to her feet. I think I understand why the behemoths are searching for Chung Lin, Fu Linger murmured. He exudes an aura that is distinctly inhuman. We don't have time to cultivate, yet his strength is only increasing, Shio remarked. What on earth is going on with him? A collective question arose in their minds, and they stood, cautiously observing Chung Lin. Sensing their unease, Chung Lin remained unfazed. Stop pretending. Aren't you going to ask me to explain? Who exactly are you? Fu Linger scrutinized him with an intensity that was almost confrontational. Or perhaps you are a humanoid behemoth. Chung Lin understood their intentions, opened his eyes, and inquired, Isen and Appo's the Holy Maiden of Light also a behemoth? That exquisite woman with bare feet and 8 wings could hardly be human. I suspected this from the beginning. Do you think you are akin to the Holy Maiden of Light? She granted us the ability to awaken our powers. She betrayed an entire world of beasts to assist us humans, a fact well documented over centuries, Chung Lin articulated, gradually rising to his feet. My goals align with yours. I too seek to eradicate all behemoths in this world, and I am undeniably human. Chung Lin might genuinely be human. Huashu, hiding behind the others, spoke up. I've treated him twice, and I can sense the biological energy within him. It is akin to ours, unlike that of other creatures. But how do you explain your continuously increasing strength? Fu Ling and Appo's pressed on. Humans shouldn't possess such capabilities. Or do you still think I am a behemoth concealing my strength? You, woman, are utterly devoid of merit beyond your appearance, Chung Lin scorned her. What? Fu Linger fumed. My resolve to eliminate every behemoth in this world is far stronger than all of yours combined. If I were a shape-shifting behemoth, would you all still be alive now? Chung Lin continued. Gradually, the group lowered their guard. Fu Linger clenched her fists, fixating on Chung Lin. Chung Lin sighed, I apologize. My emotions have been somewhat volatile. After his apology, he settled back down to meditate. Upon merging with Sasuke's memories, Chung Lin felt a transformation within himself. The others exchanged guilty glances at Chung Lin and offered their apologies. Yet, Fu Ling and Appo's continued to scrutinize him, though her fists relaxed. I will have my sister beat you to a pulp. No amount of apologies will suffice. Fu Linger turned away, distancing herself from Chung Lin. Chung Lin felt a chill. He had likely truly offended Fu Linger. Zhang Hushing had returned, but had remained silent until now. Standing in the midst of the group, he declared, as long as our goals align, it matters not who we were before. We must cooperate and strive towards our shared objective. Chung Lin, I apologize once more for the earlier distrust, Zhang Hushing said with a respectful bow. Chung Lin acknowledged with a slight hum. At last, the others managed to smile faintly. After about half a day, once the group had rested, they resumed their journey. They had already spent 3 days, leaving them with 12 more, with nearly 289 kilometers to their destination. Everyone, be cautious. Watch for high slopes or unusual grass mounds. The green grassland offers no cover. When encountering behemoths, we must either flee or fight. The risk is greater than before, and these behemoths tend to travel in packs. Cheng Lin cautioned. Strength, 328. Speed, 358. Mental power, 3,800. Limit, 6,700. Energy, 10,200. Evolution, 527, 3,000. Cheng Lin spent the half-day recovering his mental power. The higher his mental power limit, the faster he could recover. Half a day would restore half his limit, while a full day would replenish him completely. With his Sharingan activated, Cheng Lin felt the grassland posed even greater dangers than the forest or lakes. Chapter 22. 1,000 birds. The group had been running for approximately 2 hours. Everyone, let us push a little harder. If we run for another 3 hours, we will be free from this plain. They circled the periphery of the green field, aware that monstrous beasts surely lurked within its center, and they would not take that risk. If they encountered any beasts while running along the edge, it would only be a testament to their misfortune. Their speed was remarkable, approximately 50 kilometers per hour, translating to about 14 meters per second. This was not a sprint, but rather a marathon, stretching 100 kilometers in length. Had they traversed through the center of the green field, they would have only required 2 to 3 hours. However, they chose the safer route along the edge. Shio maintained her powers throughout, becoming increasingly cautious. Twice before, her misjudgment nearly endangered the group. Guilt weighed heavily upon her delicate heart, and her companions noticed. It's too quiet, Cheng Lin suddenly remarked. Don't you think it has been eerily silent all this way, just like in the forest? Zhang Hushing and the others nodded, yet none had detected anything suspicious nearby. Cheng Lin's gaze shifted to a distant rise on the grassland, where no beasts were visible on the ground. Were they perhaps in the sky? He inexplicably looked up, only to find the clouds tranquil and unremarkable. However, in the distance, a few dark spots appeared. Cheng Lin focused his Sharingan on those dark shapes, and the others instinctively turned their attention to him. As the dark spots loomed closer, their size increased. Stop, Zhang Hushing commanded. The group halted, now able to discern the enlarging shapes in the sky. It's a raven, Shio announced. Prepare the crossbow, Zhang Hushing declared. Cheng Lin was puzzled. They had not brought any crossbow bolts. The group activated their powers. Ji Hongdao enlarged his black staff, levitating it in the air, while Lu Kong summoned numerous white ropes that coalesced into one. Zhang Yu conjured 2 ethereal hands to grip Ji Hongdao's staff, bending it. Lu Kong secured the ends of the staff with his white ropes, and Han Bing hurled ice to freeze the extremities. Cheng Lin was astonished at this elaborate formation. Shantong enlarged himself, and Shio leaped onto his shoulder, amplifying her eyes formation to aim at the increasingly large silhouettes in the sky. Li Kei tossed his long spear to Shantong, who drew the bowstring taut. Zhang Hushing enveloped the spear's front half in flames, while Fu Linger used telekinesis to aid the spear's launch. This entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. Now, let me show you the combined might of our 10-man team. Zhang Hushing smiled. Cheng Lin returned the smile, impressed by their synergy. Fire! With a resounding bang, a meteor-like projectile shot forth, striking one of the dark shapes. The creature plummeted to the ground. The group erupted in excitement. Continue. The ravens were now fully exposed, and they had time for another shot. With another loud bang, a second missile soared, piercing a diving raven. The raven's screech was horrifically piercing, echoing through the skies. Damn it, we didn't kill it. The group clenched their teeth. The raven was merely wounded, falling from the sky, but not necessarily dead. The last raven, enraged, spread its wings, spanning over 40 meters, casting a shadow across the land. Cheng Lin was taken aback. What had once been a mere dark spot in the sky now loomed before them as a colossal beast. A 2-star raven, Zhang Hushing stated. This was the first 2-star beast they encountered during their trials. Thankfully, they had already killed one and injured another. Otherwise, they would have faced a grueling battle. The 2-star raven roared, intimidating the group. We cannot allow it to continue screeching. It will attract other beasts. Before Shio could finish her thought, Cheng Lin dashed forward, even faster than Shantong. With a mental force of 3,232, he utilized his 3-tomo Sharingan to cast an illusion directly into the raven and Appo's eyes, rendering it dazed. Everyone attack, Zhang Hushing commanded. Cheng Lin drew his grass-slicing sword and leaped onto the raven's shoulder, striking its neck. Clang. Cheng Lin was taken aback. It was remarkably hard. It's its feathers, he realized, observing the raven and Appo's plumage, as tough as steel. Switching to a different blade, he stabbed again, but to no avail. The group had now surrounded the raven. Lu Kong employed his white rope ability to bind the raven's legs and body, wrapping it tightly until it resembled a mummy. Li Kei appeared behind Cheng Lin. Move aside, he shouted. Cheng Lin frowned. This was a 2-star beast, and the experience points were significant. But he relented and stepped back. Li Ke wielded a genuine offensive weapon, stabbing the 2-star raven in the neck. The raven awoke in a frenzy, thrashing about. Unable to scream as Lu Kang and Zhang Yu stifled its cries. Shantong, still in his enlarged form, pressed down firmly on the raven. With the spear lodged in its neck, Li Ke jumped down. Ji Hongdao appeared behind the raven, enlarging his black staff and striking down upon the long spear. Bang! The raven was struck in the neck, and the spear penetrated through, killing it. The group took a moment to rest. At that moment, a dreadful screech from behind interrupted their respite. It was the previously injured raven, also a 2-star creature. Cheng Lin swiftly charged towards the screeching beast, but this raven seemed to sense something amiss. It flapped its wings, creating a small whirlwind that surged toward Cheng Lin. He was taken aback and quickly dodged. It's injured, it can't escape. Surround it. Zhang Hushing ordered. Xiao and Huashu remained stationary while the other 9 formed a circle around the 2-star raven, allowing Cheng Lin the opportunity to create an illusion. The group nodded in agreement. Han Bing was the first to launch an icy projectile at the raven's head, disrupting its vision. Shantong led the charge, followed closely by Ji Hongda and Li Quebec. The raven was disoriented, momentarily forgetting about Cheng Lin. Cheng Lin appeared behind the creature, fixing his gaze upon it, and cast an illusion to daze it. This one is mine, he stated. The others were puzzled but nodded in agreement. Since I cannot kill you through your neck, I shall strike at your eyes. Cheng Lin lunged forward with his blade aimed at the raven. The creature stirred, but the group held it firmly to the ground. Cheng Lin was furious. 1,000 birds. With a surge of energy, the raven and Apos' roar echoed in their ears, leaving the group once again stunned in place. Chapter 23. The Gate of the Emperor without the need for explanation. It is evident that you have suddenly discovered yet another extraordinary ability, right? The crowd rolled their eyes at Cheng Lin. They continued to hasten their pace, wary of lingering too long on this vast grassland. Cheng Lin chuckled lightly. From the moment they heard that the colossal beasts were in pursuit of Cheng Lin, they recognized his uniqueness. Perhaps, Cheng Lin, you might enter the Gate of the Emperor, suggested Zhang Hushing. Cheng Lin looked astonished. Zhang Hushing elaborated, after this trial, there will be approximately half a month until the Gate of the Emperor opens. What is that? Cheng Lin inquired. The Gate of the Emperor gathers all the new talents from the 5 districts to compete in a ranking system. There is even a chance to enter the official Emperor's Gate, a selection process for competitors. Cheng Lin was familiar with this approach, as it was widely known among the people of Blue Star in the 21st century. The resources obtained from the Emperor's Gate are the most abundant in all of humanity's domain. Why is it called a chance? Cheng Lin pondered. Because entry into the Emperor's Gate is not solely based on ranking. The ranking merely determines the extent of rewards. To gain entry, one must earn unanimous recognition from numerous judges. If even one judge declines to acknowledge you, entry into the Emperor's Gate is impossible. Moreover, one can only participate in the opening of the Emperor's Gate once in a lifetime, and one must be under the age of 20. Zhang Hushing and the others felt slightly disheartened. Aside from Ling Er and Lu Kang, when we had just stepped into the 2nd tier, we were brimming with youthful vigor and directly participated in the opening of the Emperor and Apos' Gate, but we were all eliminated, failing to even reach the top 10. Cheng Lin asked, did anyone from your cohort enter the Emperor's Gate? No. The first place went to the 8-star Beastmaster, a 4th-tier awakener, who also could not enter. Lu Kang is 16 this year. I originally thought he would be our best candidate for entering the Emperor's Gate, but your emergence has made me feel even more hopeful. Zhang Hushing continued. I have always been curious. How did Lu Kang awaken his ability at just 16? Cheng Lin had lived in this world for 2.5 years and had heard that abilities could only awaken after the age of 18. Lu Kang's white rope ability is a companion ability. His true power has yet to awaken. So impressive. Cheng Lin glanced at Lu Kang, who shyly looked down and smiled. One's own awakening while others mutate. How many have entered the Emperor's Gate in total? Cheng Lin asked. Since several hundred years ago, only 230 individuals have entered. Teacher Kong Shang emerged from the Emperor's Gate. That is indeed a small number. Indeed, it is no wonder. For joining the Emperor's Gate entails an overwhelming tilt in resources and power. Cheng Lin mused. Once one joins the Emperor's Gate, tasks involving the slaying of colossal beasts will become significantly easier. This body has only a year left before turning 20, meaning I possess but a single opportunity. Cheng Lin murmured. I will participate, Cheng Lin declared resolutely. There is movement, Xiao shouted. The group immediately became vigilant. 500 meters to the left. A horde of colossal beasts, moving with great speed. What? Have we been discovered again? It seems the earlier screech of the crow-like bird attracted them. The group contemplated this. Xiao said, no, there are other groups of colossal beasts behind them. 2 factions are in conflict, and they are heading our way. Cheng Lin surveyed the surroundings, which were entirely flat. Are they all 1st-tier beasts? Zhang Hushing asked. Yes, for now, they are, Xiao replied. Then let us withdraw to the elevated ridge behind us. Although it is a plain, there are also raised hills where we can hide, and with Xiao and Apos' formation, first-tier beasts will not be able to detect us. While the two groups of beasts are fighting, we cannot reveal ourselves. Otherwise, we would be overwhelmed. Retreating is our best option. Having seen the hills on their way here, the group quickly ran back. Despite each of them running swiftly, they were still outmatched by the beasts accustomed to sprinting across the grassland. Soon, they returned to the ridge, and Shio activated the formation. They could see the two battling groups of beasts. Fleeing were smaller black-furred jackals, while the larger quadrupedal beasts pursued them. The pursuers were larger still, with striped red fangs. There is indeed a disparity even among first-tier beasts. The pursuers are first-tier flame beasts, while the fleeing ones are first-tier jackal beasts. The relationship between these two types of beasts is akin to that of the green demon and the ape beast, both vying for territory. The flame beasts rely on their strength, while the jackal beasts depend on their numbers, Zhang Husheng explained to Cheng Lin. 6 flame beasts have managed to drive dozens of jackal beasts into such a state. The strength gap among first-tier beasts is indeed significant. Yes, these 6 flame beasts are already quite close to second-tier beasts. There are certainly many second-tier flame beasts in this grassland, Zhang Husheng murmured. We are currently on the outskirts of the grassland, encountering a first-tier flame beast group. If we venture deeper, we may very well find a second-tier group. Roar! The flame beasts charged into the jackals like war machines, biting one of them. But a blind spot in the flame beast's vision led to an ambush due to the overwhelming number of jackals. However, the flame beasts possess immense strength, sending a jackal flying with a single strike, breaking its leg. The two groups of colossal beasts clashed fiercely directly in the path of the group, ultimately halting their battle after suffering heavy casualties on both sides. Only 2 battered and bloodied flame beasts and 7 similarly exhausted jackals remained. Are there any other colossal beasts nearby? Zhang Husheng asked Shio. None have been detected at this moment. Shio replied. Whoosh. Cheng Lin darted out. The group was astonished but did not stop him. They were in agreement with his intention. Cheng Lin infused the Kusanagi sword with 1,000 birds. Energy, 9,800. Energy, 9,500. The remaining colossal beasts, upon noticing Cheng Lin, were momentarily taken aback, but soon their instincts urged them to tear apart the human before them. However, Cheng Lin was a third-tier awakener. Animal instincts caused them to instinctively choose to flee. Trying to escape is futile. The group was stunned. Cheng Lin's speed was astonishingly swift, even surpassing Li K's when she wielded her spear. The 1,000 birds grants an enhancement to speed. Cheng Lin reached the center of the fray, smiling lightly. Killed 1 first-tier beast. Killed 1 first-tier beast. The 2 flame beasts attempted to flee, but Cheng Lin would not allow their escape. 1,000 birds, sharp spear. Energy, 9,700. Energy, 9,200. Cheng Lin pierced 1 flame beast. The electric current pierced through its body like a spear. Killed 1 first-tier beast. Before long, all the colossal beasts had been completely vanquished. Cheng Lin, your prowess is on the rise. Fu Lingner suddenly remarked. After their initial surprise, the group began to unconsciously observe Cheng Lin's strength, noting a slight enhancement in his power. Seeing everyone staring at him, Cheng Lin explained, my eyes have the ability to absorb the energy of their souls. Any colossal beast I slay has its soul transform into my strength, which is why my power continues to grow. Cheng Lin attributed the responsibility to the Sharingan, knowing they were not its possessors and could not comprehend its abilities as well as he could. Moreover, the varied capabilities of the Sharingan were evident to all. So, does this mean that if you slay enough colossal beasts, your strength will continually increase? Zhang Husheng inquired. Theoretically, yes, but I am uncertain about any potential side effects. Indeed, it is as such. However, Cheng Lin has no intention of revealing the entire truth. How formidable she is, the crowd murmured. Chapter 24. Hope this time. There was a palpable sense of estrangement towards Cheng Lin from everyone. It was a distance born of strength, respect, envy, and acknowledgement. Cheng Lin stated, my goal is the same as yours, to vanquish the colossal beasts of this world. Indeed, Cheng Lin, I take back my previous words. You might truly be capable of entering the Emperor's Gate, remarked Zhang Husheng. I must enter as well, Cheng Lin added. The group hastily departed from the plains, which had been relatively tranquil along their journey. Each member was lost in their own thoughts as they exited the verdant expanse. The setting sun graced the sky. Upon leaving the green fields, they arrived at a network of waterways, with mountain gorges stretching across the opposite side, damp and slightly cold. According to the map, we must follow this river upstream, and we will encounter a mountain. Once we cross that mountain, we shall reach the next area of scattered stones, Zhang Husheng explained. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhang Husheng continued, let the ice pave the way. We will traverse to the opposite bank and follow the gorge. The waterway and the gorge were interconnected, and they could not remain in the water for long. The ice energy was insufficient, and water-dwelling beasts might lurk beneath. Understood. Let the ice lead the way, they concurred. Upon reaching the other side, they immediately ran along the gorge. They needed to find a safe haven before night fell. Darkness would hinder their movements, and they could only act decisively in the morning. The gorge was filled with numerous caves and sinkholes. And before the sun dipped below the horizon, they discovered a vast cavern, a suitable refuge. After inspection, there are no beasts nearby, reported Zhang Yu and Ji Hang as they returned to the group. Then we shall rest here tonight, Zhang Husheng declared. This location, nestled between water and mountains, is an ideal habitation and likely home to many colossal beasts, Shio added. We will take turns on guard duty. The higher the star rating of the beasts we encounter, the more formidable they will be. It is likely that the beasts we face next will be of 2-star level, Zhang Husheng noted. Agreed. Cheng Lin will take the second half of the night watch. As he possesses night vision, they decided. Cheng Lin began to cultivate his mental energy. Strength, 330. Speed, 360. Mental energy, 4300. Limit, 6950. Energy, 9600. Evolution, 552, 3000. Now, slaying a 1-star beast will hardly enhance my strength or speed. Cheng Lin murmured to himself, relieved that his mental energy limit continued to rise. After a day of relentless travel, the group gradually succumbed to rest. Huashu cast a glance at Cheng Lin, hesitating momentarily before lowering her head. Fu Ling and Appos, too, felt a shift in her emotions towards Cheng Lin, moving from anger to astonishment. It was indeed remarkable that someone could awaken 3 powers, one of which could even level up and bolster the strength of the awakened alongside it. The appearance of the A-grade wormhole was indeed aimed at Cheng Lin. Fu Linger pondered. If that were the case, then the beasts must be aware of Cheng Lin's whereabouts. The more she thought, the more uneasy Fu Linger felt. She could not dismiss this as mere coincidence. Moreover, Huang Xiao had also acknowledged that the beasts were in search of Cheng Lin. Fu Linger rose abruptly and approached Cheng Lin, asking, "Are you being tracked by the colossal beasts?" The others opened their eyes in surprise. Cheng Lin, bewildered, inquired, "What do you mean?" Previously Huang Xiao mentioned that you were targeted by the beasts, deliberately luring you to the A-grade wormhole, which implies that the beasts are aware of your location. In other words, you are being followed, she clarified. Cheng Lin pondered this, rising to his feet. Fu Linger continued, "The formation of a wormhole takes at least a week, meaning they have known about you for some time, having set up the A-grade wormhole a week ago." Cheng Lin's thoughts turned chilling. A week prior to the appearance of the wormhole, he had just awakened his Sharingan, indicating that the moment he gained this power, the colossal beasts had already taken notice of him. Previously, Cheng Lin had been in a state of confusion. Now, with Fu Ling and Appos, insights, the situation seemed far more complex. "So what are you suggesting?" Cheng Lin asked, and the group stood, a chill running down their spines. "We have been exposed from the very beginning. Beasts of 6 stars and above possess special abilities. And those capable of tracking you must be at least 8-star beasts, of the mental type," Fu Linger contemplated. "If the beasts were aware of our position all along, why have they not attacked us yet?" Shio queried. "Perhaps due to the presence of the 2 saints. Or perhaps they sensed our teacher, Kong Shang," Fu Linger replied. The group felt a mix of fear and relief. If Fu Linger was correct, they were being stalked by an 8-star beast, and possibly more than one. The more Cheng Lin reflected, the more plausible it seemed. Everything felt too coincidental. When Zhang Husheng and Ji Hang returned, seeing the group and Appos' demeanor, they became serious and sought to understand the entirety of the situation. "Our teacher likely knows about this matter too," Zhang Husheng stated. "What should we do?" Shio asked. "We continue onward. Although we are uncertain of our teacher's intentions, we must complete the trial task. With the teacher present, we shall not perish. Have we not navigated through similar situations before?" Zhang Husheng asserted. However, he added, "This matter is likely more complex than we can imagine. I cannot decide alone. Let us vote." Everyone nodded, recognizing the reasonableness of Fu Linger's conjecture, and they felt compelled to believe her. Ultimately, they remained at an impasse, tied 4-4. However, this time, the ice chose to cancel the trial outright, while the mountain passage opted to continue. The deciding authority fell once more upon Fu Linger. Cheng Lin had no intention of retreating back behind the high walls. He sought to slay the beasts and enhance his strength. Fu Linger hesitated, then finally spoke. "For some time, our teacher has been absent from the Hero Hall. I suspect that before he arrived in the world of the beasts, he had already reported this matter to my sister. Since she has consented to this trial, I choose to proceed with it." The group had little to say in opposition and nodded in agreement. As the latter half of the night approached, Cheng Lin and Zhang Yu took their turn on watch. "Cheng Lin, it just occurred to me why you were so elated after using your fire abilities to burn that forest." Zhang Yu smiled at Cheng Lin. Cheng Lin chuckled lightly. Zhang Yu continued, 3 powers. This is unprecedented in human history, aside from the Saintess, who also possesses 3 abilities. But the Saintess is not a beast. How could she awaken powers? Cheng Lin questioned, perplexed. Beasts of 6 stars and above can transform into human forms, becoming humanoid beasts. Upon taking on this form, they can harness energy akin to that of humans and, of course, awaken abilities, Cheng Lin acknowledged. The two fell into a contemplative silence. And Zhang Yu murmured with a smile, "Your eyes are the hope of humanity." Chapter 25. the clash of two colossal beasts perched upon a tree. Cheng Lin gazed into the mountain gorge, pondering the prospect of hope. Indeed, it was the very hope that beckoned me home. As dawn broke, the group resumed their journey. The more they traversed along the waterway, the more they encountered numerous caverns within the mountains, with fewer and fewer paths available for passage. We may need to venture deeper into the mountains. Following the waterway may not be feasible anymore. There might be no path ahead, Zhang Husheng remarked. The group cast their eyes towards the distance, where the waterway stretched between two towering cliffs, leaving them with no route to pursue. If we head left, we can continue along the waterway, Shio suggested. Then we shall proceed into the mountains, hoping to catch a glimpse of the waterway before sunset. Zhang Husheng led the way into the mountain and Appo's embrace. Cheng Lin, his mental fortitude fully restored, felt a surge of confidence. With the power of his 3-tomo Sharingan, he was certain he could exert control over any beast of 5 stars or below. Halt! Zhang Husheng commanded. The group froze, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the depths of the mountain. The rumbling echoed ominously, a sound produced by some colossal creature scraping against the ground. The resonance assured them that this being was indeed immense. Shio, feeling a twinge of anxiety, confessed, "I cannot sense it." While Shio could detect the presence of 1-star and 2-star beasts, the creature before them remained undetectable, suggesting it was at least a 3-star beast. A 3-star beast? Fu Ling'er pondered. It is quite near. Should we retreat? Zhang Yu inquired of Zhang Husheng. Although they were all 2nd-tier awakeners and Cheng Lin a 3rd-tier, confronting a 3-star beast would require the strength of a 4th-tier awakener to guarantee victory. There is no path behind us, unless we choose to hide within the mountain to our right, Cheng Lin stated. If we head to the right, we will only distance ourselves from the waterway, and our ultimate goal, Shio remarked. This area is likely the territory of the 3-star beast, he added. Cheng Lin, can your illusions control this 3-star beast? Zhang Husheng questioned. Cheng Lin, regarded as the strongest among them, held considerable influence within the group. I can, Cheng Lin replied resolutely. Very well. Since this is the beast and Appo's domain, it implies the absence of other beasts. If we can slay this one, reaching the waterway will be much easier. Zhang Husheng continued. Let us take a bold step. The group nodded in agreement. The colossal creature's sounds faded, seemingly retreating into the distance. Seizing the moment, the group ventured towards the direction from which the beast had disappeared. Relying on mere fortune to evade this creature? They were not naive enough to believe that luck would favor them. As they sprinted into the mountains, a sudden cacophony of thundering footsteps halted them. Another beast? They wondered, feeling the ground tremble beneath them. Soon, they emerged from a rocky outcrop to find another dense forest below, where 2 massive beasts were locked in a territorial struggle. 2 3-star beasts. One, towering over 30 meters and weighing several thousand tons, resembling a tiger clad in molten rock, glared fiercely at a serpent over 40 meters long, its head reaching heights of over 20 meters. Adorned with purple scales that shimmered like a flower, sharp fangs glistening as it flicked its forked tongue. The 3-star rock tiger and the 3-star purple serpent. Shio identified the creatures. Utilizing a magical formation, he concealed the group while assessing the 2 beasts. No, they are on the verge of ascending to 4 stars. Cheng Lin's Sharingan world, revealing insights beyond Shio's grasp. The 3-star rock tiger is nearly equal to the 2-tailed beasts. We should wait for them to inflict serious damage on one another before we intervene, Zhang Husheng advised. While Cheng Lin had previously felt confident in controlling beasts of 4 stars or below, he now realized the potential cost of such an endeavor. Suddenly, a light chuckle escaped him. Once, Sasuke had possessed a spirit beast, the green serpent. Perhaps he could tame this purple serpent. The others regarded Cheng Lin's sudden mirth with curiosity, but did not dwell on it. His smiles were not uncommon. Roaring with fury, the rock tiger's bellow reverberated across the mountains as it struck the ground with a force that shattered the earth, intimidating the purple serpent. Yet, the serpent remained undaunted, retaliating with a fierce hiss. How formidable! Even its roar is overwhelming. Should we engage, subduing either beast will prove exceedingly difficult, Zhang Yu murmured. Cheng Lin was serious. While his illusions could control them, he was uncertain about defeating them. Their hides were uniquely tough, either scales or rock-like armor. In an instant, both 3-star beasts launched their assaults simultaneously. The purple serpent lunged, propelling itself towards the rock tiger with remarkable speed. The group gasped, and even the rock tiger momentarily faltered. However, the rock tiger swiftly swung its forepaws, striking the ground and creating 2 massive craters. The purple serpent evaded the strikes, inching closer to the rock tiger. Realizing the serpent's intent, the rock tiger pounded the ground furiously. If the rock tiger gets ensnared by the serpent, it will surely lose, Zhang Husheng warned. The rock tiger displayed remarkable intelligence, landing precise blows. The purple serpent had already endured several hits. If it sustained more, defeat was imminent. The serpent's lengthy form makes it vulnerable. A few more strikes from the rock tiger will incapacitate it, Cheng Lin observed. The serpent's body, now battered, managed to draw near to the rock tiger. In a split second, The purple serpent coiled around its foe. The two colossal creatures roared, each attempting to bite the other. Their jaws clashing with equal force, inflicting significant injuries upon one another. As the serpent's lower body regained its strength, it constricted the rock tiger tightly. Sensing the peril, the rock tiger released its grip and bellowed in a desperate roar. The onlookers could discern the likely victor. Yet, in an instant, the rock tiger's rocky exterior turned crimson, resembling molten lava, scorching the purple serpent, which momentarily loosened its hold. However, the serpent retaliated with a deafening roar, its scales glowing faintly purple, releasing a toxic aura that began to corrode the rock tiger's form. Before long, the red hue was entirely consumed by the purple. Now, Zhang Husheng shouted. Cheng Lin leapt from the high ground, landing gracefully on the earth. Chidori, energy, 9,600. Energy, 9,200, with accelerated speed. Cheng Lin closed the distance to within 50 meters of the purple serpent. The serpent, noticing this bipedal creature, hesitated for a fraction of a second before swinging its weary tail in a fierce arc towards Cheng Lin. He nimbly jumped aside. Mental power, 6950. Mental power, 6450. Cheng Lin and Apos' illusion pierced the serpent and Apos' mind, rendering it dazed. A slight pain throbbed in his eyes, but it was inconsequential. Cheng Lin ascended to the serpent's vital point. Energy, 9,200. Energy, 8,500. Chidori sharp spear. He thrust into the serpent's vital area. Though it penetrated, the serpent's massive size prevented a clean cut. While I yearn to tame you, becoming my source of experience is far more enticing. Chapter 26. The sudden emergence of the green eye. The group gathered beside the colossal beast, channeling their extraordinary abilities to address the purple serpent. Cheng Lin furrowed his brow. Why had the system not yet displayed any kill notifications? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent's eyes regained their luster, awakened by pain. A sense of foreboding enveloped the group. Without hesitation, Cheng Lin dashed toward the serpent's gaze, attempting to cast another illusion. Mental power, 6450. Mental power, 5950. However, the serpent warily turned its head, emitting a vapor of purple energy that scorched some of the group and Apos' garments. Run! Zhang Husheng bellowed. The group hastily fled, roaring. The serpent unleashed toxins from the gaps in its scales, aiming them at the fleeing individuals. They narrowly escaped being struck, as the toxins corroded vast areas around them. The purple serpent, feeling overwhelmed, mustered its strength to flee in another direction, aware of its weakened state and instinctively recognizing the peril posed by the humans. It seeks to escape, Cheng Lin shouted. The group exchanged glances, contemplating the pursuit. Cheng Lin employed his 1,000 birds acceleration but failed to catch up with the serpent. Beyond the forest lay a reservoir, into which the serpent vanished completely. The beast harbors a grudge. It has likely memorized our scent and will strike again, Zhang Husheng remarked. Nevertheless, it is gravely injured. Let us press onward and locate the water vein before sunset, he continued. Cheng Lin felt a twinge of regret, realizing that despite the serpent's apparent frailty, it possessed formidable strength within. This mountain range does not appear on the map, Shio commented, holding a map in her hands. There is no indication of such an extensive mountain range here, she added, but the water vein we seek lies just beyond this mountain. We shall proceed deeper. This is the territory of the two 3-star beasts, so no other giants should be present, Zhang Husheng asserted. Soon, the group found themselves atop a high slope, gazing down into a canyon formed by the tectonic uplift of two plates, creating a passage between them. It feels rather eerie. Han Bing, typically reticent, suddenly spoke up. This map is sold by the Heroes Hall. It cannot possibly be incorrect, Shio added, yet there is no mention of this canyon. The entire mountain was obscured by the canyon, rendering any other path to the rear inaccessible. Let us continue. We cannot afford the time to seek alternative routes to our destination, Zhang Husheng insisted. This canyon appears remarkably peculiar, resembling a crouching turtle, Cheng Lin described. There truly seems to be no other options, he reflected, glancing at his own map, which indicated that two water veins converged behind the canyon, flanked by the sea and high cliffs. Cheng Lin was still mulling over what Fu Ling had said the previous night. If all of it were true, then danger was ever present. Let us move. The sun is nearing its descent, Zhang Husheng urged. Indeed, the group replied as they hastened toward the canyon. Is it not the case that only 3-star beasts can appear in this area? Cheng Lin inquired. Not necessarily. 4-star beasts may also exist, Zhang Husheng clarified. Cheng Lin, having just cast an illusion on the purple serpent, roughly assessed that should he exert his full power, he could likely control a 4-star beast. The group entered the canyon, and Cheng Lin resolved to keep his Sharingan activated. Mental power, 5950. Mental power, 5932. Inside the canyon, a plethora of flora flourished amidst steep terrain, with rocks strewn about and a brook meandering through. All was serene, as if no beasts resided within. As the sun set, darkness enveloped the area swiftly, the canyon obscuring the sunlight. We cannot proceed any further, Shio stated. It is too dark, which puts us at a disadvantage. The group concurred, seeking a relatively safe spot to rest. They kindled a campfire. I can't shake the feeling that we are ascending, Lu Kang remarked. Did we not observe that the canyon resembles a turtle shell from outside? Zhang Yu responded. No, what I mean is that this place feels peculiar, Lu Kang elaborated. The growth patterns and density of the flora seem too perfectly arranged. I concur, Li Kei added, in the wild. Vegetation typically struggles to survive in crevices and does not grow in such a harmonious manner. We have delved deeply into the canyon. Retreating now would be exceedingly time-consuming. Zhang Yu noted. Cheng Lin recognized their anxiety. The strangeness of the canyon was evident, yet they had no alternative. From the outset, their decision to take a detour had left them with only this path. I will take the night watch, Cheng Lin declared, as I too sensed something amiss. Your body may not withstand it. Huaxiu, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected, drawing the group's attention. She quickly lowered her gaze. My mental power surpasses yours. I can endure a night without issue. Once we exit the canyon, you may take your turn, Cheng Lin replied. Zhang Husheng nodded. Then we shall proceed according to your plan. As night deepened, around midnight, the group settled in for rest. Cheng Lin remained vigilant nearby. His Sharingan scanned the darkness of the canyon. It was too dark to discern anything. Suddenly, a flash of green light caught his eye. Cheng Lin instinctively placed his hand on the Kusanagi sword. The green light vanished, yet Cheng Lin continued to observe his surroundings. What was that? A sudden sensation of being watched washed over him. A gaze lingered in the shadows behind him. In an instant, Cheng Lin widened his eyes, sensing the emergence of something ominous at his back. Energy, 8,500. Energy, 8,000 birds, sharp spear. The sound of the technique echoed through the canyon, rousing the resting group. That was the sound of Cheng Lin's lightning ability. Has he encountered trouble? The group exchanged uneasy glances. We must go assist him, they resolved. Rushing toward the source of Cheng Lin's voice, Cheng Lin's Sharingan spun, directing its focus toward a floating green eye. The eye, the size of a basketball, shimmered with a vibrant green hue reminiscent of an ocean. Damn it, I cannot penetrate it, he thought, as the eye radiated light. Cheng Lin found himself immobilized. Suppressed by an unseen force, the sword's tip mere centimeters from the green eye. Increase the energy. Energy, 8,000. Energy, 7,500. The thousand birds technique was on the verge of touching the green eye when, with a resounding hiss, the eye emitted an even greater brilliance. Cheng Lin was engulfed by darkness, his feet submerged in a pool of black water, as the silhouettes of countless beasts emerged from the depths, yearning to capture him. In the surrounding darkness, more and more gigantic green eyes opened, watching him intently. Chapter 27. Despair. Cheng Lin, Fu Linger, cried out as she witnessed the unfolding scene. The group had arrived just a moment too late. Is it a five-star behemoth? Shio's face turned pale. Panic surged among the crowd. How could a five-star behemoth appear here? The green-eyed creature turned its gaze upon them. Run, quickly, Zhang Husheng shouted. But Cheng Lin, Shio murmured. The green-eyed monster's pupils glimmered as it gathered energy to unleash a powerful attack. At that moment, a massive boulder hurtled towards it. Fu Linger's hair billowed as her eyes glowed blue. She was channeling telekinetic power. The green-eyed behemoth discharged energy at the boulder, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the rock. Fu Linger directed her telekinesis towards Cheng Lin, attempting to pull him back. The green-eyed creature noticed and retaliated with a telekinetic strike aimed at Fu Linger. Li Kei rushed to her side, shielding her from the onslaught. But the five-star behemoth was a force that could only be confronted by a sixth-tier awakened individual. Li Kei was sent flying, crashing against the wall and coughing up blood. Help Ling and Appos, or retrieve Cheng Lin. Zhang Husheng gritted his teeth. Huaxiu hurried to Li Kei, her face stricken with terror as she saw that half of his abdomen had been pierced by a rock. She produced a healing bandage and, along with her own 8-star medicinal essence, managed to stem Li Kei's bleeding. I'll carry you to safety, Huaxiu said, lifting the exhausted Li Kei onto her back. Li Kei, weakly, urged, tell everyone to flee quickly. A 5-star behemoth is beyond our capability to confront. Before he could finish, Shantong was struck and sent flying, crashing into a distant rock wall. Huaxiu and Li Kei looked down to see that, aside from Fu Linger, everyone else was ensnared by the green-eyed creature's telekinesis. Rendered immobile, Shio and Appos' legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed onto the floor. Teacher, where are you? Please come and save us, she wept. The 5-star behemoth had surpassed their capacity for resistance. Their trial had reached its grim conclusion. Yet, silence lingered in the canyon, met with ashen faces. Where's the teacher? Bang! Shio was struck by the green-eyed monster and Appos' telekinesis, crashing against a far wall, blood spilling from her lips, on the brink of death. Shio! Ji Hongdao roared, struggling against the binding force, but his efforts were futile, like a trickle of water lost in the vast ocean. Teacher, we surrender this trial. Please come out. Zhang Husheng bellowed, his voice trembling, yet the canyon echoed only silence. Despair hung heavily over the group. The green-eyed creature fixed its gaze upon Fu Linger, gradually closing in on her. She felt the weight of its mountainous mental power, although her body remained free. An instinctual paralysis gripped her. The green-eyed monster began to glow, amassing energy within its pupils, intending to strike Fu Ling and Apos, down with a laser-like blast. Run, Ling and Apos. Don't stay there. The others shouted, while Li Kei weakly urged, flee. Linger, I can't move. Linger's voice trembled. Hey, have you forgotten who I am? Cheng Lin suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned in astonishment to him. Cheng Lin had broken free from the green-eyed illusion. Your darkness cannot consume my darkness. His three-tomo Sharingan cried out in anguish. Blood streamed from Cheng Lin's eyes. Spirit power, 5,800. Spirit power, 3,800. The illusion shot directly into the green-eyed monster's eyes. The telekinetic binds on the others dissipated, granting them movement. Quickly, take everyone and flee. Cheng Lin shouted through gritted teeth. Pain pierced through his eyes as if needles had been driven into them, blood gushing forth like a net from his pupils. He scooped Fu Linger into his arms and dashed into the canyon. Ji Hongda lifted Xiao, Zhang Husheng carried Li Kei, while Han Bing and Zhang Yu supported Shantung. Keeping pace with Cheng Lin, Lu Kang, who had never before encountered a five-star behemoth, was paralyzed with fear, gritting his teeth to follow the others. Tears streamed down his face, a mixture of fear and the haunting realization that their teacher, Kong Shang, had abandoned them. Drip, drip. Blood from Cheng Lin's eyes trickled down to Fu Linger's hands. Cheng Lin, your eyes. Don't speak. Focus on adjusting your body, he gasped. Fu Linger nodded, her body still numb, nearly as incapacitated as Xiao. She had been similarly terrified. Aside from her mind, she had lost control over her body. The group pressed on. I cannot maintain control over the illusion for long. We must escape this canyon immediately, Cheng Lin urged. They nodded, instinctively choosing to trust the strongest among them, Cheng Lin, now that their teacher had seemingly forsaken them. Cheng Lin's head throbbed unbearably, as though steel rods were being twisted within. He dared not halt his thoughts. He knew that if he allowed his mind to lapse, he would faint instantly. He had exerted himself to the limit, expending 2,000 points of spirit power. Was that creature truly a five-star behemoth? He inquired to stay alert. Indeed, Zhang Husheng confirmed. But why does it possess consciousness? It can create illusions, which only conscious beings can do. Some plants may emit pollen that induces hallucinatory effects. But that could not be classified as true illusion crafting. It would merely be a form of poisoning. Cheng Lin's thoughts spurred a wave of contemplation among the others. It could be that it is a fragment of a 6-star or higher behemoth, Fu Linger suggested. Only 6-star behemoths gain consciousness. They can project their awareness onto detached body parts. Are you implying that there exists a 6-star or even higher behemoth within this canyon? Cheng Lin pressed. That seems plausible. Fu Linger's tone grew soft. She was uncertain why their teacher had not appeared, but the feeling of abandonment chilled her heart. We must continue towards our destination. My sister will surely be waiting for us there, Fu Linger declared. The others found some solace in her words. For Fu Ling and Apos, was the sister of the mind sage, providing them with at least a direction to pursue. Whoosh. Boom. A flash of green light erupted beside them, striking a nearby rock. Not good. The behemoth is closing in, Zhang Yu shouted. Despair once again enveloped their hearts. Cheng Lin surveyed the rocks above the canyon. Bring down those rocks up there to block our pursuer, he commanded. Lu Kang, lacking any tangible means, immediately unleashed his white rope ability, hurling it towards the rocks above. But its power was insufficient. Seeing this, Zhang Husheng conjured flames in his hands and cast them at the rocks. With a resounding crash, the boulders fell, obstructing the path behind them. However, Cheng Lin recalled that the green-eyed creature was levitating, so he continued, that's not enough. We need to destroy the path behind us entirely. Zhang Husheng and Lu Kang complied, freeing their hands to strike the surrounding rocks, creating barriers along their escape route until their energy was nearly depleted. The green-eyed creature's pursuit had slowed, granting them a brief respite as they distanced themselves further from the threat. Chapter 28. The bait at long last. The group glimpsed a ray of light. They had been running for what felt like an eternity, and now dawn had broken. Cheng Lin, you may set me down now. I am capable of running on my own, Fu Linger weakly suggested. Why didn't you say so earlier? Cheng Lin replied, his weary gaze cast upon her. The bloodstains had dried, yet Cheng Lin's complexion had grown even more pallid. There lies the exit. We are almost there, Zhang Yu remarked, a rare smile gracing his lips. However, the group soon realized that a figure stood at the exit, obscured by the sunlight. Their pace faltered. Who goes there? Zhang Husheng shouted. The figure remained silent. Do not advance any further. Something is amiss. Cheng Lin's Sharingan had succumbed to exhaustion. Yet his muscle memory allowed him to recognize the unusual presence outside. I cannot sense this being's energy. It surpasses us, Zhang Husheng murmured. Congratulations. You have successfully escaped. The figure spoke, its voice neither human nor animal, but rather reminiscent of a colossal beast, unmistakably distinct. The group turned pale, frozen in place. A humanoid beast? You are correct. The creature slowly approached, revealing a goat's head, horns, a dark, hairy body, a black skirt, and luminous beastly feet, resembling a humanoid black goat. Cheng Lin immediately recalled the wings of the Holy Maiden of Light and her impossibly inhuman eyes. At last, I see you, outsider. The black goat addressed Cheng Lin. Cheng Lin fixed his gaze upon it, realizing that his identity had been discerned the moment he awakened his powers. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to activate his Sharingan once more, yet the agonizing pain coursing through his eyes and nerves deterred him. He was on the brink of losing consciousness. Cheng Lin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. I cannot faint. If I do, everything is over. My return to Earth will be lost. Heh. It seems you are aware that we would come to find you personally. Given your calm demeanor, the black goat observed, surveying the group. This realization had already taken root in Fu Ling and Appo's mind, a thought everyone had kept buried. Suddenly, a green-eyed energy shattered the rocks and hovered behind them. The group despaired at this sight. They had nowhere left to retreat. Fu Linger gritted her teeth and unleashed her telekinetic force against the black goat. But her efforts barely stirred the creature, not even disturbing the dust beneath its feet. When we sensed your presence, we beasts were taken aback. We did not know whether to regard you as foes, but now, witnessing your feeble state, it seems you have yet to mature. How fortunate we are to eliminate you. The outsider. Humph, you beasts seem quite fond of imitating human discourse, Cheng Lin retorted. You are beasts, mere animals. Animals do not speak, they merely survive. The black goat was momentarily speechless, but continued. It appears you humans still do not grasp your situation. The entire world is evolving, yet you humans remain stagnant. You are the inferior beings of this world, while we beasts are its rightful masters. Were it not for a certain wretched individual aiding you, you would have perished a century ago. The black goat seethed. Huh, do you understand why you must evolve, while we humans do not? Cheng Lin inquired. It is because our evolution is already perfected, while you are the true inferior beings, foolishly claiming mastery of the world due to its benevolence. The black goat clenched its fists, unleashing a surge of energy. The group fell to their knees. Now, kneel before me. Clinging to life as you linger in the shadows of death, the black goat glared at Cheng Lin. If you grant me the opportunity to grow stronger, I wonder if I could eradicate you all. Cheng Lin scoffed, unwavering in his gaze upon the black goat. His eyes began to bleed anew. Ah! The group writhed in agony as the energy wave crushed their insides, cries of pain escaping as they coughed up blood. Cheng Lin gritted his teeth. Teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, he was unwilling to succumb, desperate to return to Earth and care for his sister. I shall let you witness the demise of your companions, one by one, the black goat stated coldly. Coughing violently, Fu Linger felt her bones crack under the pressure of the energy. No, Cheng Lin uttered weakly. Just then, a magical array appeared beneath their feet, gradually expanding. The group gasped. It was Kong Shang. The black goat's eyes narrowed in disdain. Scum. It raised a hand, preparing to tear apart the array. It is you who are the scum. A deep voice resonated from above them, belonging to an elder clad in a white robe inscribed with the words Hall of Glory. A sword hilt appeared in the elder's hand, hurled toward the black goat. The black goat, alert, raised a hand to conjure an energy barrier. The sword hilt enlarged, transforming into a towering sword over 20 meters long, crashing down upon the black goat. With a thunderous roar, the ground was transformed into a deep pit. Kong Shang had transported the group to a location far from the canyon, yet they could still witness its devastation. I apologize, the elder began. His usually stoic face now contorted in anguish, whether from sorrow or rage was uncertain. The teacher used you as bait to attract the beast. I am truly sorry. Tears streamed down Kong Shang's face, his grim expression reflecting deep remorse. The group remained silent, taken aback that their mentor, who had guided them for 3 years, would treat them as mere bait. At that moment, a colossal explosion erupted from the distant canyon, the shockwave sweeping toward them from 1,000 meters away. That is the Sword Saint, Zhang Hushing murmured. Suddenly, a burst of black light surged from the earth into the sky. The sword clashed against the dark energy, the resulting winds toppling the surrounding trees. Kong Shang, an awakened 8th tier, withstood the tempest. Roar. The group stared in disbelief as the canyon trembled. A colossal hand emerged from the earth, followed by 4 more, propping up the entire canyon. A monstrous creature, resembling a crocodile turtle and weighing at least several tons, rose to its feet. A 9-star beast. The group quaked in fear, witnessing an otherworldly spectacle. The humanoid beast concealed its energy, rendering it undetectable, yet the emitted energy from its massive form indicated its classification. The Sword Saint cannot hold them off alone, Fu Linger exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, 2 streaks of light shot toward the chaotic battle. A tremendous surge of telekinetic energy suppressed the 9-star crocodile turtle, forcing it to the ground. They could feel the residual waves of telekinesis from afar. It is my sister. Fu Linger exclaimed with excitement. The telekinetic saint and the armored saint, Zhang Yu declared. A golden light, akin to flames, radiated as the ambient energy converged into the golden fire. Cheng Lin witnessed a fiery figure charge downward, delivering a powerful punch to the back of the 9-star crocodile turtle, incapacitating it. Chung Lin and Appo's vision blurred, and with a thud, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 29. The ward. After the battle, Chung Lin gradually awakened. His vision enveloped in a blinding white haze. He realized that his eyes were wrapped in bandages, yet he could still discern the display before him. Strength, 330. Speed, 360. Mental power, 6,950. Limit, 6,950. Energy, 7,500. Evolution, 552, 1,000. The automatic restoration of his mental power indicated that he had been unconscious for at least 3 days. As he attempted to rise, he discovered that something was pinning down his right hand. Frowning, he squeezed it gently, feeling something soft. It was the sound of Huashu. Chung Lin apologized. I'm sorry. Huashu stood beside the hospital bed, her face flushed, having just been roused as Chung Lin inadvertently pinched her nose. I'm sorry, he continued. Aware of his previous action, Huashu merely gazed at him in silence before turning and leaving the ward. Chung Lin was puzzled. Had she really walked away? After a while, numerous footsteps approached. You're awake, was the first voice he heard, that of Fu Ling. At this moment, Chung Lin was already sitting up in bed. How do you feel? Asked a mature female voice, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance. I feel well, just a bit fatigued, Chung Lin replied, surmising that the speaker was a doctor. Your body is largely unscathed. However, your mental power is depleted due to severe strain on your brain and eyes. How do your eyes feel now? The woman inquired. I should be able to see, Chung Lin responded. The woman chuckled lightly, saying, then let us remove the bandages and see. Slowly, Chung Lin peeled away the bandages, cautiously opening his eyes. His pupils, resembling 3 magatama, seemed to awaken after a prolonged absence from light. The woman stared at him in astonishment. Chung Lin then recognized the others, Zhang Husheng, Lu Kong, and others, all bandaged and smiling at him. The doctor, a striking woman with flowing blue hair, possessed an enchanting beauty. Had these been the eyes of anyone else, they would have been rendered useless long ago. Even if they weren't, such rapid recovery would be impossible, she pondered. Chung Lin elucidated, Doctor, my ability lies within these eyes. Their power exceeds your imagination. His eyes, no matter how utilized, would never fail, for they were akin to the pinnacle of Sasuke's abilities. Suddenly, Chung Lin recalled being ensnared in a mirage by the green-eyed figure, convinced he would never escape. However, the merging of his soul with Sasuke had elevated his spiritual strength to an unprecedented level, rendering the green-eyed illusion incapable of inflicting any harm upon his mind or spirit. It was Sasuke's extraordinary soul strength that had saved Chung Lin's life and spared many others. Teacher, Chung Lin's ability is the 9-star blood eyes, Huashu whispered beside the woman. The doctor's expression shifted to one of understanding. No wonder I noticed something unusual about your eyes and mental power during your treatment. However, you should refrain from using those eyes too much for now. They need rest. Just like you. No, they are my workhorses, and I am too, Chung Lin replied. The doctor cast a sidelong glance at him, smiling softly, then turned and left, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Zhang Yu and Zhang Husheng exchanged glances, as if they understood, yet did not comprehend the exchange fully. The others appeared equally bewildered. Chung Lin pondered the woman's gaze, reflecting on his own declaration of being a workhorse, as he must return to Earth and, like a beast of burden, tirelessly slay the monstrous beasts. They shared pleasantries, expressing gratitude, and the like. Zhang Husheng and Zhang Yu tactfully excused themselves, leaving only Fu Ling and Huashu. Huashu timidly regarded Fu Ling who, though tall and possessing a charming figure, exuded a delicately fragile aura, akin to spun sugar. Chung Lin observed the two. I will go check on Sister Li Kei. Huashu broke the silence, departing the ward. Thank you. Fu Ling turned her head, continuing, in light of your saving me, I want to allow my sister to reprimand you. Thank you. Chung Lin expressed his gratitude. He vividly recalled the moment before losing consciousness. Had that formidable mental force pressed down upon him, he would have dissolved instantly. Fu Ling's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing only her profile to Chung Lin, which was strikingly beautiful, resembling a meticulously sculpted distant mountain. How did things unfold? Chung Lin inquired. At that moment, the Saint of Time also arrived. However, aside from the black sheep, another humanoid beast appeared. The 9-star crocodile turtle was slain, yet both humanoid beasts escaped. The Sword Saint and the Armor Saint are gravely injured. I never anticipated that even with all 4 saints gathered, we could not capture that black sheep. Chung Lin remarked. That black sheep is a humanoid transformed from a 9-star beast, while the other humanoid beast is a 10-star transformation. A 10-star beast? Chung Lin was taken aback. Fu Ling nodded, revealing her formidable strength. Had the Saint of Time not arrived, my sister might have sustained severe injuries. Didn't the Guanyi sect send anyone? I recall they have 5 awakened saints, Chung Lin queried. The Saint Master cannot stray far from the high walls, and the Saintess is occupied with modifying the wormhole's tunnel after its appearance in an A-class wormhole, leaving her unable to assist. The Beast Saint is in seclusion. and the Dream Saint's whereabouts are unknown, while the Lock Saint will not release him. Why? Cheng Lin pressed. The Lock Saint has become unhinged. He fell in love with a humanoid beast, but wishes to protect humanity. Unable to make a choice, he has confined himself, imprisoned beneath the Guandi sect. Under the watch of the Saint Master, Fu Ling elucidated. What a peculiar situation. So, the only combatants available for humanity are the 5 awakened saints from the Heroic Hall and the Glorious Hall, Cheng Lin concluded. Indeed. Where are we now? Cheng Lin then asked, relieved that they were still safe. Aboard the warship returning home, Fu Ling replied with a hint of melancholy. Why do you keep asking me these questions? Can't you inquire about something else? Have you eaten? Yes. How did you sleep last night? Not well. The ward finally fell silent. Cheng Lin noticed that any question related to Fu Ling brought her joy, prompting her to respond eagerly. Despite the inquiries being rather mundane, he chuckled softly, finding her endearing when she was being obedient. In terms of cuteness, Huashu has a slight edge. Why did she press her face against my hand earlier? Cheng Lin wondered. Suddenly, he recalled his sister back on Earth. Xiao I will be home soon, very soon. Chapter 30. The urgency of time. Half a day has passed. Cheng Lin has essentially made a full recovery, and the battleship has returned to the Hall of Heroes. Within the Grand Cathedral, many individuals remain gathered. The one above is Niansheng. Zhang Husheng, standing beside Cheng Lin, gestured subtly towards a woman adorned in a qipao. Her graceful figure reminiscent of Fu Ling. This time, the Grand Hall is filled with numerous spectators, and Cheng Lin locks eyes with a woman he recognizes as Lu Yan, who initially brought him to the Hall of Heroes. It dawns on him that her earlier claim of having matters to attend to was due to her accompanying the team outside the high walls for mining. I must first apologize to you all for this trial. Niansheng addresses the 10 individuals below. I am truly sorry, she bows in contrition. A sense of resentment lingers in the hearts of the crowd, for they have been used as bait, teetering on the brink of death on more than one occasion. Shio clenches her fists. Though her injuries have healed, bandages still cling to her body. Under the vigorous care of the woman with blue hair, Li Ke has also nearly recovered. As members of the Hall of Heroes, we vowed to dedicate ourselves upon entering this radiant cathedral, Zhang Husheng states, his tone heavy. We do not fear death and trials, but we dread looking back to find nothing behind us. He continues, Niansheng, please do not deceive us again. If you are determined to treat us this way, kindly inform us in advance. Zhang Husheng speaks on behalf of the group. Their fervent desire is to eradicate the behemoths. While they accept the possibility of dying on this path, being manipulated into death is intolerable and disheartening. I apologize, Kong Shang interjects, addressing the assembly. I assure you, this will not happen again. Niansheng reiterates her apology. Her sincere words bring a measure of calm to the crowd. I will offer you substantial compensation to make amends for the harm inflicted upon you, Niansheng promises. Soon after, the assembly disperses, but Cheng Lin is left behind. Remaining in the company of Niansheng and Kong Shang, Cheng Lin speculates that they wish to interrogate him regarding the behemoth's interest in him. However, Niansheng poses a question to Cheng Lin. Are you willing to enter the Imperial Gate? Taken aback, he replies, I am willing. And the reason? Niansheng presses on. To enhance my strength and eradicate all the behemoths in this world, Cheng Lin asserts with unwavering resolve. Show me your 3 powers, Niansheng commands. Cheng Lin activates his Sharingan, perceiving the immense energy emanating from the woman before him, so formidable that he struggles to define it. It is no wonder that those who awaken at the 9th tier are referred to as holy. Without forming any hand seals, Cheng Lin directly employs the 1,000 birds technique. Thanks to the system, he can expend a bit more energy to unleash ninjutsu without the need for hand seals. During the trial, there was no need to waste points. However, he deems hand seals too rudimentary in front of these two. 8-star lightning, Kong Shang evaluates. It can transform. Like this, Cheng Lin demonstrates the 1,000 birds flow, extending the lightning from his hand, creating a flickering wave in the air. It is a growth-type ability. Kong Shang expresses his astonishment. Next, Niansheng instructs. Cheng Lin places his hand before his mouth and expels a small fireball. If the energy is sufficient, my fireball can also transform, he explains. Cheng Lin has mastered numerous ninjutsu techniques, including Phoenix Fire and Great Fire Extinguishing. Niansheng. Cheng Lin is currently a Tier 3 Awakener with 3 abilities. And he is the person the behemoths seek. He should be well positioned to enter the Imperial Gate, Kong Shang remarks. Indeed, yet that is still insufficient. Niansheng approaches Cheng Lin, raising her gaze to meet his Sharingan. I do not know who you truly are, nor why the behemoths are so intent on finding you. We have no desire to uncover the truth. If you are an enemy of humanity, we will eliminate you immediately. However, if you are our ally, we will do everything in our power to enhance your strength. My sole purpose is to eradicate all behemoths in this world, Cheng Lin declares earnestly. Strive to improve. Use your life to enhance your strength. We have little time left to offer you. Niansheng turns and strides back. Cheng Lin and Kong Shang exchange puzzled glances over Niansheng's words. What does Niansheng mean? Kong Shang asks, a hint of fear in his voice. Niansheng pauses, turning her head slightly, saying, The behemoths are highly fixated on you. As they confront us, I can sense their wrath directed at you, their murderous fury. I fear that soon, the behemoths will once again wage a war akin to that which nearly obliterated our high walls a century ago. How could this be? Kong Shang seems to recall the battle from a century prior. Cheng Lin recalls hearing from the Black Ram that humanity was nearly annihilated back then, thwarted only by a traitor's interference. How much time do we have left? Cheng Lin inquires. Uncertain. It could be a year, a month, or perhaps even now. Nian Sheng replies. Cheng Lin becomes increasingly serious, stating, my eyes allow me to absorb the souls of behemoths through their defeat, enhancing my strength with virtually no upper limit. It is likely that they fear this ability of mine. Their eyes gleam with newfound understanding. The potential limits in this world are likely lower than those in the Naruto universe. For them, Cheng Lin's capacity for power appears boundless. I need to eliminate the behemoths within the walls to achieve the fastest growth, Cheng Lin asserts. Nian Sheng turns to face him, observing the seriousness in his gaze. The behemoths imprisoned within our Hall of Heroes are not as formidable as those in the Glory Hall. We house a maximum of 4-star behemoths, while they contain 6-star behemoths. That place may be more suitable for you at present. After 15 days, when you participate in the opening of the Imperial Gate, you will encounter behemoths of up to 8 stars, which will be even more appropriate for you. Then take me to the Glory Hall now, Cheng Lin insists. Nian Sheng suddenly asks, do you not wish to leave them a message? No need. I am merely an outsider, not one of their team, Cheng Lin clarifies. Understanding the underlying implication of Nian Sheng's question, does he not wish to leave a word for Fu Linger or those he cares for? I am destined to leave this world. It is better to part ways with everyone on a good note, Cheng Lin reflects inwardly. Very well, Kong Shang will escort you to the Glory Hall, Nian Sheng concedes. Are you truly not planning to say anything to them? Kong Shang inquires. All along, it is apparent that everyone has accepted Cheng Lin, even coming to regard him as the heart of their team. No need, Cheng Lin shakes his head, sighing. All right then. A mystical array materializes beneath their feet. Chapter 31. The council within a cavern resembling a chasm with 9 cliffs. Sunlight filtered through several bowl-sized apertures above. Each of the 9 cliffs held a distinct position, encircling a circular dais at the center. A slender figure draped in a hooded black cloak stood upon the dais. The crocodile turtle is dead, the figure announced. The outsider could not be captured, it added. Useless, a deep voice resonated from one of the cliffs. A creature, resembling a massive humanoid beast with yellow fur, stepped forth. Dead eyes, do you have nothing to say? The yellow beast inquired of another cliff. A flicker of green light emanated from that cliff, revealing an ugly creature composed entirely of green eyes. I did not consent to the black sheep's actions, it spoke. Its voice akin to an electromagnetic wave rather than that of a living being. Impossible. Without your abilities, it could not have located the outsider, the yellow beast retorted. It was stolen, the green-eyed creature explained. Both of you are accountable, the yellow beast stated. The green-eyed creature and Appo's negligence in failing to report the theft was a clear dereliction of duty. Silence fell upon the other beasts perched on the cliffs. What punishment shall be meted out? The slender figure asked. Strip the black sheep of its royal attendant status, the yellow beast decreed. Do you intend to devour it? Suddenly, a towering female humanoid beast, adorned with curving black horns resembling a crown and dressed in human ecclesiastical attire, emerged. Her violet eyes fixed intently on the yellow beast. Your son's fault cannot be evaded. The yellow beast stood resolute, unflinching. The gaze of the 2 titans clashed, unleashing a psychic assault that radiated across the cliffs. The royal attendant's status cannot be altered. It is an edict from the king, the slender figure asserted. When was this spoken? The yellow beast seethed. Foolish creature. The female humanoid beast replied, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. The king stated this long ago, during the last assault on humanity, but at that time, you were too preoccupied with feasting on humans, the green-eyed creature added. The yellow beast clenched its fists, falling into a brooding silence. The atmosphere grew frigid. As the yellow beast's desire to consume the black sheep was laid bare, and the female humanoid beast was the black sheep's progenitor. As for punishment, we shall deliberate on that later. I have summoned you all here to prepare for an assault on humanity, the slender figure proclaimed. The 8 beasts surrounding the 9 cliffs assumed a serious demeanor. The presence of the outsider increasingly unsettled the king. Should the outsider be allowed to grow, the consequences would be dire. We shall convene all titans and dismantle their fortifications, the yellow beast declared. The fusion of light beasts and humanity and Appo's fortifications had strengthened over the centuries, as had the prowess of the feathered beasts. While the worm beasts had nearly restored the wormholes they had created, a male humanoid beast, resembling a spider, nodded in agreement. These damn traitors, the yellow beast seethed. Humans are weak, they pose no threat, a pale-faced male humanoid beast with black wings interjected. If we eliminate all the awakened humans of the holy tier, humanity will be extinguished, and those 2 traitors will be no exception. However, we must lure them out, the green-eyed creature suggested. No need. A direct assault will draw them out. Humanity has established a stronghold before the ghostly void. If we destroy their stronghold, they will naturally reveal themselves. At that juncture, we will unite to slay them, the male humanoid beast asserted. Their strengths vary. I am the strongest among them. When chaos ensues, we shall open the wormhole within the fortress, leaving them in disarray. Whether they discover the wormhole is inconsequential. A century ago, the light beast sacrificed its corporeal form to merge with the fortification. What means do they have to defend themselves this time? The male humanoid beast spoke gravely. However, the slender figure interjected, its demeanor suddenly serious. Our primary objective this time is to eliminate that outsider. The beasts fell silent. I will report the proceedings of this council to the king. You shall each return to amass your powers. When the king's command is issued, we shall strike humanity in unison. In the Hall of Glory, Chung Lin followed the staff through a tunnel, descending deeper underground. He was taken aback to learn that the Hall of Glory was situated beneath the earth. Chung Lin's Sharingan observed a man clad in the distinctive uniform of the Hall of Glory before him, a seventh-tier awakened individual. The Hall of Glory was not a place for cultivation and study. Rather, it was a battleground against the Titans. Years of human wrath towards the Titans had been accumulating within the walls, and this place served as a crucial outlet for their rage. Upon exiting the tunnel, Chung Lin surveyed the throngs of people below, thousands, gathered around a colossal arena, roaring with fervor. Kill these damn Titans. Chung Lin arrived above the arena, witnessing a two-star Titan facing off against a second-tier awakened individual who struggled to hold their ground. Is it still too much to bear? Indeed. It seems only a third-tier awakened individual can reliably vanquish a two-star Titan, an observer lamented. During the trials, a group of second-tier awakened individuals had managed to subdue a two-star raven beast, but any one of them would have been unable to do so alone. Chung Lin, however, was an exception, for he possessed ninjutsu. By controlling the two-star raven beast, he could directly employ Chidori to eliminate it. Strength, 330. Speed, 360. Mental power, 6,950. Limit 6,950. Energy, 7,500. Evolution, 552, 1,000. Just 450 points more, and he could unlock the Mangeki Sharingan. Chung Lin mused with a light chuckle. Activating the Mangeki would significantly enhance his power, potentially rivaling 7th or 8th tier awakened individuals. The abilities of Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Kagutsuchi were beyond the reach of a mere 5th tier awakened individual. When will it be my turn to enter? Chung Lin inquired. The 7th tier awakened individual beside him, serving as his bodyguard, would be there to rescue Chung Lin should any unforeseen incidents arise during his battle with the Titans. I will arrange it for you, the man replied. All right. The two arrived at a grand hall and paused before the door of an independent office. The man knocked lightly. Come in. A male voice beckoned from within. They entered. Chung Lin beheld a middle-aged man with glasses seated at an imposing black wooden desk. Chung Lin? The middle-aged man queried. Yes. Chung Lin replied. Chapter 32. The princess. The middle-aged man glanced at the envelope pressed beneath his hand, and, intertwining his fingers, asked, What grade of behemoth do you suggest I arrange for you? I am currently a third-tier awakener, and I would like to first try a 3-star behemoth, Chung Lin replied. Very well. 07. It's up to you. The man instructed the 7th-tier awakener beside Chung Lin. 07 nodded. She led Chung Lin out of the office, where several women cast curious glances at him. They took the elevator down to a more subterranean level. Upon exiting, they found themselves in a spacious administrative hall filled with numerous awakeners, similar to Chung Lin, preparing to participate in the behemoth battles. After exchanging glances, they fell into silence. Your match will commence at 9 o'clock tonight. Let me take you to your lodgings for some rest, 07 said, handing a voucher to Chung Lin, who nodded in acknowledgement. Chung Lin entered his accommodations, a modest single room. No wonder they say connections matter. The process is quite simple. Even selecting the behemoth of my choice, he chuckled to himself. With his mental energy at full capacity, Chung Lin did not intend to train. Rather, he sought to observe the ambience of the arena. He opened the door and made his way to the Colosseum. 07 had assigned herself to the staff rest area, populated by individuals clad in Glory Hall uniforms. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Suddenly, a girl with pink hair approached Chung Lin, studying him with keen curiosity. I am here to participate in the behemoth battles, he replied. The girl, youthful and uniform-clad, responded, Then we are colleagues. Hello, I am Wang Nu. Hello. I am Chung Lin, he said, pleased to engage in conversation. I'm off to see the arena now. Chung Lin signaled his intent to leave. Oh, really? So am I, she feigned surprise. Chung Lin chuckled and inquired, Shall we go together? Absolutely. Wang Nu exclaimed, her delight apparent. Nearby staff members exchanged amused glances, noting Wang Nu's newfound friendliness towards a male companion. Must be her age, they speculated. Upon reaching the arena, they found it teeming with spectators, their roars overshadowing the sounds of battle below. The Colosseum attracts thousands daily, a gathering of those harboring animosity toward behemoths while indulging in gambling, Wang Nu explained. Despite their raucous shouts, they weep when they lose money, Chung Lin remarked. Are you betting on the behemoths or the awakeners? Indeed. Wang Nu continued. What tier are you from? I am from the lower 5th tier, but I awakened a 9-star ability and joined the Hero Hall. 9-star ability? Wang Nu replied, astonished. Cheng Lin nodded, and her smile soon transformed into a resolute expression, as if she had made a significant decision. How long will you be staying here? She asked. 13 days. That's rather short. Cheng Lin noted a hint of something unspoken in her words. I am here to participate in the opening of the Emperor's Gate. He clarified. Are you not yet 20? Wang Nu seemed particularly interested in this detail. Yes, Cheng Lin replied, puzzled. Suddenly, the cacophony of the arena intensified, prompting Cheng Lin to peer through the throng. However, the crowd was too dense for him to see. Wang Nu, sensing his frustration, grasped his hand, saying, follow me. They navigated through a narrow passage and ascended to a higher platform. After several jumps, Cheng Lin looked down, gaining a complete view of the Colosseum. That is a 2-star vine behemoth, Wang Nu explained. It is a parasitic behemoth, a symbiotic entity formed from a tree person and vines. Cheng Lin activated his Sharingan and observed a tree person, towering over 20 meters, mercilessly pounding a 3rd-tier Awakener. The Awakener wielded water abilities and appeared to be on the verge of defeat. The Awakener is bound to lose, Cheng Lin commented. Wang Nu, momentarily captivated by his crimson eyes, hesitated before asking, is that your ability? Indeed. How beautiful, she replied, to which Cheng Lin responded with gratitude. The 3rd-tier Awakener faced not 1, but 2 behemoths, both 2-star creatures, rendering his abilities ineffective against the vines. The vines emitted a green glow, healing their own wounds. Both combatants were visibly exhausted. Even a 3rd-tier Awakener might struggle against such a foe, Wang Nu mused. As anticipated, a 6th-tier Awakener soon intervened, confronting the 2-star vine behemoth and rescuing the beleaguered Awakener, who had succumbed to defeat. As Wang Nu had predicted, the once boisterous crowd now lamented their losses. Yet, in a heartbeat, they regained their spirits, eager to place bets on the next match. Are they betting before the behemoths and Awakeners even emerge? Cheng Lin inquired. Such is the nature of gambling, Wang Nu replied. As the massive iron gates, larger than those at the Hero Hall's trial grounds, began to rise, a 4th-tier Awakener emerged. The crowd gasped as an ugly behemoth, resembling a crocodile covered in long hair, stood before them, measuring over 30 meters in height. That is a 3-star armored beast. Its long hair serves as its weapon, making it quite formidable, Wang Nu noted. The 4th-tier Awakener charged forward, summoning a 6-star hammer and unleashing a frenzied assault upon the behemoth, disregarding the danger posed by its hair. Ultimately, the 3-star armored beast was brutally slain, eliciting a cacophony of cheers from the audience. Cheng Lin felt a sense of discomfort at their morbid enthusiasm. Yet he reminded himself that humanity had endured centuries of peril from behemoths since being trapped in the ghostly abyss. Subsequently, battles continued every half hour. Cheng Lin asked, how does Glory Hall typically capture behemoths? Wang Nu, seated beside him and swinging her legs playfully, replied, using reverse wormholes modified by the Holy Maiden of Light to access the behemoth realm and capture them. Have you ever participated in a capture? Cheng Lin queried. Alas, only those above the 5th tier are permitted to join the capture teams. I have yet to venture into the behemoth realm, she continued. I've heard it is quite beautiful. Cheng Lin remained silent, hoping she might have the chance to see it herself someday. For reasons he could not articulate, he sensed an underlying danger in Wang Nu's proximity, as she sat closely beside him, her fragrance wafting through the air. Glancing at his wristband, Cheng Lin noted that it was already 9 o'clock. He stood, announcing, it's my turn. So soon? Wang Nu also rose to her feet. Well, I'm neither slow nor fast, Cheng Lin replied, exasperated by her naivety. She gazed at him with a puzzled, innocent expression. Cheng Lin turned away to check in. As he did, Wang Nu's lips curled into a slight smile, her cheeks flushing a shade of crimson as she murmured, how am I to know if you speak the truth? Chapter 33. The first slain 3-star behemoth. With a cacophony of sounds, the iron gate creaked open. A wave of curiosity swept over the crowd in the arena as Cheng Lin slowly emerged. Who is this young man? A fresh face, yet strikingly handsome. Can anyone tell us his awakening tier? 3-tier. Such a young 3-tier is indeed rare. From the darkness of the iron gate, a mass of blue liquid began to flow forth. It was the 3-star liquid stone, instantly recognized by the onlookers. This young man dares to challenge a 3-star behemoth at such a tender age. What audacity! Cheng Lin observed the creature before him, a small hill of blue liquid, approximately 20 meters high, yet its entire form was immense, with a radius of 20 meters encased in liquid stone. ISN and Opos, this merely a slime? Cheng Lin pondered. It seems troublesome, devoid of eyes, it cannot be controlled directly. He scrutinized the liquid stone, noting its uniform blue exterior. Suddenly, a stream of blue liquid detached from its body and shot towards Cheng Lin. The crowd held its breath. Mental power, 6950. Mental power, 6934, with a swift movement. Cheng Lin evaded the attack, hearing an explosion reverberate behind him as the wall was corroded. Indeed, it possesses corrosive properties. The crowd murmured in awe at his remarkable reflexes. Is this the power of Cheng Lin's eyes? The princess mused. When battling a slime, should one employ fire or lightning? Cheng Lin contemplated. The liquid stone rolled toward him, intent on engulfing him. Should he become ensnared within its mass, defeat would be inevitable. Whoosh! Another burst of blue liquid surged forward. Cheng Lin made up his mind. Lightning it shall be. Energy, 7,500. Energy, 7,000. With 3 seals formed with his right hand. The sound of 1,000 birds resonated throughout the arena. This young man wields the 7-star lightning ability. Mental power, 6903. Mental power, 6893. Cheng Lin deftly dodged the blue rays, charging toward the liquid stone. Sensing his approach, the creature unleashed a barrage of blue rays. Yet all were evaded by Cheng Lin. Under the scrutiny of his gaze, nothing could escape detection. Bang! Cheng Lin thrust the 1,000 birds into the liquid stone, but it failed to penetrate. What formidable regenerative ability! Energy, 7,000. Energy, 6,400. With a flourish, he unleashed the 1,000 birds flow, causing arcs of electricity to tear through a portion of the liquid stone and Appo's S-form. Retreating, Cheng Lin observed as a hand formed from the liquid stone reached for him, but he remained unfazed. Energy, 6,400. Energy, 5,800,000 birds, sharp spear. The spectators watched in awe as Cheng Lin continuously summoned lightning, gradually eradicating the liquid stone's form. This young man and Appo's S powers. Can he unleash them indefinitely? The crowd gaped in disbelief. It is impossible. Every ability must have its limits. How can he maintain such relentless use? Slain a 3-star behemoth. Strength, 338. Speed, 368. Mental power, 6830. Limit 7100. Energy, 3,200. Evolution, 564, 1,000. Slaying a 3-star behemoth granted him a commendable 12 points of evolution value. Cheng Lin chuckled lightly as he exited the arena. Although his energy consumption was somewhat high, it was worth it. This slime was not particularly strong. It must be the weakest among the 3-star behemoths. Cheng Lin mused, reflecting on the benefits of entering through the back door, as the matching mechanism was undoubtedly optimal. You deceived me. The princess stormed toward Cheng Lin, her expression one of indignation. What did I deceive you about? Cheng Lin queried, puzzled. Did you not claim your ability was solely derived from your eyes? The princess retorted. I never said I possessed only one ability, Cheng Lin replied. This. The princess pondered for a moment before apologizing. Forgive me, may I treat you to a meal? Why not? Cheng Lin replied, hesitating slightly. Sensing that the princess was perhaps setting a trap. With a smile, the princess led him to a secluded dining area for staff. Cheng Lin, do you possess 2 abilities? She inquired. 3. What? Cheng Lin's response left her in shock, her demeanor abruptly shifting. Forgive me, that was my native tongue, she said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she settled back into her seat. Cheng Lin scrutinized the princess, noting that despite her overall Eastern appearance, she possessed features reminiscent of Western descent. Perhaps having grown accustomed to the mixed looks of grapefruit and jihong, he almost failed to recognize her as a hybrid. How can you have 3 abilities? Throughout human history, only the light bearer has possessed such a number, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement and surprise, yet devoid of suspicion. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is simply a result of my striking good looks, Cheng Lin chuckled lightly. How arrogant, the princess teased, yet her gaze remained fixed on him. Princess. A voice interrupted, startling both. Cheng Lin turned to see a tall, attractive woman with brown hair, also clad in uniform. The princess's expression grew tense upon seeing her. The woman approached their table, fixing her gaze on Cheng Lin. Who are you? She inquired. I am a participant in the beast competition, Cheng Lin replied nonchalantly, directing his attention toward the princess, curious about her apprehension towards this woman. Are you 2 acquainted? The woman asked gently, her tone softening. Yes, the princess nodded. The woman ground her teeth, casting a sidelong glance at Cheng Lin. When you have a moment, I shall return to speak with you, if that is agreeable, she continued. Very well, the princess replied. The woman shot a warning glance at Cheng Lin, who failed to comprehend its meaning, opting to ignore it. After she departed, they finished their meal in silence before exiting the dining area. Are you using me as a shield? Cheng Lin questioned. No, absolutely not. I truly. The words caught in the princess's throat, her face flushing as she added, I genuinely did not. Is she a female admirer? Cheng Lin whispered. The princess, not understanding his terminology, responded with confusion. Cheng Lin pressed on. Does she have feelings for you? Though the princess was aware, she still gasped in surprise upon hearing it. She nodded. She is quite attractive, with a lovely figure. Do you dislike her? No, I do not harbor any dislike for Ling Ba, she replied. However, I only wish to be friends with her. I do not desire a romantic relationship. I want her to understand that I am attracted to men, the princess stated. Then perhaps she will let go. Why seek my assistance? Cheng Lin inquired, puzzled. The princess, blushing, confessed, because you are handsome, the type I favor. She assumed Cheng Lin would be repulsed. Yet he simply reached out and playfully tapped her head, saying, "There is no need for such apprehension. You should clarify your feelings with her directly. If she truly cares for you, she will support you rather than burden you." Huh. The princess was taken aback. "You have imprisoned yourself with your own fears." Unwilling to confront the truth, Chung Lin leaned in closer, adding, "Perhaps you even harbor some feelings for her." Yet subconsciously refused to acknowledge them. "No, that is not the case." The princess glared at Chung Lin, her frustration evident. Chung Lin chuckled lightly, thinking to himself, "Then simply go and speak with her. It is not a grave matter. However, this way we may no longer preserve our original friendship," the princess remarked. Chung Lin, wishing to remain uninvolved in their affairs, replied, "I fear she mustered considerable courage to convey her feelings to you. If you wish to maintain your friendship with her, it is imperative that you speak with her sincerely and not squander her bravery." Chapter 34. Slaying the 3-star ghost fox from the very beginning. Chung Lin was acutely aware that the princess had ulterior motives for approaching him. He anticipated that there would eventually come a moment of revelation. However, Chung Lin felt no anxiety. What could the princess possibly desire that could harm him? He had the backing of the Holy Spirit, and even the higher-ups of the Glory Hall had to show him respect. Surely they were aware of this? Whether in the trials beyond the high walls or within them, there would undoubtedly be those who secretly safeguarded Chung Lin. After all, he was the person designated to be found by the colossal beasts. To his astonishment, he encountered a female spirit in this very place. Upon returning to his residence, Chung Lin commenced his training. He had just registered for a competition scheduled for 6 in the morning. The Glory Hall was situated underground, devoid of day and night, merely marked by the passage of time. With no colossal beasts to slay, Chung Lin took out a 100-carat intermediate energy, or to cultivate. Energy, 3,200. Energy, 3,400. Energy, 3,600. When the time arrived, Chung Lin made his way to the arena. With a clatter, the iron gates swung open. What emerged this time was a colossal purple fox. Was it reminiscent of the 9-tailed fox? Chung Lin pondered, noting that this creature was considerably smaller. Its eyes a striking shade of purple. It was a 3-star ghost fox. The crowd gasped, regardless of the star rating. All ghost foxes were distinguished beings of the same tier. They thrived in the realm of ghosts, capable of employing illusions and exuding ghostly energy. Chung Lin's electric abilities might exert some suppression against the ghostly realm, yet the ghost fox's forte lay in its illusions, leading the onlookers to speculate that he might falter. Chung Lin activated his Sharingan, sensing a familiar aura emanating from the fox. It was the essence of the ghostly realm. He could not forget the horrifying figures resembling Cthulhu that had appeared in that domain. Did this fox also excel in mental assaults? Chung Lin wondered. Boom. Before he could contemplate further, the ghost fox charged at him with astonishing speed, its massive form resembling a mountain bearing down upon him. Chung Lin charged forward without hesitation. Is he out of his mind? The crowd exclaimed from the stands. Chung Lin aimed for a swift resolution. There was no need to squander time. After all, it was merely an illusion, a matter of a single 1,000 birds technique. Mental power, 7,100. Mental power, 6,500. Chung Lin unleashed an illusion aimed directly at the ghost fox's eyes. To his surprise, the fox was also staring back at him. And he felt a resistance, yet his illusion penetrated its mind successfully. The crowd marveled as the ghost fox suddenly froze. However, Chung Lin did not relent. Energy, 5,400. Energy, for 1,600,000 birds, sharp spear. Chung Lin expended 800 energy points. Harnessing the speed from 1,000 birds, he instantaneously appeared before the ghost fox. Leaping to pierce its head, the Kusanagi sword, accompanied by crackling lightning, struck into the fox and Appos' skull. The lightning crackled ominously. It wasn't an Appos, deep enough. Chung Lin thought in astonishment. The ghost fox, roused by the pain, widened its eyes. With a thunderous boom, it erupted with ghostly energy, sending Chung Lin flying. The ghostly energy swelled, encroaching upon him. Chung Lin retreated, sensing the distinct nature of this energy, which eluded the perception of his Sharingan. The ghost fox was about to conjure an illusion. No, the ghost fox was protecting itself. It recognized Chung Lin's formidable prowess and released its entire ghostly energy to conceal itself within. Someone remarked from the crowd, "The arena has been shrouded in ghostly energy. The audience cannot discern what transpires below." Chung Lin remained vigilant, his Sharingan scanning the surroundings. Whoosh! The ghost fox lunged at Chung Lin, who raised the Kusanagi sword to defend. Its body had shrunk. Chung Lin scrutinized the creature before him. Once as large as a small mountain, it now resembled an adult elephant in size. Yet its speed and strength remained unchanged. Roar! Chung Lin was taken aback as a Cthulhu figure emerged behind him. Charging toward him, he promptly evaded. This Cthulhu figure was a mental attacker. Chung Lin was unperturbed by mental assaults. Even the 5-star green-eyed illusion could not faze him, let alone this 3-star ghost fox. However, he was concerned about the ghost fox concealed within the ghostly energy. Energy, for 1,600. Energy, 4,000 birds, sharp spear. Chung Lin spotted a figure and thrust his sword forward, knowing that lightning had a dispersive effect on ghostly energy. The audience above caught sight of Chung Lin below. He hasn't lost. Chung Lin had not struck the ghost fox fully. He had only inflicted a wound on its flank. Yet, in an instant, his three-tomo Sharingan fixed upon it. Mental power, 6438. Mental power, 5838. The ghost fox's illusions paled in comparison to Chung Lin's, leaving it dazed once more. Energy, 4,000. Energy, 3,400. It was over. Chung Lin unleashed the 1,000-bird sharp spear, piercing the ghost fox in an instant. Yet, the ghost fox dissipated into ghostly energy. Chung Lin was taken aback. At that moment, the Cthulhu figures surged forth from the ghostly energy, and Chung Lin employed 1,000 birds to scatter them. Energy, 3,400. Energy, 3,000. What is happening? Roar. The ghost fox charged from the side, seemingly enraged by Chung Lin's actions. Chung Lin observed with his Sharingan that the ghost fox's body had diminished further. I believe I understand. It can resurrect itself through ghostly energy, but with each resurrection, its strength diminishes, engaging me in a battle of attrition? Chung Lin chuckled softly. Very well, let us see who outlasts whom. Energy, 3,000. The spectators above gazed in astonishment as lightning erupted amidst the ghostly energy. Accompanied by the ghost fox's roars, they were left bewildered as to who was winning. Before long, the ghostly energy dissipated. You have slain a 3-star colossal beast. Chung Lin, panting heavily, had expended considerable stamina. Strength, 345. Speed, 375. Mental power, 5322. Limit, 7250. Energy, 1000. Evolution, 576. 1000. Chung Lin exited the arena. He took a special passage reserved for him, free from the throngs. Yet the princess rushed over, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? I and Apos am fine, just a bit fatigued. I will rest shortly, Chung Lin replied. I'll escort you back, the princess offered. As the two stepped outside, Chung Lin noticed a figure waiting, Ling Ba. Ling Ba glared at Chung Lin with displeasure, yet gradually positioned herself beside the princess. Chung Lin observed their dynamic and recalled a certain matter. Fu Linger and Li Kei seemed to share a similar bond. Could it be that Li Kei was also a female spirit? Thank you, Chung Lin, the princess suddenly expressed. It seemed they had reconciled, Chung Lin mused. I merely made a suggestion. The key is that you both are reasonable, Chung Lin remarked. The princess gazed at Chung Lin with an intense look. Ling Ba gritted her teeth, grasping the princess's hand. The princess appeared surprised, yet did not resist. Chung Lin averted his gaze from the princess. Ling Ba was a 4th-tier awakened individual, exuding a formidable presence. Chung Lin returned to his residence. Instead of resting, he immediately resumed his training. He needed to enhance his abilities and slay the maximum number of colossal beasts before the opening of the Emperor's Gate, thus maximizing his efficiency. Chapter 35. Slaying the Yeti Crocodile. Approximately a week had elapsed, and the members of the Glory Hall had become acutely aware of Chung Lin, a ruthless individual notorious for his relentless slaughter of colossal beasts. Within this span, Chung Lin had systematically dispatched nearly 3 3-star beasts each day, culminating in a total of 21 3-star beasts slain over the week. However, today, Chung Lin was confronted with grim news. All the 3-star beasts within the Glory Hall had been exterminated, leaving him with no choice but to target the 4-star beasts. It became evident to all that Chung Lin was a dual-ability awakened one, a rarity within the Glory Hall, which led to a dramatic increase in spectators at the arena, all eager to witness the prowess of his dual abilities. Standing in the arena, Chung Lin paid little heed to the fervent cries of the crowd. Strength, 421. Speed, 451. Mental power, 6,000. Max, 10400. Energy, 6,000. Evolution, 828. 1,000. His eyes were weary. The toll of near-constant training and beast-slaying leaving little room for rest. He had ascended to the 4th tier. And while the reasons for his sudden surge in power were unknown to the masses, they had witnessed similar cases of awakened individuals who had rapidly increased their strength. Chung Lin's relentless dedication to training left no doubt as to his capabilities. With a clattering sound, a 4-star beast emerged from the iron gates. It was a towering, 30-meter-tall upright creature, resembling a gorilla with the head of a crocodile, cloaked in a thick, white fur that resembled armor. To prepare for the confrontation with this 4-star beast, Chung Lin had dedicated an extra half-day to energy cultivation. The crowd gasped as they recognized the creature, the 4-star Yeti crocodile. The anticipation heightened as they realized that Chung Lin's opponents were becoming increasingly formidable. The spectacle was growing ever more thrilling. A chill swept through the arena, prompting spectators to huddle against the cold. Chung Lin, with dark circles under his eyes, regarded the snow-white Yeti crocodile. Though he had already achieved the 4th tier of awakening, he had refrained from challenging a 4-star beast until now, opting instead for the 3-star beasts. This was due to the significant disparity in strength between different star levels. Even the pinnacle of 3-star beasts would struggle against the lowest tier of 4-star beasts. With a thunderous roar, the Yeti crocodile unleashed its fury, its voice reverberating throughout the arena. Spotting the emptiness above, it contemplated escape. The beast's gaze sent shockwaves through the audience. Several 6th and 7th tier awakened individuals emanated energy to intimidate the Yeti crocodile, which, although initially enraged, soon recognized its inability to flee and redirected its ire towards Chung Lin. Roaring with unbridled fury, the Yeti crocodile charged at Chung Lin with earth-shaking steps. Undeterred, Chung Lin activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, a trickle of blood seeping from his eyes. Mental power, 6,000. Mental power, 5,000. Chung Lin expended 1,000 mental points to cast an illusion. Striking the Yeti crocodile, he unleashed his signature jutsu, the Chidori Spear. Energy, 6,000. Energy, 5,000. The greater the energy consumed, the more devastating the Chidori Spear became, accelerating its speed. Chung Lin leapt onto the back of the Yeti crocodile, swiftly reaching its neck to plunge his blade deep. Lightning crackled, dazzling the spectators. The Kusanagi sword sank into the Yeti crocodile's neck, and Chung Lin intended to sever its head. However, the beast stirred, startled by the pain in its neck. Chung Lin exerted all his strength, but suddenly, ice began to form around the wound, freezing the Kusanagi sword and creeping towards him. Reluctantly, he released the weapon. The Yeti crocodile flung Chung Lin off its neck with a powerful punch. Chung Lin raised his hand to defend, but was immediately struck by a wave of frigid air. The beast and Appo's fist unleashed icy spikes, sending Chung Lin crashing into a distant wall, where he coughed up a copious amount of blood. 4-star beasts have attained unique abilities, murmured the audience. The Yeti crocodile wields the power of ice. This time, our brother may genuinely face defeat, the princess observed with concern for Chung Lin. Enduring excruciating pain, Chung Lin rose. He had narrowly evaded the icy spikes, yet his left hand bore the brunt of the attack, nearly incapacitated. Blood flowed profusely, yet he remained conscious and calm. The Yeti crocodile, realizing Chung Lin was still alive, charged again. Chung Lin discarded his tattered cloak, his 3-tomo Sharingan fixed on the beast. Playing with ice, are we? Then allow me to demonstrate the might of fire, he declared. Energy, 5,000. Energy, 3,500. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Chung Lin drew a deep breath, forming hand signs before unleashing a torrent of flames. Boom. The inferno surged like a deluge towards the Yeti crocodile, which halted in astonishment, raising its hand to conjure a massive ice wall to shield itself. The audience watched in disbelief as Chung Lin's flames melted through the ice wall, causing even the Yeti crocodile to recoil from the searing heat. Breathing heavily, Chung Lin smiled, sensing the creature in Appo's fear of the flames. He charged forward as the Yeti crocodile, bewildered by Chung Lin's transformation, roared and lunged at him once more. Chung Lin formed hand signs, aligning them perfectly. Energy, 3,500. Energy, 2,000. Once again, he unleashed the great fire annihilation. The Yeti crocodile raised its ice wall, but the sheer magnitude of the flames overwhelmed it. Some flames circumventing the barrier and scorching the beast. Its hide, as tough as steel, began to melt like ice in the face of fire. After the flames receded, the Yeti crocodile was singed, half of its white fur incinerated. Chung Lin surmised correctly. The Yeti crocodile had no resistance to fire. Charging once more, Chung Lin sensed the creature's panic as it began to retreat. Exhaustion clawed at him. He could not allow it to escape. Mental power, 4912. Mental power, 3912. Blood flowed profusely from Chung Lin's eyes as he cast an illusion that entrapped the Yeti crocodile, rendering it motionless. With immense effort, he formed hand signs again. Energy, 2,000. Energy, 500. Fire style, great fire annihilation. This time, the flames engulfed the Yeti crocodile entirely, searing its flesh. Though it did not perish, the creature collapsed, devoid of fur and gasping for breath. Just a little more, and I can deliver the final blow, Chung Lin thought as his vision blurred, and he fell to the ground. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, witnessing the unfolding drama. Chung Lin slowly braced himself, gritting his teeth, and grasped the Kusanagi sword, inching toward the Yeti crocodile. Kill it, someone shouted. Yes, slay the beast, others echoed, their voices igniting a fervor in the crowd. Kill the Yeti crocodile, they chanted, their enthusiasm reverberating throughout the arena. Having reached the Yeti crocodile's neck, Chung Lin raised the Kusanagi sword. Energy, 500. Energy, 0. Lightning crackled along the blade as he plunged it downwards. Slain a 4-star beast. Chapter 36. Fu Ling and Appo's arrives. Chung Lin slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a blinding white expanse. Am I in the hospital again? He murmured to himself. Yes. Chung Lin heard a voice and widened his eyes. It was Fu Linger. She fixed her gaze on him and asked, why did you leave without a word? Chung Lin was at a loss for words. He could hardly admit that he was not from this world and preferred not to form too many attachments here. Speak, Fu Linger exclaimed angrily. During that trial, we risked our lives together twice, and I thought our bond would deepen. Yet, you chose to come to the glory hall alone and left without saying goodbye. Do you dislike us so much? Are you so eager to sever ties with us and enhance your strength to enter the Imperial Gate? Fu Ling'er glared at Cheng-Lin. In her eyes, he saw tears welling up. No, that is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? She pressed. Do you know how much I searched for you? Scouring the entire Heroes Hall, even offending my sister? Why yes, I'm sorry. Cheng-Lin was unsure why Fu Ling'er was so emotionally charged, yet he instinctively wanted to apologize. Do you think a mere apology will earn our forgiveness? Fu Ling'er continued. What must I do for you to forgive me? Cheng-Lin asked. Fu Ling and Oppos stepped closer to him, causing Cheng-Lin to instinctively shrink back in fear. She bent down, grasped his face, and kissed him. Cheng-Lin and Oppos' eyes widened in shock. Goodness, I've been a virgin in 2 lifetimes, and now this. After a moment, Fu Ling'er calmed herself and turned her face away, saying, I came alone, the others didn't come with me. What? Cheng-Lin had thought Zhang Husheng and the others were outside, which is why he felt so anxious to apologize. But it was just Fu Ling'er? What do you mean? Since I kissed you, you are now mine. Do you understand? Fu Ling'er fixed her gaze on Cheng-Lin. Cheng-Lin was puzzled. Was this some kind of game? Since you're awake, I'll go fetch the doctor. Fu Ling'er scampered out. Cheng-Lin collapsed back onto the hospital bed, overwhelmed by this terrifying encounter right after waking up. Power, 436. Speed, 466. Mental strength, 6,000. Max, 10600. Energy, 0. Evolution, 844, 1,000. Cheng-Lin glanced at the panel. His mental strength had recovered to over half, indicating he had been unconscious for a day. What is Fu Ling'er playing at, declaring that I am hers? I must return to Earth, he muttered to himself. Cheng-Lin attempted to sit up. He could manage it, but felt utterly weak. He had pushed his body to its limits these past few days and was utterly exhausted. Before long, the doctor, along with Fu Ling'er and a few others, arrived. After examining Cheng-Lin with their abilities, the doctor left. Fu Ling'er sat beside him, smiling, while the princess appeared visibly shaken. You came alone? Cheng-Lin asked Fu Ling'er. Yes, once my sister catches me, I'll be in for it, Fu Ling'er replied. It's all your fault, she suddenly added. Huh. Cheng-Lin tried to appear casual, thinking, who told you to come here? Cheng-Lin, who is she? The princess suddenly inquired. She. Before Cheng-Lin could finish, Fu Ling'er interjected, his woman. No, Cheng-Lin protested. You heartless scoundrel. I've let you kiss me, and even allowed you to touch me, and you dare deny it. Fu Ling'er stood up, furious. Cheng-Lin felt a sweat break out. The kiss was initiated by her, and the touching? Aside from a hug, what else? The princess lowered her head, disheartened. 08 approached the princess, taking her hand and pulling her up, addressing Cheng-Lin, you cad. Unbeknownst to them, 08's lips curled slightly upwards, as she relished the prospect of having the princess to herself. The princess glanced at Fu Ling'er's beauty and figure, while she did not feel inferior. She recognized that she had known Cheng-Lin for too short a time. Cheng-Lin, we should take our leave, the princess said, being led away by 08. Are you satisfied now? Cheng-Lin smiled at Fu Ling'er. Not at all. Cheng-Lin took a step back and replied, we aren't really familiar with each other. Fu Ling and Oppos slowly approached Cheng-Lin, saying, no, but I like you. A rosy hue spread across her fair face. For this past week, I couldn't stop thinking about you. It's driving me mad. This is a normal phase of adolescence. Do not be deceived. What you are feeling now is not genuine, Cheng-Lin said, somewhat flustered. Adolescence? I'm 19. Are you trying to patronize me? Fu Ling'er retorted, glaring at Cheng-Lin. As they leaned closer, the air grew thick with tension, and Cheng-Lin could sense her unique fragrance, igniting an inexplicable desire to savor it. My sister warned me that you are a dangerous person and forbade me from getting close to you. But, not getting close feels perilous in itself. Fu Ling'er gazed at Cheng-Lin, looking pitiful, akin to a cat seeking affection after being denied food. Cheng-Lin had retreated to lean against the bed. Fu Ling'er pressed her face against his neck, trailing down to rest in his embrace. Cheng-Lin was taken aback. Moments later, she had fallen asleep. How should I even describe her? Both mature and childlike, brilliant yet foolish, truly a troublesome individual. Cheng-Lin smiled as he gazed at her profile, finding her stunning, perfectly aligned with his aesthetic. She embodied the ideal partner in his eyes, yet this world was not where he belonged. He could not afford to linger here. His sister was still waiting for him. She was alone, struggling to survive. Cheng-Lin gently laid Fu Ling and Oppos on the bed and got up to adjust to his fatigue. It was evident that Fu Ling and Oppos was thoroughly exhausted, quickly succumbing to slumber on the bed. Cheng-Lin smiled and sat cross-legged on the floor to begin his cultivation. He focused on energy, having realized that without unlocking the kaleidoscope, ninjutsu was his most formidable attack. Energy, 0. Energy, 100. Time passed, and eventually, Fu Ling'er awoke, slowly sitting up and blinking her drowsy eyes as she surveyed the hospital room, spotting Cheng-Lin meditating on the floor. I'm hungry, Cheng-Lin, she said softly. her voice taking on a childlike quality. Cheng Lin frowned and opened his eyes, replying, I'll go get something. The roles of patient and visitor had been reversed. Chapter 37. Slaying the 4-star stone beast. After a day had passed, Cheng Lin and Appo's physical weakness had finally improved somewhat. Strength, 436. Speed, 466. Mental power, 8,000. Limit, 10600. Energy, 3,000. Evolution, 844, 1,000. 3 more days until I participate in the opening of the Imperial Gate. Will you accompany me? Cheng Lin inquired. Fu Ling'er nodded, replying, the opening of the Imperial Gate allows spectators. I shall attend as well. Very well. I must now go hunt the giant beast. I cannot stay with you any longer. Cheng Lin exited his dwelling. On the day Cheng Lin awoke, he had already returned from the hospital to his residence. As soon as he emerged, the nearby staff greeted him with warm smiles. Cheng Lin covered his forehead. Fu Ling'er also resided within, prompting inevitable speculation. However, their relationship was innocent. Cheng Lin slept on the floor while Fu Ling'er occupied the bed, and there was no impropriety between them. Cheng Lin arrived at the arena. His reputation in the Hall of Glory had reached an unprecedented height. Merely standing within, he could hear the cheers of the crowd from 100 meters away. Crack! The iron gate swung open. This time, a 4-star stone beast emerged, one of those stone creatures he had previously encountered during the trials in the world of colossal beasts. Cheng Lin was astonished. The 2-star stone beast he had previously faced stood merely 20 meters tall, while this giant towered over 30 meters. Its bulk had increased significantly. How could he possibly slay such a formidable foe? The stone beast charged forward, a colossal human-shaped mountain. Cheng Lin activated his Sharingan, fixing his gaze upon the beast. Mental power, 8,000. Mental power, 7,500. The stone beast was rendered dazed. It appeared almost bewildered. Cheng Lin recalled the 2-star giant beast from the trials, which had remained motionless despite being detected by all present. Energy, 3,000. Energy, 2,000 Chidori. Cheng Lin leapt beside the stone beast, intending to deliver a fatal strike to its neck. However, he quickly realized that this creature had no neck. Adjusting his aim, he thrust his weapon into one of its eyes. Inflicting damage was essential, otherwise his energy and mental power would be squandered in vain. Roar. One eye was pierced. Releasing a surge of energy without shedding any blood, Cheng Lin landed smoothly. Mental power, 7,500. Mental power, 7,000. With a swift glance at the other eye, he struck again, leaving the beast in a state of confusion. Cheng Lin seized the opportunity, leaping once more to blind the creature's remaining eye with another Chidori. The stone beast roared in fury, retreating and flailing its limbs wildly. With only 1,000 points of energy remaining, he could execute Chidori just once more. As the beast's rank increased, Cheng Lin found it necessary to employ more energy-consuming ninjutsu to inflict damage. Its tough hide rendered his previous attacks ineffective. Cheng Lin pondered. The beast's defense was exceptionally formidable among its rank. It would be incredibly challenging to slay this 4-star creature unless Cheng Lin unleashed his lightning abilities as he had previously. Then I shall strike decisively, targeting a single point to ensure its demise, Cheng Lin murmured. He dashed forward, and the stone beast sensed the shift in energy, attempting to strike him. Though its strength was immense, its movements were slow and inaccurate, allowing Cheng Lin to evade with ease. Positioning himself atop the giant's neck, he swung his weapon down. Only a faint scratch appeared. Striking again, he was thrown off by the beast. At that moment, the onlookers observed Cheng Lin persistently attacking the creature's neck. Although his blows seemed ineffective, he continued undeterred. Is he attempting to wear down the beast's defenses by concentrating his attacks on one spot? Yet, this is an exhausting endeavor, the spectators analyzed. Before long, the stone beast became aware of the discomfort on its neck, which had begun to crack like a spider in Appo's web. It clutched its throat. Cheng Lin sidestepped its other arm and approached its face, whispering, "Did you think my aim was solely your neck? Huh, your 2 eyes are the prime targets." He plunged his sword into one of its eyes. The creature's hand released its grip on its neck, reaching for Cheng Lin. Anticipating this, Cheng Lin swiftly withdrew his sword and dodged. "Fool, my true target remains your neck. Energy, 1,000. Energy, 0 Chidori." Cheng Lin drove his weapon deep into the stone beast's neck. The previous 100 strikes had provoked a fissure, and with a roar, he commanded, "Break for me." The thunderous sound of Chidori echoed throughout the arena as the beast's head fell. Slain a 4-star giant beast, Cheng Lin, breathless and exhausted, remarked, "Even without targeting your neck, attacking your eyes would have led to your demise." He exited the arena. "You have truly become formidable," Fu Ling'er commented. "Of course. I am a man with 3 abilities," Cheng Lin replied. Fu Ling'er chuckled lightly, indeed. Upon returning to their residence, Cheng Lin was surprised to find that Fu Ling'er had already prepared a meal. He had spent only half an hour in the arena. "I just learned this. You mustn't laugh at me," Fu Ling'er admonished him. "How could I dare to laugh at you?" Cheng Lin thought, remembering that Fu Ling'er's sister was his ally, Nian Sheng, which made him cautious around Fu Ling'er. However, Chung Lin truly wished to retract his words. The meal Fu Ling had prepared was utterly unpalatable, akin to chewing wax, yet she savored it with delight. She is indeed an idealist, Chung Lin mused. 3 days later, Chung Lin and Fu Ling arrived at the administrative hall of the Hall of Glory. There, they encountered a familiar face, Kong Shang. Long time no see, Kong Shang greeted them. Fu Ling awkwardly averted her gaze from him. Ling Nian Sheng has been eager to see you, Kong Shang remarked. I know. Teacher, Fu Ling acknowledged, nodding. Then let us proceed to the opening of the Imperial Gate, Kong Shang said, turning his attention to Chung Lin and surveying his transformation with evident satisfaction. Chung Lin glanced at his status panel. Strength, 480. Speed, 510. Mental power, 8,000. Limit, 12800. Energy, 4,000. Evolution, 940, 1,000. In the past 3 days, Chung Lin had slain 6 4-star giant beasts. Chapter 38. Human determination overcomes heaven. Kong Shang utilized the formation to bring the 2 individuals to the final towering wall. Chung Lin gazed upwards. This wall was unlike the other 2. It was meticulously maintained and equipped with electronic devices. In truth, humanity was unaware that there were actually 4 such walls. And beyond this one lay the true gate of the Sovereign Emperor. Chung Lin observed Fu Ling, whose expression remained serene, indicating her prior knowledge of the situation. What distinguishes this wall? Chung Lin inquired. The awakened ones emerging from the Sovereign Emperor and Appo's gate have 2 paths to choose from. One is to serve as guardians in our heroic hall or the Hall of Glory, and the other is to join the alliance of awakened ones. The alliance is further subdivided into various roles. Some, like General Li Mian, defend outposts beyond the wall, others serve as guardians of the wormholes, some oversee the colossal beasts, and others form raiding parties that venture beyond the wall to gather resources. Wherein and Appo's? To you the ones who ventured out previously? Chung Lin recalled their earlier statement about the heroic hall's 2 saints going out to procure resources, questioning the inconsistency. Not quite. At that time, there were members of the raiding party aboard the flying vessel. Our heroic hall merely provided support. However, you were unconscious and did not witness them, Kong Shang clarified. Chung Lin pondered for a moment before asking, given the perilous nature of the world beyond the colossal beasts, shouldn't the task of resource acquisition fall to the saint-level awakened ones? Kong Shang regarded Chung Lin and replied, the saint-level awakened ones are humanity's last hope. Even if all other awakened ones perish, the saint-level must survive. Moreover, the members of the raiding party are formidable. Each one surpasses even me. It was their assistance that prevented my sister from sustaining grave injuries. Fu Ling added. Then what lies beyond this wall? Chung Lin pressed further. The places where we guard the wormholes and the colossal beasts. Kong Shang continued. We must acknowledge that the evolution of the colossal beasts surpasses our own. To illustrate, we humans evolve naturally, while the colossal beasts undergo divine evolution, with the gods assisting in their advancement. What does that imply? Chung Lin asked, somewhat perplexed. If this world is crafted by some force, then that force aids the colossal beasts while seeking to eradicate us, Kong Shang lamented. Chung Lin, you must have heard of the Beast Kings, correct? Indeed, Chung Lin responded. A century ago, the colossal beasts mounted a full-scale assault against us, with their 9 Beast Kings present. At that time, we had 15 saint-level awakened ones, including the Holy Lord and Holy Maiden, totaling 17. Yet, we could not withstand the 9 Beast Kings. Ultimately, the Holy Lord sacrificed his corporeal form, merging with the wall to preserve humanity. What connection does this have with the Beast Kings? Chung Lin queried. The 9 Beast Kings, along with the Holy Lord and Holy Maiden, are merely fragments of the Beast King's power, Kong Shang explained. Chung Lin contemplated and asked, do you believe the Beast King to be a so-called god? We must concede that, Kong Shang replied. Chung Lin chuckled lightly. If that is the case, there is nothing to fear. Those who lack a true form dare to call themselves gods. How audacious. Kong Shang and Fu Ling and Appo's exchanged astonished glances as Chung Lin continued. If your assertion holds, then the Beast King can only transmit power rather than descend upon us. The fact that only 9 Beast Kings have appeared over centuries indicates the Beast King and Appo's powers are limited. Evolution? Huh. Who knows if this is merely a virus masquerading as evolution? How long have we humans existed compared to the colossal beasts? They dare to claim evolution. Yet they are but a haphazard assembly of beings that are neither human, beast, nor ghost. Gods. Huh. Even if they were gods, they cannot obstruct my path. I only believe in human determination prevailing over heaven. Chung Lin activated his Sharingan, fixing his gaze on Kong Shang, asserting, I only place my faith in these eyes. Fu Ling and Kong Shang were rendered speechless, staring blankly at Chung Lin. Chung Lin's greatest source of confidence was his ally, the formidable Zheng Zigo, standing resolutely by his side. Ah, youth is indeed a wonderful thing. A tall man clad in a trench coat with slicked back hair emerged behind them, 2 blades strapped to his back. I, too, believe in human determination prevailing over heaven. To hell with the Beast Kings and their evolution. Any entity that obstructs our path to survival deserves to perish. Even if a world creator seeks to annihilate us, what of it? Fu Ling'er and Kong Shang regarded the man with respect. Master Yi. Only 9th-tier awakened ones are addressed in such a manner. Cheng Lin scrutinized the man, who appeared intrigued by the Sharingan in Cheng Lin's eyes. What's your name, young one? Yi Lu inquired. Cheng Lin, came the reply. This man's power was no less than that of Saint Nian, yet he was merely 9th tier. Cheng Lin was astonished, feeling the formidable energy radiating from Yi Lu. Your eyes seem to harbor a great deal of hatred. Yi Lu, towering over Cheng Lin, leaned in closer for examination. Cheng Lin retorted. I don't know who you are, but please keep your distance. I am not fond of men. Yi Lu remained unperturbed. I find you rather intriguing. Fu Ling'er and Kong Shang exchanged glances, and just as Kong Shang was about to speak, he noticed blood seeping from Cheng Lin's eyes. Yi Lu raised an eyebrow in surprise, but in an instant, he sensed a fluctuation of mental energy. Mental energy, 8,000. Mental energy, 7,000. Cheng Lin directly expended 1,000 points of mental energy, enduring the pain in his eyes to cast an illusion upon Yi Lu. Cheng Lin, do you know who he is? Kong Shang suddenly interjected. Quickly dispel your illusion. I have no intention of lifting my illusion, Cheng Lin responded. Cheng Lin, he is the foremost individual below the saint-level awakened ones. Yi Lu, the captain of the raiding party, and the one who saved my sister. I thought he was some worthless scoundrel, Cheng Lin scoffed. Scoundrel? Yi Lu remarked. Cheng Lin was taken aback as Yi Lu broke free from his illusion in 5 seconds. Cheng Lin regarded Yi Lu with caution. Master Yi, he has just awakened his powers and is a tad brash. Please bear with him, Kong Shang interjected diplomatically. Is that so? This illusion is impressive. To think it could hold me for 5 seconds, Yi Lu continued, his gaze fixed on Cheng Lin's eyes. However, it seems you are burdened as well. Cheng Lin fell silent. If he expended mental energy at a ratio of 500 to 500, he could cast illusions multiple times. However, excessive consumption would lead to severe strain. Yet, Yi Lu was too powerful, necessitating such expenditure on Cheng Lin's part. Nonetheless, with your 4th-tier mental energy, the caliber of this illusion is remarkable. Even 6th or 7th-tier awakened ones may find it hard to match your skill. Yi Lu remarked without anger. However, I hope to witness your true value within the gate of the Sovereign Emperor. Chapter 39. Competition rules at this moment. Cheng Lin stood within the confines of the 3rd high wall. In the distance, he could see the final high wall. They were not yet within the wall itself, merely at the entrance of the 3rd wall. The scene was bustling with people, grand architecture surrounding them, and dozens of judges perched upon the high platform, observing the competitors below. Cheng Lin, along with over 20 other participants, gathered in the expansive area before the entrance. The space was vast, comparable in size to the arena of the Hall of Glory. Cheng Lin gazed at the entrance of the high wall, realizing the origin of the competition's name. He scrutinized the individuals beside him, all of similar age, yet none surpassed the 4th tier of awakening. One by one, they approached to draw their competition order. A man clad in golden robes announced, everyone will take turns to retrieve their competition cards. Cheng Lin drew the number 9. Competitors 1 and 2 will commence first. While the others wait elsewhere, the man in gold continued. Participants were prohibited from leaving the area, restricted to the open space before the entrance, which meant they remained in a constant state of readiness for battle, albeit with the first 2 engaged in combat initially. The conflict between the first 2 competitors was permitted to affect the others. Zhang Husheng had mentioned that to enter the Imperial Gate, one must not only secure a ranking but also gain the approval of numerous judges. A single dissenting voice could thwart one's aspirations, necessitating the demonstration of one's utmost capabilities. Cheng Lin pondered how he might earn their recognition. The duel commenced between a youth with a 2nd-tier 7-star plant ability and a woman possessing a 3rd-tier 8-star dark water ability. The boy appeared destined for defeat. Cheng Lin stepped back slightly to avoid collateral damage, though his true intent was to observe the judges' expressions, which, despite their stern demeanor, revealed subtle shifts in emotion that he could decipher. The girl unleashed a black blade, striking the youth, who collapsed, conceding victory to the woman. The boy, filled with indignation, believed he would be eliminated so easily. However, a green light emanated from him, healing his wounds. The crowd was puzzled. Cheng Lin recognized a blue-haired woman on the platform. She was utilizing her healing abilities. It was the doctor he had encountered previously in the hospital. Beside her stood Huaxiu, whose eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched Cheng Lin. How did she arrive here? Cheng Lin wondered. The man in golden robes commanded, everyone, attack her. What? The woman exclaimed in disbelief. Cheng Lin began to grasp the full extent of Zhang Husheng's advice about exerting one's utmost strength. Defeat her, the golden-robed man added. Then turned to the previously downed youth, stating, if you are the one to bring her down, you will not be eliminated in the next round. Although the 20-some competitors were uncertain of the man's meaning, they charged forward, intent on toppling the woman. That was uncalled for, one of the first attackers remarked. The competitors unleashed a cacophony of abilities upon her. Are they attempting to raise her? Chung Lin murmured. No, they were genuinely assessing the full spectrum of each participant's strength. The judges' expressions grew increasingly solemn, and Chung Lin refrained from rushing into the fray. If this was the nature of the competition, then everyone could find themselves under collective assault. Amidst the chaos, there was a genuine desire to vanquish her. Before long, the woman was overwhelmed and collapsed in a haze of bruises, devoid of the strength to resist. The one who brought her down was the boy, now frenzied with the desire to reclaim his place in the competition. The woman pounded the ground in frustration. Energy surged from beneath the crowd, healing their injuries swiftly. The next round, competitors 3 and 4 announced the man in gold. 2 youths stepped forward. Everyone contemplated the implications of the competition rules. The defeated could reclaim their opportunity through a group assault, but would the vanquished be stripped of their chance to continue? Chung Lin mused. It had only been stated that the defeated could regain their place. Nothing was mentioned about the victors losing theirs. This implied that the winning individual would also advance, Chung Lin reflected. If the winner allowed themselves to be defeated by the loser, could it mean both would progress? The man in gold seemed to overhear their thoughts, declaring, if no one is eliminated this round, then all of you will lose your opportunity to compete. The crowd widened their eyes, realizing that they not only had to defeat the victors, but also ensure the losers were vanquished to prevent them from retaining their eligibility. They cast a glance at the recently downed youth, who had gained an advantage. Competitors 3 and 4 eyed each other warily. The third was an 8-star chains user, while the fourth wielded a 7-star scythe. In an instant, they clashed with all their might. The sound of chains and scythes colliding echoed, as Chung Lin kept his distance. Observing their techniques closely, having deciphered the rules, he turned his attention to analyzing his opponents. Before long, the third-tier 7-star scythe wielder was sent sprawling, powerless to resist. The green light re-emerged, and this time, with a clear target in sight, the competitors acted in unison. The victorious 8-star chains wielder fixed his gaze on the fallen youth, then glanced at the predatory crowd. They were intent on ensuring the defeated did not topple the victor. Chung Lin contemplated, if the winning youth simply fell, wouldn't that conclude the matter? At that moment, the man in gold proclaimed, luck is also a part of your strength. From this moment forth, the victor must also defeat another participant in the melee, or they too will lose their chance to compete. The crowd stared incredulously at the man in gold, bewildered by this absurd rule. The victor was barred from advancing to the next round without further conquest among the group. It appeared the initial 2 had indeed been fortunate to draw the first numbers, serving as a demonstration of the rules. Chung Lin had intended to observe initially, but now he realized he must take action to eliminate contenders. Even if he triumphed over an individual, he would still need to vanquish another amidst the tumult. A daunting task for someone at the 4th tier of awakening. Begin. Whoosh. The crowd surged forward. The 8-star chains wielder targeted the 7-star scythe wielder, recalling the earlier stipulation that included the defeated among those to be vanquished. Chung Lin, racing ahead, surprised the onlookers with his speed. 4th tier. They finally discerned his true strength. Chung Lin had concealed his capabilities since entering this arena. They lacked the perceptive prowess to gauge his abilities as he could theirs. Chapter 40. The impetuous youth Chung Lin fixed his gaze directly upon the youth adorned with 8-star chains. Mental power, 7,000. Mental power, 6,500. The onlookers were astonished, questioning why the youth remained motionless. With a swift kick, Chung Lin sent the 8-star chains youth tumbling to the ground, concluding the round with simplicity. The crowd stared at Chung Lin in disbelief. Those eyes were perilous. They focused intently on Chung Lin's Sharingan. Upon awakening, the 8-star chains youth found himself sprawled on the floor. Have I been eliminated? He questioned in bewilderment. The man in the golden robe replied, your current predicament mirrors his. Should you both manage to defeat the victor in the ensuing melee, you shall regain your opportunity to compete. The 8-star chains youth and the 7-star scythe youth nodded in agreement. A green light emanated, signaling the restoration of Chung Lin's mental power, albeit by a mere 200 points. The next round commenced, featuring the 3rd-tier 7-star werewolf ability youth against the 3rd-tier 8-star lightning ability woman. The outcome was predictable. The lightning ability woman emerged victorious, yet it was a Pyrrhic victory. The transformed werewolf youth, with his toughened skin and acute battle instincts, proved to be a formidable opponent. Although the woman possessed potent abilities, her combat awareness paled in comparison to that of the youth, leaving her frequently on the defensive. Nevertheless, the woman's lightning was ferociously rampant, shocking the onlookers, let alone the resilient youth who was charred despite his thick skin. Gritting his teeth, the youth expressed his discontent. The green light appeared once more, healing both combatants. Before the man in the golden robe could utter a word, the youth charged at the woman. Chung Lin glanced at the man in the golden robe, who remained silent, tacitly approving the action. Realizing this, Chung Lin swiftly maneuvered once more, recognizing that the more adversaries eliminated, the more advantageous it would be for him. He acknowledged that such actions would undoubtedly breed animosity. However, in this environment, every individual bore their own grudges. Suddenly, with a crackle, the woman, distracted, hurled a bolt of lightning towards Chung Lin. He was momentarily taken aback, But with the augmentation of his Sharingan, evading the attack was a simple feat, allowing him to swiftly position himself behind the werewolf youth. Sensing his presence, the werewolf youth swung a claw backward, yet Chung Lin had no intention of dodging. He promptly cast an illusion upon him. Mental power, 7,700. Mental power, 7,200. The crowd, upon perceiving Chung Lin's eyes, instinctively understood that they must avoid making direct eye contact. The lightning ability woman unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts at Chung Lin, trying to keep him at bay. However, she overlooked the others, who had already approached her side. In an instant, she unleashed her energy, a storm of lightning erupting around her. Chung Lin evaded effortlessly. The 8-star chains youth flung his chains into the lightning, charging forward without a hint of fear for its power. The 7-star scythe youth also swung his weapon, eager to seize a chance to compete. Yet suddenly, someone kicked him away. Apologies, but for my victory, I must sacrifice you. Among the spectators, there were 3 4th-tier awakened individuals, one of whom had delivered the kick. This individual exchanged glances with Chung Lin, seemingly regarding him as a rival. Chung Lin dismissed the notion, showing no inclination to consider him a competitor. Both individuals surged towards the lightning ability woman, aiming to prevent the 8-star chains youth from toppling her while simultaneously safeguarding the youth from her wrath. Out of nowhere, a foolish youth, the earlier 2nd-tier 7-star plant ability youth, appeared behind the lightning ability woman, believing he could overpower her. The woman, sensing his approach, unleashed her entire lightning energy upon him, resulting in a cacophony of thunder as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. This fool, can't he comprehend the need to remain at a distance? The crowd grumbled. The green light emerged once more, mending the wounds of the onlookers. The man in the golden robe addressed the plant ability youth. You have one chance remaining. Should you be defeated again, you will be disqualified from the competition. What? The plant ability youth was taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement. Chung Lin pondered the unexpected nature of the rules. He turned his gaze towards the judges on the platform, who were also observing him, particularly Yi Lu, who displayed an encouraging expression towards Chung Lin. Chung Lin glared at him, contemplating delivering another illusion, this time with full force. The 7th and 8th competitors were announced. The 4th-tier awakened individual who had earlier made eye contact with Chung Lin stepped forward, wielding an 8-star long knife, while his opponent was a 3rd-tier 8-star earth ability youth. Given the relative parity in their abilities, the tier of the awakened individual predominantly dictated the outcome. Shortly thereafter, the long knife youth emerged victorious, leaving the earth ability youth severely wounded. Chung Lin regarded the long knife youth with newfound respect. He seemed to grasp that the healing energy available was limited. The earth ability youth glared at the long knife wielder, realizing that the green light's healing had not restored his capacity to retaliate. The crowd began to hesitate, contemplating whether to confront the long knife youth. Acutely aware of his 4th-tier status and the realization that they were unlikely to overcome him, Chung Lin addressed the crowd. Weren't you all quite fierce a moment ago? Come now, I wish to witness your true prowess. The long knife youth's gaze shifted to Chung Lin, following the previous individual's words. It was stated that no one could be defeated twice. Otherwise, they would lose their right to compete entirely. Chung Lin pondered this rule. Have you all lost your courage? The long knife youth chuckled lightly, declaring, then I shall come for you. He brandished his long knife and charged towards the crowd. Fully aware that his target was Chung Lin stood his ground, watching as the long knife youth approached, his Sharingan spinning. Your eyes can cast illusions. As long as one does not meet your gaze, the long knife youth closed his eyes, relying on his energy to sense his surroundings. Chung Lin chuckled softly. Energy, 4,000. Energy, 3,500 Chidori. Chung Lin summoned crackling lightning in his right hand, racing towards the long knife youth. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 2 abilities? They murmured in disbelief. The long knife youth, possessing keen perception, sensed the sudden emergence of distinct energy as Chung Lin appeared before him. A flicker of panic crossed his face as he slightly opened his eyes. Mental power, 7,200. Mental power, 6,700, though he only partially opened his eyes. Chung Lin's Sharingan struck him like 2 bright moons. He was rendered dazed. Chung Lin utilized Chidori to disarm the long knife, suspending the lightning at his throat. The shock from the Chidori roused the long knife youth, marking his defeat. He had lost his right to compete unless he could vanquish another victor in the subsequent round. Impressive. The long knife youth recognized the reality. Chung Lin wielded 2 abilities. 9th and 10th competitors, announced the man in the golden robe. Chung Lin simply replied, thank you for your consideration. All eyes once again converged upon Chung Lin. Chapter 41. Striving with all one's might, it was Chung Lin's turn to take the stage. Opposite him stood a woman endowed with a 3rd-tier, 8-star water ability. Begin, announced the man in the golden robe. Without hesitation, Chung Lin charged toward the water-wielding woman. Water conducts electricity, and thus she raised her hand, launching her water powers at Chung Lin. He deftly evaded, moving with the force of a tidal wave. The woman, feeling somewhat flustered, recognized that facing a 4th-tier awakened individual was a considerable challenge. She slowly closed her eyes, akin to the previous fourth-tier swordsman, attuning herself to her surroundings through energy perception. As long as I shield myself adequately, your illusions and lightning cannot reach me, she declared. The water formed a spherical barrier around her, flowing rapidly. Cheng Lin initiated his 1,000 birds technique. Energy, 3,500. Energy, 3,000. Noticing Cheng Lin's technique, the woman promptly expanded the water barrier's radius, increasing it by 2 circles. Cheng Lin struck the water barrier with his hand, feeling the immense pressure that forced him to retract. This one has concentrated all her energy on the barrier, he mused. He realized that even if he infused his 1,000 birds technique into the barrier, it would not harm the woman within. Sensing that Cheng Lin was trapped outside, the woman felt a surge of triumph and began to advance toward him. Cheng Lin retreated, contemplating the significant pressure of the water barrier. Knowing a hit would leave him bruised. The range of the 1,000 birds gun cannot reach her, he thought. Measuring their distance, he noted that they were 13 meters apart, while the effective range of his 1,000 birds gun was merely 10 meters. Has he met his match? Didn't he expect him to encounter someone somewhat capable of countering him right off the bat? Yi Lu murmured. I am quite curious how you will resolve this round. The other judges echoed this sentiment, having already begun to consider Cheng Lin a serious contender. With 2 abilities, 1 9-star Blood Eye and 1 7-star Lightning, and having ascended to a 4th-tier awakened being within a year, his talent and strength had firmly established his eligibility for the 3rd barrier. However, to breach the 4th barrier, he would need to demonstrate even greater worth. Yi Lu continued. Teacher, Cheng Lin is truly impressive, she remarked to the blue-haired woman, one of the judges. I am aware, he has already qualified for the 3rd barrier, yet to enter the 4th, he must showcase even more value, the blue-haired woman replied with a smile. Many believe that beyond the 3rd barrier lies the official entrance to the Imperial Gate, yet in truth, the Real Imperial Gate resides within the final 4th barrier. He will surely make it, said Huaxiu, her confidence unwavering. The blue-haired woman smiled knowingly. Fu Linger fixed her gaze upon Cheng Lin, feeling no sense of crisis regarding his potential admission to the Imperial Gate. Cheng Lin retreated a short distance from the water barrier. He had initially planned to conserve his strength for later rounds, but seeing their determination, he felt compelled to reveal his full prowess. Cheng Lin formed hand seals. Fire release, grand fireball technique. He filled his chest, launching a massive fireball toward the water barrier. Energy, 3,000. Energy, 2,400. The onlookers were astounded. 3 abilities. How is this possible? Is he a monster? They whispered, struggling to articulate their astonishment at this young 4th-tier awakened individual with 3 abilities under the age of 20. He is bound to enter the Imperial Gate, they internally affirmed. As the fireball collided with the water barrier, a powerful wave of steam erupted, concealed within the vapor. The water-wielding woman remained oblivious to the unfolding events until she felt the glimmer of crimson eyes drawing near. You have lost, Cheng Lin declared, pressing his grass-cutting sword against her throat. Do not resist futilely. Within my range of attack, your reflexes will not surpass mine. He fixed his gaze upon her, ensuring she did not retaliate. The woman, staring into Cheng Lin's eyes, felt her anger and unwillingness gradually morph into resignation. I concede, she uttered. Mental power, 6688. Mental power, 6655. A green light enveloped both individuals. The man in the golden robe remained silent as Cheng Lin kept his sword at the woman's throat, preventing any chance of counterattack. It was only then that she regained her senses, lifting her gaze to meet Cheng Lin's. She had initially thought to join her comrades in overpowering him, yet he had outmaneuvered her, leaving her vulnerable. Cheng Lin did not deactivate his Sharingan. Instead, he gazed at the spectators. In that instant, the woman believed she had found an opening and swung her fist at him. However, Cheng Lin merely chuckled, seizing her arm and effortlessly bringing her to the ground. It is over, he stated. The crowd had barely begun to rise when the water ability user was toppled. What a cunning individual, they commented. At this moment, the man in the golden robe spoke up. When Dr. Yalin's treatment is applied, you are not to engage one another. Only after it dissipates may you commence combat. Cheng Lin had initially stumbled upon this victory, unaware that the water-wielding woman was caught in a daze, pondering her next move while he had held his sword to her throat for so long. In truth, not just the water ability user, but most of the participants were similarly affected. The man in the golden robe then called out, contestants 10 and 11. Cheng Lin retreated to a safe distance, avoiding the residual energy from the match. What followed was a fierce competition, with each participant striving for advancement. Of the 23 contestants, only 8 would progress. As the battles continued, fatigue weighed heavily upon them. The healing energy was finite, capable only of restoring energy and mental power, but not physical stamina. The swordsman managed to defeat others, securing his own chance to advance, which meant others had to concede. The further they progressed, the more instances of mutual defeat occurred, as exhaustion made them susceptible to ambushes. A dual ability contender emerged, but as a 3rd-tier awakened individual, he posed little threat to Cheng Lin. The true concern lay with the final 4th-tier awakened individual, a young man whose complexion was pale and whose form was gaunt. His ability was a 9-star cursed spirit, reminiscent of the powers found in the realm of ghosts. But this individual's powers inflicted both mental and physical damage. Congratulations. However, you must continue to participate in the next round, the man in the golden robe announced, leaving no time for rest and fully exhausting their energies. Chung Lin internally lamented, I should have replenished my energy and mental power before entering this competition. Strength, 480. Speed, 510. Mental power, 6255. Limit, 12800. Energy, 2000. Evolution, 940, 1000. Chapter 42. Fierce Battle. The 8 participants drew lots once more. This time, Chung Lin drew the 5th lot. Numbers 1 and 2, announced the man in the golden robe. The young man wielding a long knife and the youth with dual abilities of the 3rd tier stepped forward. The remaining contestants who did not advance were instructed by the man in the golden robe to remain in a separate area, forbidden from interfering with the competition. However, they had lost their chance to regain their qualification through a group assault. The long knife youth had already unleashed his long knife ability and awaited the signal from the man in the golden robe. The dual ability youth possessed one ability related to gravity, a 7-star talent, and another, a steel coil, which was an 8-star ability. This formidable combination was particularly effective against others, though Chung Lin remained relatively unaffected. The gravity ability could slow an opponent's speed, while the steel coils should not be underestimated. Chung Lin murmured, let the battle commence. The man in the golden robe declared, begin. The long knife youth swiftly swung his blade, instantly appearing before the dual ability youth. So fast, Chung Lin marveled. Despite Chung Lin's speed already being at the 5th tier, the long knife youth's explosive velocity was nearly on par with his own. It seemed he was taking this seriously. Sensing the threat posed by the dual ability youth, the long knife youth showed no mercy. Gravity, the dual ability youth uttered softly. A sensation of indescribable heaviness enveloped the long knife youth, as if his blood was sluggishly flowing through his veins. His speed was significantly reduced. The long knife youth discarded his weapon toward the dual ability youth. The latter countered with his steel coil, which collided with the long knife, sending it flying. Struggling against the force of gravity, the long knife youth approached the dual ability youth, conjuring another long knife to strike. Chung Lin activated his Sharingan, realizing that matters were more complicated than they appeared. The steel coil spun back, aiming for the long knife youth once more. The spectators regained their focus. The long knife youth raised his blade to defend and evaded to the side. That was close, he remarked. You are quite formidable, the dual ability youth replied. You are not so bad yourself. The two resumed their fierce contest. In the end, the long knife youth emerged victorious, albeit at a great cost, and was healed by a green light. As the green light faded, Chung Lin and the other 6 rushed forward. I did not see such courage from you before. Why the sudden urgency now? The long knife youth scoffed. Chung Lin, still possessing ample mental energy, cast an illusion upon him. Mental energy, 6,123. Mental energy, 5623. Yet, the long knife youth promptly closed his eyes. I have already deciphered your method of attack, he chuckled. Chung Lin, unwilling to deplete his energy further, knew he needed it for the upcoming battles. You are not the only one who wishes to bring you down, Chung Lin declared. Suddenly, a fearsome specter surged toward the long knife youth. It was the final 4th tier awakened youth with the 8-star cursed spirit ability. The long knife youth anticipated this, but still felt overwhelmed when faced with it. The others joined in, attacking relentlessly. Before long, the long knife youth was defeated in a mutual downfall. The green light restored everyone in Oppo's energy and spirit. However, fatigue was palpable among the participants after such a grueling sequence of battles. Next up were the 3rd and 4th contestants, a 3rd tier, 8-star Blackwater ability user, and a 3rd tier, 8-star Lightning ability user. Until now, the intense atmosphere of the competition had obscured the fact that these 2 women were equally beautiful, with the Blackwater ability user exuding a deep, commanding aura, while the Lightning ability user radiated a cool, defiant charm. Begin, the man in the golden robe announced. The 2 women unleashed their abilities at one another. Chung Lin cautiously distanced himself to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Their attacks were fierce. The Blackwater ability user could transform her power into various forms, including blades, while the Lightning ability user was more straightforward, simply unleashing bolts of electricity. Chung Lin sensed a gaze fixed upon him. He glanced toward the judges' table, where Fu Ling and Oppo's appeared to convey an unspoken message, though Chung Lin could not decipher it. Conversely, Huaxiu and Oppo's intentions were clear as she stared at Chung Lin with wide eyes, continuously cheering him on. A glance from Yalan, accompanied by a subtle smile, caught Chung Lin's attention. Another one of those enticing looks, he thought. He had encountered Yalan's captivating gaze before during his time in the hospital, leaving him perplexed about her motives. After a brief interval, both women were panting heavily, clearly drained of energy and stamina. As equally matched 3rd tier, 8-star awakened beings, it seemed the outcome would be hard to determine. Chung Lin mused inwardly. Ultimately, The black water ability user triumphed, owing to her maturity. However, following the healing green light, she too was defeated. This time, it was another mutual downfall. As the 5th and 6th contestants, Cheng-Lin stepped forward to face the 4th-tier awakened youth with the Cursed Spirit ability. Your eyes possess a 9-star ability, do they not? The youth inquired. You guessed correctly. Do you desire a reward? Cheng-Lin replied. No, I will treat this match with utmost seriousness, the youth stated earnestly. You are also impressive, Cheng-Lin acknowledged. Thank you. The man in the golden robe commanded, begin. With a swift rush, the two charged at one another. The youth transformed into a half-human, half-spirit form, exhibiting remarkable speed, which Cheng-Lin managed to match. The two collided forcefully. The youth kept his eyes closed, while Cheng-Lin swiftly drew his sword to strike. Unfazed, the youth's flesh rendered ordinary attacks ineffective. They exchanged blows, their energies dwindling. Energy, 2,000. Energy, 1,500. Cheng-Lin gripped his Kusanagi sword, forming a seal, and summoned lightning, aiming a swift downward strike. The 4th-tier youth sensed the shift in energy and dodged. Cheng-Lin gritted his teeth, realizing the situation was dire. His energy was rapidly depleting, and the youth's closed eyes rendered illusions ineffective. Now, apart from analyzing movement with his Sharingan, it served little purpose. He had yet to upgrade to the Manjiki and could not inflict substantial damage. Cheng-Lin noted that the lightning ability could counter the youth and amp Appo's cursed spirit power, forcing him to evade rather than confront it, while ordinary attacks could not touch his body. Stamina was waning quickly. This was troubling, Cheng-Lin thought. The two continued to evade each other, neither landing a blow nor sustaining effective damage. Soon, they were both breathless, wary of one another. What a fierce battle, Cheng-Lin murmured. After a while, both were utterly exhausted, kneeling on the ground, yet still unable to determine a victor. You have won. I concede, Cheng-Lin waved dismissively. No, you have won. My energy is nearly depleted, and I fear I will have no chance in the upcoming battles, the youth insisted. No. You fail to see that I have not utilized my other abilities. My energy is the one running low, Cheng-Lin countered. No, I can sense your eyes are still functioning, the youth protested. Before Cheng-Lin could respond, the man in the golden robe declared, both contestants are disqualified. Why? Chapter 43, joining the Imperial Gate. The crowd was utterly perplexed by the outcome. The man in the golden robe offered no explanation, merely stating, 7th and 8th. Cheng-Lin glanced at the judges on the high platform. Their expressions appeared entirely normal. This was perplexing, after all. The two of them were arguably the strongest in the entire competition. How could they suddenly lose their qualification for advancement? Cheng-Lin was taken aback. He turned to the man in the golden robe and inquired, why? You are not yet entitled to know. Stand to the side, the man reprimanded. Cheng-Lin then looked towards Yi Lu, Kong Shang, and Yalan, noting their calm demeanor. This suggested that the situation had not taken a turn for the worse. Cheng-Lin found a position to stand. The final group consisted of a young man with a 3rd-tier, 8-star chain ability and another with a 3rd-tier, 8-star telekinetic ability. The latter possessing a power similar to that of Fu Linger, yet at a higher level. Begin, commanded the man in the golden robe. The participants were nearly depleted of stamina, and their energy was waning as well. Consequently, the match between the two appeared exceedingly monotonous and feeble compared to the previous rounds. From the outset, the chain-wielding youth relentlessly sought opportunities to secure advancement, exhausting more energy than anyone else. Ultimately, he managed to knock one opponent down, earning his qualification for advancement. The telekinetic youth, being a mind master, specialized in mental energy and was not adept at physical exertion. Soon enough, both were halted by the man in the golden robe, who declared them unqualified for advancement. None of the 8 participants had secured a place. This initiation into the Imperial Gate concludes here, announced the man in the golden robe. Such a hasty conclusion, Cheng-Lin mused, puzzled. The judges descended from the platform and exchanged words before addressing the crowd. Within the Imperial Gate, there exist 3 factions. The raiding teams that plunder resources beyond the high walls, the guardians who oversee the colossal beasts and wormholes, and the true members of the Imperial Gate. Next, Master Yi will inform you of your choices. The man in the golden robe slowly retreated, while Yi Lu stepped forward, holding the choices for everyone. The first, Zhang Hai. Among the 23 participants, the first 22 either had no options or only 1 or 2 choices. With none opting for the Imperial Gate, they were acutely aware that they had been eliminated and would not become members of the Imperial Gate. Cheng-Lin was the last. Congratulations, Yi Lu declared. The others had already deduced the outcome, their expressions a mix of envy and resentment, but devoid of hatred. Wasn't this a perfectly ordinary occurrence? Cheng-Lin chuckled lightly, adopting a somewhat defiant demeanor. Yi Lu smiled in response, affirming, indeed. Soon after, others arrived to guide the participants away, while those without any choices were escorted back beyond the 3rd high wall. Dozens of individuals clad in golden robes approached Cheng-Lin. Come with us. Cheng-Lin glanced at Yi Lu and Kong Shang. Their demeanor remained unperturbed. He followed them, encircled by their ranks, with the man in the golden robe who had acted as the judge leading the way. They traversed for quite some time, allowing Qinglin to absorb the sights beyond the third high wall. This place felt unlike the upper 5th district, which was bustling with flying vehicles and aerial cables. Here, everything appeared remarkably clean and natural. The group brought Qinglin before a structure reminiscent of the Hall of Radiance, yet grander and more imposing. The golden-robed individuals came to a halt and informed Qinglin, "This hall is the main Hall of Radiance. The Saintess and the Holy Master await you inside." Qinglin was taken aback, surprised at the promptness with which he would meet his superiors. He nodded, and the great doors slowly opened. Qinglin entered, while the others remained outside, and the doors gradually closed behind him. The interior was vast and imposing, reminiscent of an arena beneath the Hall of Honor. Qinglin looked up to see a woman before him, the very same who had nearly shattered his heart with her concrete and steel-like presence. Her 8 wings remained as pure and sacred as ever, her golden hair framing a flawless complexion. At her feet knelt a massive, white beast resembling the divine creature by Zhe. "From whence do you hail?" the Saintess of Radiance inquired, her back turned to Qinglin. Yet her voice echoed in his ears. "Did you, like those royal beasts, know of my existence from the outset?" Qinglin retorted. "The moment you harnessed my power to awaken your abilities, I became aware of you," the Saintess replied. "I come from another world," Qinglin stated. Both the Saintess and the colossal beast turned their gaze towards him. The Saintess pivoted to face him. Qinglin glanced briefly before averting his eyes, sensing the overwhelming potency of her presence, a primal allure derived from her very genes. "What is your purpose?" she inquired, seemingly unfazed by Qinglin and Apos' reaction. Her voice lacked human warmth, exuding a more divine essence. "To eradicate all the colossal beasts in this world," Qinglin asserted resolutely. The white beast and the Saintess regarded him, as if perceiving something extraordinary, perhaps a shared thought emerging within their minds. "We too are colossal beasts," the Saintess declared. Qinglin raised his gaze, locking eyes with her sun-like orbs, and responded firmly, "I shall slay you too." To utter such a declaration before others could easily provoke ire. Yet, the white beast and the Saintess remained unperturbed. The Saintess suddenly remarked, "You are still far too weak." Qinglin was taken aback by her lack of emotional fluctuation. "What exactly do you seek?" he inquired. "To annihilate all the colossal beasts in this world," she reiterated. "Why?" Qinglin pressed. As the Saintess approached him, the closer she drew, the more Qinglin felt the breathtaking allure of her presence, as if every inch of her skin had been meticulously crafted. This time, he did not shy away from her gaze, but steadied his racing heart and met her eyes. "And why do you wish to do so?" she asked. "I have already stated that I hail from another world, and I wish to return home. Once I have slain all these colossal beasts, I shall be able to return." Qinglin replied. "What power allows you to traverse between 2 worlds?" The Saintess inquired further. "You need not concern yourself with that. What you must tell me is why you desire to eliminate all the colossal beasts in this world," Qinglin pressed. Pondering their identity as colossal beasts yet seeking the destruction of their kin, such a purpose seemed fraught with contradictions, leaving him troubled. The Saintess responded, "Because, hundreds of years ago, we too were human." Chapter 44. The truth, although we are unfamiliar with your identity, the moment you harnessed my power to awaken your abilities, I sensed your deep-seated animosity towards the colossal beasts. We share a common objective. The Radiant Saintess continued, stating that from this point onward, we shall become allies, united in a singular cause, and there are certain truths you must grasp. In the present day, all the beast warriors, including us too, are but fragments of the power of the King Beast, the very source of the monstrous entities that emerged. Over 4 centuries ago, humanity, in its relentless pursuit of energy resources, developed aerospace technologies and military weaponry, thus burdening the Earth beyond measure. A consequential policy led to a global conflict that plunged the world into chaos, submerging even half of the water continent. In the aftermath of this cataclysm, humanity found itself ensnared in an era of cultural stagnation and resource scarcity, where murder, enslavement, and cannibalism became commonplace, and the entire world was reduced to desolation. It was during this bleak period that the King Beast appeared, and the first beast warrior, the Radiant Beast, was born. Upon the emergence of the Radiant Beast, all of humanity became aware of the creator, the King Beast. The Radiant Beast bestowed numerous blessings upon humanity, rejuvenating waterways and restoring mountains, gradually earning the reverence of the people as a sacred creature. At that time, everyone believed that the creator, the King Beast, was aiding humanity through its tribulations, and even the Radiant Beast shared this belief. However, the true directive given to the King Beast was to seek out individuals capable of wielding its power to serve as beast warriors, collaboratively activating a magical array to summon the King Beast itself. Thus, the Radiant Beast sought me and 9 others who could bear the might of the King Beast, transforming us into beasts, manifesting in my current form. The Radiant Saintess turned her gaze towards Qinglin and continued, "Yet, we never anticipated that after the 11 beast warriors activated the grand array, the entire world would be shrouded in dark purple mists. From that moment forth, the world became a realm of colossal beasts, with all living beings evolving, and even the earth expanding to accommodate these titans. Humanity became mere prey on the chopping block of the king beasts, plunging the world into further absurdity. Ultimately, the Radiant Beast and I resolved to cease our servitude to the king beast, choosing instead to protect humanity, while the other 9 beast warriors succumbed to the utopia constructed by the king beast, willing to sacrifice humanity and allow the world to descend into a realm of colossal beasts, eagerly anticipating the king beast's arrival. As the most formidable among the beast warriors, the Radiant Beast and I secured time for humanity to erect 4 towering walls to fend off the encroaching colossal beasts. Chung Lin chuckled lightly, remarking, "I initially perceived you as a composed and efficient woman, yet through our interactions, I and Appos, VE come to realize that you may have a penchant for venting your grievances." The Radiant Saintess looked at Chung Lin with confusion. "All you need to tell me is why your goals align with mine. The ancient history of your world is of no concern to me," Chung Lin stated. Fixing her gaze upon the Radiant Saintess, Chung Lin added, "I believe I now understand why I was drawn to you from the very first glance. Not solely due to your beauty, but because I possess a fragment of energy that resonates with you. No, nearly every awakened individual carries a portion of your energy, which is the primary force that attracts us to you." "You are rather rude," the Radiant Saintess retorted. "I did not come here to engage in pleasantries. I am here to enhance my strength." "Please answer my question," Chung Lin insisted. "As long as a single colossal beast remains in existence, the king beast will have the opportunity to descend," the Radiant Saintess explained. "Then why does it not descend now?" Chung Lin pressed on. "Because it desires to come forth in its entirety. It shall descend only when all of humanity, this peculiar group, has perished," the Radiant Saintess replied. "What does that mean?" Chung Lin and Appos, as confusion deepened. Did human existence truly hinder the king beast and Appos' descent? Lowering her gaze slightly, she murmured, "In truth, we remain uncertain as to why it cannot descend. Perhaps it is because the dark mists have yet to envelop the entire world, failing to create the conditions necessary for its arrival. Over the years, we have persistently sought answers. After revealing so much, it became apparent that even they were unclear about the reasons." Chung Lin contemplated asking the Radiant Saintess and the Radiant Beast why they wished to perish, but ultimately refrained. Their choices were undoubtedly well considered. "I must slay the colossal beasts," Chung Lin declared. "For the more I vanquish, the stronger I become." The Radiant Saintess regarded Chung Lin and Appos' eyes and remarked, "Your eyes are not my power, yet they are awakened by my energy. In my original world, I possessed strength comparable to yours, yet upon traversing to this realm, my power was sealed and requires liberation." Chung Lin asserted. "Is it merely a matter of slaying colossal beasts?" the Radiant Saintess inquired. "Indeed. Then you should head to the guard division. There, you may slay as many colossal beasts as you desire," the Radiant Saintess instructed. "Your current status has already aligned you with the ranks of the Imperial Gate. None shall impede your passage," she added. "Very well, thank you," Chung Lin replied, and with that, she made her way outside. The Radiant Beast remained silent. Yet its voice echoed within the Radiant Saintess's mind. "What do you think?" "I do not favor him," the Radiant Saintess replied. The Radiant Beast remarked. "Then what shall be done about your dreams?" "If there are no other options, we must relinquish that dream," the Radiant Saintess stated. After a moment of silence, the Radiant Beast continued, "Opportunities are fleeting. Do not compel me to repeat myself." The Radiant Saintess glared at the Radiant Beast, her sun-like eyes shimmering with intensity. "Nevertheless," the Radiant Beast added, "I have little time remaining. I cannot bear to witness the shattering of dreams." Chung Lin emerged from the hall of the Radiant Saintess, where dozens of men clad in golden robes still stood outside. Chung Lin addressed them. "Please escort me to the guard division." The golden-robed men nodded in acknowledgement. As Chung Lin made her way to the guard division, all those who were not part of the guard division, the raiders, or the Imperial Gate were compelled to vacate the premises. Thus, the journey remained eerily quiet. Before long, Chung Lin arrived before a building enveloped in an inky darkness, pulsating with the energy of colossal beasts. From afar, it resembled a sprawling dragon in repose. Within, we contain beasts of 8 stars and below. "How many stars of beasts do you wish to challenge?" the golden-robed man inquired. "Let me rest for a moment to restore my mental energy and vigor," Chung Lin replied. "Then let us proceed to the rest area at the rear," the golden-robed elder suggested. The two traversed through alternative passages, descending into the depths of the guard division. It was a tunnel reminiscent of the one encountered upon entering the Hall of Glory. The deeper they descended, the more Chung Lin could feel the energy radiating from the imprisoned colossal beasts. Instinctively, she activated her Sharingan. This place holds colossal beasts while simultaneously guarding the wormholes. The golden-robed man elaborated. "Wormholes can disrupt the energy of awakened individuals. No wonder I sensed a distortion in the energy," Chung Lin mused. Recalling her initial encounter with the A-rank wormhole, that familiar, overwhelming energy distortion, the golden-robed man led Chung Lin to a chamber. Chung Lin seated herself on the bed, commencing her meditation. With sufficient mental energy, She chose to focus on restoring her vigor. Energy, 1500. Energy, 1600. Energy, 1700. Chapter 45. Slaying the 4-star bone beast after half a day. Chung Lin glanced at his status panel. Strength, 480. Speed, 510. Mental power, 8000. Limit, 12800. Energy, 5000. Evolution, 940, 1000. Just a little more, and he would unlock the kaleidoscope. A smile graced Chung Lin's lips. He was close to returning home, close to reuniting with his sister. Stepping outside, he found the man in golden robes had seemingly not left. In his hands was a garment of similar style, but adorned in gold and white. You are now a member of our official sect. According to our customs, you are required to wear our attire. This outfit has been specially crafted for you, the man in gold said, extending the garment to Chung Lin. Chung Lin accepted it without hesitation. Enjoying the benefits provided by others necessitated reciprocation. After changing, he was surprised to find the fit impeccable, distinct from that of the others. The garment was intricately embroidered, as though each stitch was meticulously wrought by hand. Exiting the building, the man in gold smiled and stepped aside, seemingly inviting Chung Lin forward. Could they be overly respectful? It felt as if they were treating him like a servant. Chung Lin had sensed this from the onset, but could not pinpoint the reason. The guards within the area regarded Chung Lin and the man in gold with great deference. The man remarked, though they belong to the official sect, they are not true members. Chung Lin nodded. Regardless of their machinations, as long as they did not impede his quest to unlock the kaleidoscope and write his own destiny, he was content. He descended into a vast pit, which was far larger than the arenas of Glory Hall or the beast trials of the Heroes' Pavilion. The tiles within were forged from a special reinforced steel, a fitting prison for an 8-star beast. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of darkness, accompanied by the clinking of chains dragging along the ground. Chung Lin activated his Sharingan. Mental power, 8000. Mental power, 7987. A humanoid creature, resembling a towering beast, emerged. Its eyes glowed like two blood-soaked orbs, standing over 30 meters tall and weighing nearly 10 tons, its muscular frame accentuated by prominent bones. 4-star. No. This one was nearing 5-star status. Chung Lin assessed its strength. The beast fixed its gaze upon him, and he returned the stare, their distance perfectly measured. With a clang, one of the chains binding the beast snapped and retreated into the shadows. Chung Lin discerned the chain was imbued with energy, manipulated by an unseen force. With a resounding crash, all chains broke free, and the beast roared, charging at Chung Lin with astonishing speed. Startled, Chung Lin quickly regained his composure. Chidori. Energy, 5000. Energy, 4500. Leveraging the thrust of Chidori, Chung Lin, a 5th tier awakened, darted beneath the beast. His Sharingan spun rapidly, searching for vulnerabilities. Mental power, 7895. Mental power, 7874. The beast's foot aimed at him, and Chung Lin narrowly dodged, the creature's fist following suit. Found it, he thought. In an instant. As the fist swung toward him, Chung Lin leapt onto the beast and Appo's expansive arm. Without hesitation, he drew his Kusanagi sword and executed Chidori and Appo's piercing strike, aiming directly for the beast's neck. Energy, 4500. Energy, 3500. His speed was astonishing. The beast was caught off guard. Just as Chung Lin was about to plunge the blade down, a bone protruded from the creature's neck, lunging at him. Caught off guard, Chung Lin altered his trajectory, striking the bone instead. With a crack, the bone splintered but did not shatter. Roar. The beast twisted its body, delivering a powerful punch toward Chung Lin. With no leverage in midair, he could not evade. Mental power, 7834. Mental power, 7234. Chung Lin cast an illusion into the beast and Appo's eyes. Dazed, the creature momentarily lost its senses as Chung Lin descended gently to the ground, charging at the beast once more. His combat experience was substantial. The man beside the one in gold remarked, "He is the captain of the guard, Su Jitian." "Yes, he is merely a novice who has just awakened his powers." The man in gold replied, noting he had not overheard the contents of the main hall. Both men sensed something amiss with Chung Lin, but refrained from voicing their suspicions. Such matters were best left for the saintess or the saint to address, and they remained silent, thus relinquishing any authority to intervene. Chung Lin again approached the upright beast's neck, preparing for another strike. Energy, 3500. Energy, 2500. Chidori. The sound of Chidori resonated throughout the cavern, illuminating the darkness. Yet, the beast regained its senses, its body bursting with bone spikes. With a thunderous crash, Chung Lin was sent flying, landing awkwardly on the ground. Roar. The beast's skin turned crimson, and massive bone spikes erupted from its body, resembling a porcupine. It was furious. It roared at Chung Lin and, with a swift motion, launched its bone spikes like arrows. Chung Lin and Appo's Sharingan spun wildly. Mental power, 7123. Mental power, 7078. He evaded the first wave of bone spikes. But the beast unleashed another volley, seemingly able to generate infinite bones. This is not good. Cheng Lin realized that he could not mount an attack without exhausting his stamina. He needed to close in and deliver a sufficiently powerful illusion to incapacitate it for 3 seconds. Only then would he have a chance to slay it. Mental power, 7034. Mental power, 7001. Instead of retreating, Cheng Lin advanced. The upright beast, noticing, stomped the ground. Cheng Lin was taken aback as energy gathered beneath him. Crack! He leapt as bones burst from the ground. The beast swung its arm, sending bone spikes flying toward Cheng Lin. Observing from above, the man in gold and Su Zhitian watched with seriousness, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. However, to their surprise, Cheng Lin twisted in midair, evading the bone spikes with an uncanny grace. He landed. Energy, 2,500. Energy, 2,000. Cheng Lin charged at the upright beast. The beast, caught off guard, continued to stomp the ground, revealing more bone spikes and launching them at Cheng Lin. Cheng Lin had reached the beast's underbelly. Even after suffering losses, the beast still lacked the instinct to evade. Cheng Lin's three-tomo Sharingan whirled, tears of blood seeping from his eyes. Mental power, 6970. Mental power, 5970. The illusion struck the upright beast once more. Cheng Lin leaped onto its neck. I have yet to fully channel my energy into Chidori. Let us see if this power can vanquish you, he murmured. Energy, 2000. Energy, 0 Chidori. Slayed a 4-star beast. Chapter 46. The art of shadow clone. A massive head fell, and Cheng Lin flicked off the azure blood from his blade before sheathing it. Power, 488. Speed, 518. Mental strength, 5945. Limit, 13,000. Energy, 0. Evolution, 956, 1000. Unexpectedly, merely defeating such a colossal beast consumed 5,000 of my energy. Chidori's rank in this world is not high, nor is Fire's style. I must rely on the Sharingan, Cheng Lin mused. He had already boarded the elevator leading to the pit above. Greetings, I am Su Zhitian, the captain of the guard team, a voice greeted him. Impressive, Cheng Lin replied, astonished as Su Zhitian's Sharingan activated automatically. Their energy intensity was comparable to Yi Lu's. Your eyes are truly beautiful, Su Zhitian complimented. Thank you, Cheng Lin responded, unaware of any peculiar undertones in Su Zhitian and Appo's S-tone, unlike Yi Lu. If there is nothing further, I shall return to rest, Cheng Lin declared. Neither the man in the golden robe nor Su Zhitian spoke as Cheng Lin made his way back to his quarters. Upon returning, Cheng Lin immediately began his training. Energy, 0. Energy, 100. Energy, 200. This time, he trained for an entire day until hunger roused him from his meditation. As he stepped outside, the man in the golden robe was still present. Your task of familiarizing me with the guard team should be concluded, correct? Cheng Lin inquired. Yes. But my duty extends beyond mere familiarization. It is to protect you, the man in the golden robe replied. Protect me? Cheng Lin asked, taken aback. Every newcomer to the Guandi Gate is paired with a mentor who is responsible for guidance and protection until your strength is comparable to mine or surpasses it, he added. Cheng Lin contemplated the privilege of the Guandi Gate, which assigned an 8th tier awakened to ensure his safety. What is your name? Cheng Lin inquired. Wang Jie, came the reply. Cheng Lin realized he had a long journey ahead to reach the 8th tier, and their relationship could not remain distant. The two returned to the pit, where the sound of chains echoed ominously. This time, it was notably heavier, as if a tremendous entity was dragging chains across the floor. Power, 488. Speed, 518. Mental strength, 8,000. Limit, 13,000. Energy, 11,000. Evolution, 956, 1,000. Cheng Lin's Sharingan was already activated, revealing the obscured creature in the darkness. It was a centipede, yet far more grotesque than the previous beast. This creature was entirely white, its limbs resembling numerous tightly packed arms. Its head was devoid of eyes, composed entirely of white flesh lumps, and its teeth were as sharp as steel blades. 2 right angles protruded from its head, resembling utility poles. It measured over 40 meters in length and weighed around 10,000 tons. What an abhorrent beast! You are the ugliest I have ever encountered, Cheng Lin uttered, suppressing the turmoil in his stomach. The 4-star behemoth emitted a white, slimy substance as it moved, reminiscent of a slug, exuding an intensely foul odor that made every cell in his body tremble. Cheng Lin used his energy to soothe his cells. Crack! Cheng Lin remained vigilant as the creature's right angles crackled with purple electricity, sizzling ominously. Its special ability must be the lightning emanating from its head, Cheng Lin pondered. Clank! The chains binding the 4-star beast retracted. Uft! A glob of white slime was expelled from the creature's maw, prompting Cheng Lin to evade swiftly. However, it was not a single glob. The beast continuously expelled white slime. When the slime struck the ground, it released a burnt odor. Its lack of eyes posed a dilemma. Illusions would be ineffective against it. Mental strength, 7923. Mental strength, 7,900. Cheng Lin's speed had notably improved since the previous day. Indeed, his eyes could enhance his strength through the slaughter of beasts, Wang Jie murmured. If all the beasts were entrusted to Cheng Lin to dispatch, would he not ascend to a level beyond even the Holy Lord and Holy Maiden? This could bode well for humanity. Wang Jie then speculated. The Holy Maiden and Holy Lord must be aware of this, yet they still allow Cheng Lin to personally slay the beasts. Perhaps they perceive his lack of combat experience as a factor, or there are other reasons. Regardless, the decisions made by the Holy Maiden and Holy Lord must be well considered. Wang Jie gazed intently at Cheng Lin in the pit below. Fire style, great fireball technique. Energy, 11,000. Energy, 10,000. A colossal fireball surged towards the 4-star beast. The creature swung its tail, effortlessly dispersing the fireball. Cheng Lin was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He needed to sever its head. Cheng Lin charged once more toward the beast. Crackle. The purple lightning atop the creature's head flashed, hurtling towards Cheng Lin with blinding speed. Cheng Lin promptly retreated. The lightning scarred the specially forged ground, creating a significant crater. Such power surpassed even my Chidori, Cheng Lin thought. If he expended 2,000 energy points, he could achieve such an effect, but that would be too costly. Cheng Lin was repelled by the purple lightning, yet with the support of his 3-tomo Sharingan and his 5th-tier awakened speed, the lightning did not strike him. Though he could not advance toward the creature. Energy, 10,000. Energy, 9,000. Great fireball technique. Cheng Lin launched another massive fireball, but this time, the purple lightning pierced through it. Cheng Lin gritted his teeth. This creature was even more adept at countering him than the previous 4-star beast. The Sharingan could not ensnare it in an illusion. Where lay its vulnerability? Cheng Lin contemplated while dodging its relentless assaults. It seemed to have remained stationary throughout the confrontation. Cheng Lin recalled that when the beast first emerged, its movements were sluggish, despite its lengthy form and numerous appendages. With that in mind, Cheng Lin formed a hand seal. Shadow clone technique. Energy, 9,000. Energy, 8,500. Suddenly, 2 clones of Cheng Lin materialized, each rushing towards the beast from different directions. What is this? Wang Jie exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. The 4-star beast sensed the anomaly, its purple lightning arcing towards one of the clones. However, both clones possessed 3-tomo Sharingan, and the shadow clone technique created duplicates nearly identical to the original, sharing energy and mental strength. Great fireball technique. 2. Energy, 8,500. Energy, 6,500. 2 fireballs flew toward the 4-star beast from divergent angles. The creature twisted its body to deflect one, then used its purple lightning to obliterate the other. But immediately after, energy, 6,500. Energy, 4,500. 2 more fireballs followed closely behind. The beast expelled a mouthful of thick white slime, destroying one fireball, yet the other struck it squarely. Instantly, it erupted into a cloud of white smoke, letting out a bizarre wail akin to a nightmarish howl. Cheng Lin, in the blink of an eye, simultaneously unleashed a fireball alongside his shadow clone. Energy, 4,500. Energy, 2,500. Slate of 4-star behemoth. Chapter 47. The great battle unfolds. Cheng Lin glanced at his status panel. Strength, 496. Speed, 526. Mental power, 6,900. Max 13,000. Energy, 500. Evolution, 972. 1,000. He was merely 2 4-star giant beasts away from awakening the kaleidoscope. Cheng Lin felt a surge of joy. However, he had depleted his energy and needed to return to his training. Upon taking the elevator up, Wang Jie inquired, "What was that just now? How could there be 2 of you?" Cheng Lin had already prepared his response, saying, "My eyes are of a growth type. Upon reaching a certain level, they will awaken additional abilities. The one you saw was my mirror clone, a derivative of an illusion technique." Cheng Lin mixed truth with deception. It was indeed true that the Sharingan could evolve and awaken new abilities, but the shadow clone technique was a ninja art, not a power of the Sharingan. Hence a falsehood. However, with the truth comprising 2/3 of his statement, Wang Jie would surely believe him. Even if he didn't it sufficed to claim he possessed 4 extraordinary abilities. Impressive, Wang Jie nodded, expressing admiration for Cheng Lin's eyes. Returning to his residence, Cheng Lin sat cross-legged and resumed his training. Energy, 500. Energy, 600. Energy, 700. After what felt like half a day, hunger jolted him awake, prompting him to seek sustenance. Cheng Lin arrived at the dining area, only to find it utterly deserted. Why has it suddenly become so desolate? Initially, upon joining the guard team, he had sensed the lack of personnel, yet there had been some semblance of liveliness. Now, that vibrancy had been overshadowed by an eerie quiet. Suddenly, Wang Jie emerged from a shadowy corner. "What happened?" Cheng Lin asked. "The giant beasts are attacking," Wang Jie replied. "What?" Cheng Lin was taken aback. The assault had come swiftly. "This is not the time for discussion. You must enter the 4th high wall, the Imperial Gate," Wang Jie urged, moving towards Cheng Lin. "Do you think they might target me?" Cheng Lin questioned. "It's not a possibility," It is a certainty, Wang Jie affirmed. From the moment the green-eyed king's attendant manipulated Huang Shao to draw you into the A-class wormhole, or perhaps from the instant you awakened your extraordinary abilities. You have been their target, he elaborated. I refuse to simply stand back, Cheng Lin stated. We will buy you time to grow stronger. By then, you will stand in front of us, Wang Jie reassured him. Cheng Lin hesitated momentarily before declaring, before entering the Imperial Gate, I must slay 2 more 4-star giant beasts. My eyes are on the verge of reaching a new level of growth. We do not know if the attendant will directly enter the high wall in search of you. Time is of the essence, Wang Jie cautioned. Quickly defeating the dying beasts will aid my eyes in their growth. You merely need to weaken them to the brink of death, and I will deliver the finishing blow, Cheng Lin stated earnestly. All right, then, Wang Jie consented. The 2 of them simultaneously entered the pit. This time, 2 4-star giant beasts emerged directly. Cheng Lin remained unperturbed, for he stood beside the 8th-tier awakened Wang Jie. Clank. The chains binding the 2 beasts retracted. One was a tree demon, and the other a sea monster. Cheng Lin activated his Sharingan. Wang Jie raised his hands, clapping them together with a decisive sound. Seal. As the 2 4-star beasts approached, a pale blue barrier manifested, halting their advance. They collided against the barrier, desperately attempting to escape. Suddenly, the barrier morphed into a cube, ensnaring them tightly within. The cube gradually diminished in size, forcing the 2 beasts into a cramped space. Cheng Lin fixed his gaze on Wang Jie, asking, is this also a 9-star ability? Indeed, Wang Jie replied with a light chuckle. In an instant, spikes emerged from the barrier, piercing the 2 beasts within and causing streams of blood to seep out like rivulets. Roar! The 2 beasts bellowed, their innate hatred for humanity surging even as their strength waned. They can no longer resist, Wang Jie remarked. Cheng Lin drew his grass-cutting sword. Energy, 5,000. Energy, for 1,500. Energy, for 1,000. With 2 swift strikes, he ended the lives of the dying beasts. Instantly, he felt his eyes pulsating, blood tears beginning to flow. Are you all right? Wang Jie asked with concern. I'm fine. This is a necessary process. Cheng Lin raised his hand, signaling him to halt. Status panel. Strength, 509. Speed, 539. Mental power, 6,900. Max 13400. Energy, for 1,000. Evolution, 1,000, 2,000. His strength was ascending. He had not anticipated that his eyes could enhance his power so rapidly. Wang Jie sensed Cheng Lin's escalating prowess. 5th tier. Wang Jie muttered, no. There is something else changing within him, yet I cannot discern what it is. Cheng Lin felt the essence of Sasuke's soul manifesting within his own, their spirits merging profoundly. He inherited all of Sasuke and Appo's memories and combat experience prior to the awakening of the kaleidoscope. Gradually, Cheng Lin regained his composure, raising his 2 6-pointed kaleidoscope Sharingan. He gazed at Wang Jie. Wang Jie sensed a chill. Cheng Lin and Appo's aura had shifted, and despite being merely a 5th-tier awakened individual, he emanated a palpable sense of danger. Apologies for the delay. Let us proceed, Cheng Lin smiled. Very well. Wang Jie refrained from questioning further, choosing instead to trust that Cheng Lin stood with them. The 2 exited the guard team, where Cheng Lin observed several warships soaring through the sky, and the anxious expressions of those nearby, braced for confrontation. A 9-star beast is currently assaulting our outpost beyond the high wall. The scouting team is en route to assist them. We suspect this is merely a feint and not their main offensive, Wang Jie explained. His words implied that the giant's true objective was Cheng Lin, and their primary assault would focus on hunting him down. Cheng Lin nodded in understanding. The 2 arrived beneath the 4th high wall. Once you enter this wall, regardless of what you encounter, do not panic. They are friendly towards us and will not harm us. What? Cheng Lin asked, intrigued. As the gate swung open, Cheng Lin beheld a scene that evoked the sensation of stepping into the realm of giant beasts. Screech. A large bird swooped towards them. 5th-tier giant beast. Cheng Lin activated his Sharingan, ready to unleash an illusion or Amaterasu. Wang Jie immediately interjected, do not be alarmed, Cheng Lin, it poses no threat to us. It is called Shanjiao, a giant beast friendly to humanity. Are not 6-star and lower beasts devoid of consciousness and inclined to hostility towards humans? Cheng Lin inquired, perplexed. The large bird landed behind Wang Jie, pecking at him with its long, sharp beak. Had Wang Jie not used energy to deflect its attacks, he would have sustained numerous bruises. Yet, Cheng Lin sensed that the bird seemed intent on playfulness, suggesting a bond between them. What is the meaning of this? Cheng Lin murmured to himself. Chapter 48. The world beyond the 4th high wall. The 5-star bird let out a joyous cackle, its voice resonating with a deep, rich timbre. Nearby, a creature the size of a brown bear emerged from a clump of grass, its body entirely white, reminiscent of a puppy merely a few months old. Though this young beast bore no star rank, Cheng Lin sensed an abundance of energy pulsating within it. Shortly after, a dark, glistening head surfaced from a nearby pool. 2 crimson eyes fixated on Cheng Lin and his companion. This was a 2-star giant beast, as discerned through Chung Lin's Sharingan. With a hissing sound, several heads opened their mouths, spraying water towards Chung Lin. He evaded the onslaught as the grass beneath was flattened, unable to lift its head due to the viscous deluge. What the hell? That's excessive, spitting at me. Chung Lin exclaimed in frustration. The heads submerged, letting out despondent whines. They show you affection by spitting water. If you do not reciprocate, they will feel disheartened, Wang Jia explained, only to be promptly bitten by the large bird. Hey, are you alright? Chung Lin inquired. It's fine. It will release me soon, Wang Jia replied. Yet, in an instant, the bird had engulfed Wang Jia entirely. Must you be so dramatic? Chung Lin remarked. Sensing no malice from the bird, only its current delight. Before long, Wang Jia utilized his powers to pry the bird's beak open and emerged, drenched in saliva. See, this is their way of expressing affection, Wang Jia stated. I would prefer if they did not like me, Chung Lin retorted, his expression darkening. As they ventured deeper, Chung Lin felt an increasing surge of energy. It was unclear how long they had walked, but behind them trailed various giant beasts, some flying, others walking, and still others crawling. Where exactly are we headed? Chung Lin asked. We will arrive shortly, Wang Jia assured him. Eventually, they reached a castle, a true fortress, vast enough to encompass a small town. During the Great War, you shall remain here. Without the directives of the Saintess or the Saint, you must not leave, Wang Jia added, to avoid being captured by the royal guards. What if we lose? Chung Lin questioned. Before that happens, we will inform you, Wang Jia replied. A moment later, Wang Jia continued. The giant beasts here are raised by the Saintess. You cannot kill them to enhance your strength. As he spoke, Wang Jia's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness and ferocity, warning Chung Lin. Understood, Chung Lin nodded. Who could bear to harm such adorable, plush creatures? Even if I were to kill, it would be the last resort, he mused internally, surprised to find the Saintess had a penchant for such cute beings. The castle can cater to your daily dietary needs. Upon entering, a beast will guide you, Wang Jia stated as they halted before the castle's grand entrance. Aren't you coming in? Chung Lin asked. I lack the qualifications to enter, Wang Jia replied bluntly. Is there a hierarchy for entering this castle? Chung Lin wondered. Indeed, Wang Jia said, glancing at Chung Lin and his attire. I hope to see you again. I hope so too, Chung Lin responded. An assault by giant beasts on humanity would undoubtedly be fierce, as humans were inherently weaker than these colossal creatures. If you manage to slay the giant beasts, my sight can reach remarkable heights, perhaps aiding humanity in overcoming this crisis, Chung Lin implied, referring to the beasts among the guards. The royal guards are aware of your abilities, correct? Wang Jia countered. Chung Lin fell silent for a moment. Among the royal guards, there exists one capable of controlling giant beasts, even achieving a shared vision with them. If they discover your location, we will be unable to protect you, Wang Jia elucidated. Aran and Apos. They also giant beasts? Chung Lin inquired. They are different. At birth, they were genetically altered by the Saintess to harbor a disdain for humanity, granting them consciousness from the moment they were born and rendering them unmanipulable by the royal guards, Wang Jia explained. This is why we confine the giant beasts underground, to prevent them from deciphering the layout of our high walls. Conscious from birth? Chung Lin questioned, perplexed. Indeed, giant beasts possess consciousness akin to humans from the moment of their birth, yet their genes are sealed by some transcendent means employed by the so-called royal beasts. Only when their power becomes formidable, reaching 6 stars, can they break free from this seal and awaken their consciousness. Chung Lin then asked, so the Saintess originally intended for giant beasts and humans to coexist, which is why she raised them behind the 4th high wall, unbeknownst to all. Initially, all of us who joined the Imperial Gate were dissatisfied with this decision. But perhaps it is the only way for humanity to triumph over the giant beasts, using their power to conquer them, Wang Jia replied. Go on. There are ample energy ores within to support your cultivation, he added, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. Chung Lin remained silent as he stepped into the castle. In the face of impending battle, hesitation would only lead to disadvantage. He could not afford to hinder them. Yet, he paused, turning back to ask, if, hypothetically, humanity were to lose this time, do you have an escape plan? None, Wang Jia replied, his expression resolute. Chung Lin nodded and entered the castle. The castle exuded an ancient aura, reminiscent of Snow White's dwelling. As Chung Lin traversed a bridge leading to a wrought iron gate, it slowly descended, revealing maid outfits? Chung Lin was taken aback, eyes wide in disbelief. How could such garments exist in this world? A tall, attractive girl with cat ears smiled at him, while another girl, adorned with antlers, struggled to adjust her maid attire. Lastly, a striking girl with black horns and an alluring figure stood nearby, without thigh-highs or lace. It seems this is not the handiwork of a colleague, Chung Lin pondered, briefly considering whether a fellow comrade had fortuitously arrived in this realm as well. Examining them with his Sharingan, he discovered they were all 8-star giant beasts. Hello, Saint, the more mature cat-eared girl greeted. I am the Saint, Chung Lin responded, astonished. Yes, Saint, let us enter the castle, the cat-eared girl urged, her fair face flushed, her ears twitching adorably. Looking back, Cheng Lin sought Wang Jie for clarification. Where did he go? To his astonishment, Wang Jie had vanished, along with the group of giant beasts that had followed them. What on earth are they up to? Cheng Lin mused as he was ushered into the castle by the trio. Inside, he encountered numerous small beasts, all bustling about. Upon seeing Cheng Lin, they would bow and greet him, some kneeling with their front limbs and heads lowered, while small winged creatures would plummet to the ground in reverence. Cheng Lin sensed that they were not bowing to him personally, but rather in homage to the attire he wore. Just how many giant beasts has the saintess raised? Cheng Lin wondered as he made his way to the main hall of the castle, where he beheld no fewer than 200 giant beasts. Chapter 49, Destroy Them. In this realm, no beasts were available for slaughter, yet Cheng Lin was resolute in his pursuit of energy cultivation, striving to enhance his capabilities to the fullest extent. Although the Sharingan consumed mental energy, it was the energy that enabled Cheng Lin to wield ninjutsu, which, when harnessed adequately, significantly augmented one's power. For instance, the Raijin Susanoo. During the Valley of the End, Sasuke had summoned the Raijin Susanoo, an act that drained an immense amount of chakra, necessitating the absorption of chakra from nine-tailed beasts to manifest it. Having just awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, Cheng Lin discerned that to unleash the complete form of Susanoo, he would need to expend 5,000 points of mental energy, which would continuously deplete his mental reserves. This meant that, in his current state of full mental energy, he could sustain the complete Raijin Susanoo for a mere minute, just enough time for 2 strikes. Sasuke's Susanoo towered over 100 meters, boasting a strength comparable to that of 9 or even 10-star colossal beasts. Cheng Lin pondered this. But then a thought struck him. Wouldn't he directly consuming 5,000 points of mental energy cause him to faint? During his trial in the beast world, merely expending 2,000 points of mental energy had nearly sent him into unconsciousness. Now, with his enhancements, he estimated that around 3,000 points would be enough to render him senseless. It was truly a dilemma, such a formidable technique. Yet he was unable to wield it fully. Cheng Lin turned to the cat-eared girl beside him and said, I require a place for cultivation. Please guide me. The cat-eared girl lowered her head and nodded, replying, Please follow me, Holy Master. Was the humanoid giant beast truly this bashful? Cheng Lin was taken aback. Not only the cat-eared girl but the other 2 humanoid giant beasts also seemed hesitant to meet his gaze, moving quietly. This reminded Cheng Lin of a certain shy girl, who, despite her striking beauty, was exceedingly timid. He was led to a narrow path, where the environment astonished him, a vast expanse of flowers, with a small path meandering through it, predominantly adorned with white and yellow blossoms. Is this your cultivated environment? Cheng Lin inquired. Not at all, Holy Master. This is the place the saintess instructed us to plant, the cat-eared girl responded. Cheng Lin was surprised that such a divine being would have them cultivate such a serene and tranquil space. The area was indeed expansive, with a pavilion standing majestically in the midst of the floral expanse. Here, you shall be undisturbed by any beasts, unless you require our assistance. The cat-eared girl assured him as they arrived at the pavilion. It was spacious and airy, with only a single cushion in the center. This is a gift from the saintess, the cat-eared girl said, presenting Cheng Lin with a storage ring. Upon examining the contents of the ring, Cheng Lin's eyes widened at the sight of hundreds of units of rare energy ores and exquisite energy stones. Have I been pampered? Cheng Lin murmured. Pardon? The cat-eared girl asked, not quite catching his words. Nothing. You may leave now. I shall begin my cultivation, Cheng Lin instructed. Understood, she replied, along with the other 2 8-star humanoid giant beasts as they departed. Cheng Lin stood there in astonishment, contemplating how such a scenario of being supported by a beautiful and wealthy benefactor could unfold in this world. It was indeed intriguing. Soon, a light smile graced his lips. This arrangement was beneficial for all involved, a mutual aid towards a common goal. Cheng Lin settled down and commenced his cultivation. Energy, 4,000. Energy, 4,100. Energy, 4,200. Long live humanity. Long live humanity. At a stronghold beyond the towering walls, the air was thick with the scent of battle. The atmosphere charged with tension. Countless warriors clad in the Awakener Alliance uniforms were disheveled, their blades bearing nicks and dents. Roar! Before them stood hundreds, if not thousands, of 1-star colossal beasts, their eyes glowing a menacing crimson. A massive hand broke through the mist, revealing a 7-star beast, towering over 50 meters and weighing several tons, followed closely by several more 7-star beasts emerging from the haze. Roar! They howled, venting their genetically ingrained hatred. This battle is for the survival of humanity. Are you afraid? The leader of the Awakeners, Li Nong, an 8th-tier 8-star pyrokinetic, bellowed. His voice resonated with the ranks of 7, 6, 5, 4, and even 3-tier Awakeners behind him. Not afraid. Not afraid. Their voices rang out, drowning out their trepidation in the face of such numerous beasts. Well said, well said. The Holy Master and Saintess shall forever remember our deeds, Li Nong exclaimed, his heart swelling with emotion. Let us offer our lives for this new world. Roar! The colossal beasts charged forward, and the Awakeners, their eyes resolute, summoned their powers and surged into battle. In a nearby office at the rear stronghold, Li Mian and several high-ranking members of the Awakener Alliance removed their caps and saluted. "Take care, my old bones 1T keep up with you," Li Mian murmured. A day later, Cheng Lin slowly opened his eyes. Strength, 509. Speed, 539. Mental energy, 9,000. Max 13400. Energy, 25,000. Evolution, 1,000, 2,000. The effect of the rare ores was formidable, far surpassing that of intermediate energy ores. Previously, with merely 3 units of intermediate ores, he had managed to increase his energy by 4 to 5,000 within a day. Yet, the rare ores had augmented his energy by an astounding 20,000 in one fell swoop. However, the consumption had been considerable, around 10 units of rare ores. At this pace, he estimated it would take him at least 9 days to completely absorb the remaining 90 units of rare energy ores. He wondered if they could endure. Cheng Lin contemplated, before settling back into a meditative posture to continue his cultivation. Energy, 25,000. Energy, 25,100. Energy, 25,200. Atop the towering 100-meter wall, several enormous energy electromagnetic cannons, larger than freight trucks, were charging their energy. Fire. One Awakener, donning a cap emblazoned with the words "Long live humanity," commanded. The operator nodded and pressed the button. Energy coalesced at the cannon's muzzle, akin to a predator ready to pounce. The outermost stronghold had fallen, strewn with debris. The colossal beasts were tearing apart corpses, and more beasts emerged from the mist. Although 1 9-star beast had been slain, 3 remained. The ground began to tremble as thousands of beasts raised their heads. Suddenly, several blue-purple beams shot forth like meteors. Sensing the imminent danger of death, the 3 9-star beasts roared in unison and charged forward, gathering energy in their maws to counter the incoming beams. Their might was tremendous, obliterating several of the beams mid-flight. However, just as the beasts instinctively relaxed, more beams descended from the sky, accompanied by an even greater barrage. "Curse those vile creatures!" roared the Awakener atop the wall, glaring at the distant beasts. "Destroy them." Chapter 50. Departure. Another day passed, and Cheng Lin awoke, hunger gnawing at him. Power, 509. Speed, 539. Mental strength, 13,400. Limit 13400. Energy, 50,000. Evolution, 1,000, 2,000. He realized he was running low on strength and needed sustenance. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Outside, the night enveloped the landscape, and ethereal green fireflies danced among the flowers and grass. It had been 6 or 7 years since Cheng Lin last beheld fireflies. He had nearly forgotten about their existence. At that moment, he spotted a figure at the end of the path. The striking sight of sacred 8 wings and flowing golden hair made it clear to him who it was. "I had thought that you, having come from another world, would not require nourishment," the Saintess of Light remarked. "I am human, and even colossal beasts need to eat." "Do you not?" Cheng Lin inquired. "I do not require sustenance. After acquiring the power of the king beast, I am no longer considered human. Yet I am not a colossal beast either." "God?" Cheng Lin asked softly. The Saintess of Light shook her head. The term Indopos, God Indopos, felt too weighty for her, and she believed she was not yet worthy of it. "Perhaps an elf," Cheng Lin suggested. "Elf? A being resembling you, yet lacking your wings and beauty, existing only in the imaginations of people from my world," he explained. The Saintess of Light pondered this for a moment. "How goes the Great War?" she then queried. Cheng Lin, noticing that her expression remained unchanged despite his praise, replied, "The colossal beasts have reached the first high wall, and the outer strongholds have fallen." It was much slower than Cheng Lin had anticipated. He had believed she sought him out because the colossal beasts had breached the walls and she wished to urge him to flee. But where could he escape to? This world offered only this solitary human high wall for his survival. Outside of it lay the realm of the colossal beasts with nothing to consume. And beyond the high wall was only the miasma. Although he feared not the specters, he was uncertain if there was anything to eat in that eerie mist. "What is your purpose in seeking me?" Cheng Lin questioned, perplexed. "I did not come to find you," the Saintess of Light replied, her gaze drifting to the fireflies flitting about the flora. Cheng Lin could not discern her intentions. His feelings of yearning had waned since awakening his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, or perhaps since the merging of his soul with Sasuke's, rendering them more manageable. Indeed, he mused, the immunity to feminine charms was quite formidable. Cheng Lin was soon escorted to a meager meal prepared by the horned girl, which proved unsatisfactory, prompting him to assume the role of chef himself. During his time on Earth, as an orphan, he had taken care of his younger sister, necessitating that he master all household chores. After dining, Cheng Lin returned to his training. However, he found the Saintess of Light amidst the flowers, communicating with the fireflies. His heart raced anew. Hastily, he retreated to the pavilion to resume his practice. The Saintess stood among the fireflies, glancing toward Cheng Lin, murmuring, "Can this person truly save the world?" Meanwhile, In the 5th district, on a relatively tall building compared to others, Su Jitian and Yi Lu gazed at the first high wall, the wind softly rustling their cloaks. Below, the panicked crowds of the 5th district surged toward the high wall of the upper district. Yi Lu turned to Su Jitian and said, "As the leader of the raiding team, and you as the leader of the guard team, it is clear who should ascend first. I fear you may falter." Su Jitian chuckled lightly. "Perhaps a little, but not excessively," Yi Lu replied. Boom. A deafening sound erupted from beyond the high wall, causing the faces of those within the 5th district to pale. The colossal beasts were breaching the barrier. Humanity was on the brink of extinction. An insane old man, refusing to flee, staggered toward the high wall. He was knocked down but stood once more, proclaiming, "Even the Saintess and the Lord cannot save us." "Old man, what madness are you spouting?" Yi Lu placed a hand on the elder and Appo's shoulder. The old man, taken aback, soon regained his composure and earnestly declared, "It is the gods who wish to purge us." "Oh, is that so?" Yi Lu leaped, taking the old man up to the high wall, where they beheld tens of thousands of colossal beasts below, including several prominent 9-star beasts. In that instant, the elder's heart raced as he fell backward, seemingly awakening from a stupor. It was the first time in his life he had witnessed so many colossal beasts. "Old man, you say the gods want these creatures to annihilate us?" Yi Lu exclaimed. "Why yes," the elderly man stammered in fear. Yi Lu burst into laughter. "What are they? Who dares to dictate the existence of humanity?" His gaze fell upon a one-eyed 9-star beast, which in turn noticed Yi Lu. It roared, and more colossal beasts began to arrive. General Li has set the stage well. I must play my part. Yi Lu unsheathed his dual blades and leaped into the fray. The old man widened his eyes. "Climb over." In an instant, a crimson flash erupted from below the high wall. The old man witnessed the one-eyed 9-star beast cleaved in twain, blood staining the high wall. Yi Lu landed, eyes set upon the multitude of beasts before him. Originally, there had been 4 9-star beasts, but General Li had single-handedly slain one and gravely injured 3 others. Now, they huddled in the rear, and Yi Lu smiled. "Let us fight." He charged into the throng of beasts. Another day had passed. Power, 509. Speed, 539. Mental strength, 13,400. Limit 13400. Energy, 75,000. Evolution, 1,000, 2,000. Cheng Lin slowly opened his eyes. With this energy level, summoning the thunder god Susanoo should pose no issue, he contemplated. Yet, he realized that such a summoning would require a staggering 5,000 points of mental strength, an unsustainable burden for him. As his abilities grew, he increasingly recognized his precarious situation. Even the kaleidoscopic Sharingan might not suffice for self-preservation. Over the course of 3 days, an anxiety festered within him, troubling him about the unfolding events outside. Cheng Lin rose to his feet. The Saintess of Light had departed, and he made his way toward the path. At the path's end, the horned girl and the antlered girl rested against the ground, seeming exhausted. Cheng Lin smiled softly. Though these 3 humanoid giants possessed 8-star prowess, they still retained a certain innocence. He chose not to disturb them. As he wandered through the castle, he pondered, should I not be the one protecting them? I ought to venture out and fight. If they were to perish, leaving him alone behind, what meaning would their sacrifice hold? How could he ever hope to grow stronger? Cheng Lin halted, determination surging within him. I cannot remain here, hiding within the castle. It is far too passive. If humanity loses, I am doomed as well. To do nothing and face ruin is the utmost humiliation for a transmigrator. Even if I must die, I shall do so on the path of growth, not by idly waiting. Clenching his fists and surveying his surroundings for threats, Cheng Lin resolved to leap through the castle's iron chain gate. At that moment, a cat-eared girl, concealed in the shadows, activated her wrist device. Saintess, the Lord has ventured out. Understood, the Beast of Light replied. Let them set forth. The Holy Maiden conveyed messages to other awakened saints, whether they were accessible or inaccessible. Simultaneously, the Mind Saint and the Armored Saint within the Heroic Hall, along with the Gun Saint and the Time Saint in the Hall of Glory, received the news. Even the Lock Saint, who confined himself beneath the authority of the Sovereign Emperor, gradually opened his eyes. Chapter 51. The Heroic Hall squad. Cheng Lin covered his face with a scarf. Wang Jie had mentioned that there was a royal attendant who possessed the ability to share vision with the colossal beasts, which compelled him to exercise caution. At the very least, he could not afford to expose himself to the giants. Cheng Lin murmured to himself, the guard team has very few personnel left. In such a critical moment, they are unlikely to open the gates for me to slay the beasts and enhance my strength. He began to ponder why the Radiant Saintess and that luminous beast, who knew of his potential for infinite enhancement, were not fully supporting him in exterminating the giants. Was there some insidious plot at play? Cheng Lin contemplated, yet the information at his disposal was still too scant to draw any conclusions. Upon exiting, Cheng Lin donned the attire of the Awakener Alliance. General Li Mian had provided him with a spare set of Awakener clothing, which even included a highly symbolic hat that Cheng Lin dared not wear for fear of being recognized and reported to the Radiant Saintess. A twinge of nervousness washed over him, akin to a schoolboy who had neglected his homework, fearing discovery by the teacher. Cheng Lin chuckled softly to himself. He swiftly arrived at the third high wall. Both the third and fourth high walls had gates, while the first and second were completely sealed. Cheng Lin was fortunate. The gate was currently open for incoming and outgoing personnel. He easily slipped through. Is this a bit too simple? Cheng Lin mused, questioning the ease of his escape. As he ran, he suddenly noticed that the entire 5th district was remarkably quiet. Although there were passers-by, they all moved with an orderly precision. Who are you? And which Awakener squad do you belong to? 3 figures materialized silently behind Cheng Lin. Their ability to approach him without a sound indicated that they were at least 6th-tier Awakeners. They were clad in the uniforms of the Awakener Alliance. Aside from the Heroic Hall, the Glory Hall, and the Awakener Alliance had restrictions on wearing uniforms. I am a subordinate of General Li Mian from outside the stronghold, here to provide a more detailed report, Cheng Lin replied. Subordinate of General Li? The 3 scrutinized Cheng Lin, and their demeanor shifted instantaneously. The leader, a middle-aged man, remarked, the troops of General Li are commendable. Brother, it must weigh heavily on your heart, no? Li Mian is dead? Cheng Lin inferred from their expressions. That man was a 9th-tier Awakener. It was shocking that he had perished just 3 days into the conflict. Cheng Lin muttered inwardly. To be frank, Cheng Lin felt no stirrings of emotion. However, he sensed that the ring on his left thumb was becoming increasingly warm. The trio relaxed their guard upon noticing the high-ranking Awakener ring in Cheng Lin's possession. With his face concealed by a scarf and everyone else on alert, no one would suspect him. Currently, all forces in the 5th district are on standby. Brother, you should refrain from wandering too much and await instructions from above, one of the men kindly advised. 100 years ago, the colossal beasts could not eradicate us. And they certainly cannot do so this time, he added. Indeed, Cheng Lin nodded, and then everyone dispersed. Cheng Lin glanced around. No wonder there were so few people. Everyone was awaiting directives from their wristbands. Cheng Lin possessed a wristband as well, yet he had never utilized it. Firstly, he lacked the time, and secondly, its functions were rather limited to communication, inquiry, and detection. Moreover, once he entered the realm of the colossal beasts, the wristband was inexplicably rendered inoperative. This time, Cheng Lin chose not to run but instead opted to take the cable car to the second high wall. If the cable could transport goods, it could likewise convey people. This method would also minimize suspicion from others. The cable was suspended between each pair of high walls, with massive stone pillars along the route to support the cable's weight. The speed was brisk, and he arrived quickly. Mom, the colossal beasts are just outside. Are we humans doomed? In the cable car, there were few people, as most preferred to flee towards the inner high walls rather than approach the outer ones. A small boy was cradled by a woman, sitting on the floor. Nonsense, we humans are quite formidable. 100 years ago, the colossal beasts launched a massive assault against us, and look at us now. The woman comforted, stroking the boy's head. Higher, do you know why I named you Zhanghai? Why? The little boy asked, curious. Because, in your lifetime, you will surely see the sea. The Saintess and the Lord will lead humanity to triumph over the colossal beasts, the woman explained with a smile. The boy's trepidation seemed to dissipate as he nestled against the woman. Cheng Lin could not fathom why the woman was so certain, but the boy had indeed found solace. Before long, the cable car reached the second high wall, and Cheng Lin followed suit. Who are you? Cheng Lin was taken aback upon disembarking. As he encountered the fully armed Fu Linger and Li Quebec, wait, it's not just them. The entire squad is here. Cheng Lin. Although Cheng Lin's face was obscured, his posture, gaze, and hairstyle made him easily recognizable. Weren't you already inside the Imperial Gate? What brings you here? Fu Linger inquired. Zhang Husheng and others approached. I am here to enhance my strength, Cheng Lin responded honestly. While they were aware that the colossal beasts were searching for Cheng Lin, the prevailing atmosphere of war led them to believe this conflict was not initiated solely to hunt him down. The resources within the Imperial Gate are plentiful. You needn't venture out, Fu Linger remarked. Though she was unaware of Cheng Lin's true identity, she understood that his significance surpassed their own. My reasons for coming out are my own. What are you all doing here? Cheng Lin shifted the topic. Our strength is insufficient, so we can only maintain the cable here while other more powerful awakeners have proceeded to the first high wall, Zhang Husheng explained. Cheng Lin peered down. Below the high wall, a throng of lower 5th district residents huddled together, so frightened they were nearly pressed against the wall. The Awakener Alliance was tasked with overseeing the lower 5th district and the strongholds beyond the high walls. An Awakener below directed the crowd to avoid overcrowding. Cheng Lin, why are you wearing the Awakener Alliance and Appos' uniform? Zhang Husheng asked. Because I am a high-ranking member of the Awakener Alliance, Cheng Lin replied. Everyone's gaze shifted to the ring on Cheng Lin's left thumb. Are you planning to go beyond the high wall? Zhang Husheng suddenly recalled and inquired. Cheng Lin nodded, responding. Yes. Are you out of your mind? Fu Linger admonished without reservation, continuing. Did you not learn anything from the last trial? The colossal beasts are searching for you. In the midst of this chaos, how could they possibly focus on me? Besides, with this scarf, they won't recognize me, Cheng Lin retorted. feeling displeased but refraining from further comment. Chapter 52. An unexplainable sense of security. The crowd sensed a change in Cheng Lin, though they could not articulate its nature. Cheng Lin contemplated that the third high wall required a vehicle for ascent, and only 7th-tier awakened ones possessed the ability to fly. I wish to reach the first high wall. Zhang Husheng, do you not have a hover motorcycle? Might I borrow it? Cheng Lin directed his gaze towards Zhang Husheng. You cannot go. It is perilous ahead. Even General Li has fallen. Fu Ling and Appos interjected vehemently. Zhang Husheng hesitated, remaining silent. Cheng Lin cast a sidelong glance at Fu Linger and remarked, It seems my actions do not require your consent. If you go, I will promptly inform my sister, and they will surely come to capture you, she retorted. Indeed, Cheng Lin, it is unnecessary to take such grave risks for the sake of power. Zhang Husheng added, Are you all overly optimistic? Believing that as long as the Radiant Maiden and the Radiant Beasts remain, this war will inevitably cease? Cheng Lin inquired. Please refer to her as the Holy Sovereign. Zhang Husheng stated earnestly. Cheng Lin disregarded this, continuing, Even if we triumph in this conflict, with so many colossal beasts, how long until they launch another assault? By then, how much strength will we have left to resist? The Holy Sovereign and the Radiant Maiden will surely devise a strategy, Shi Yu suddenly interjected. Cheng Lin chose not to pursue the conversation further, aware that he had encountered far more than they could comprehend. He turned to Fu Linger and said, If you wish to inform your sister, go ahead. I am determined to breach the high wall regardless. Why? Fu Ling and Appos are pressed. There are matters I must attend to. Cheng Lin replied, Will you lend me the hover motorcycle or not? He reiterated, Do not lend it to him. Fu Ling and Appos insisted immediately, while Zhang Husheng remained indecisive, secretly reluctant to lend it. Observing this, Cheng Lin turned and advanced toward the looming high wall. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. I will lend it to you, Hua Su announced, her voice trembling with nervousness and shyness. The others were taken aback, and she added, I believe Cheng Lin will not undertake anything without assurance. That will not do, Fu Linger protested again. Silence. If you attempt to stop me again, I will not be courteous, Cheng Lin declared, activating his Sharingan, leaving the crowd in astonishment. 5th tier, awaken one. Zhang Husheng had only just broken into the 3rd tier. Cheng Lin could enhance his strength by slaying colossal beasts, and they once more felt the magnitude of this power. Cheng Lin approached Hua Su, locking eyes with her. She shyly diverted her gaze. Where's the vehicle? Cheng Lin inquired. Follow me, Hua Su replied, leading him to a garage filled with military reserve structures atop the high wall. This is it, she said, standing before a striking red and purple hover motorcycle. Even more imposing than Zhang Husheng's. Who would have thought such an adorable girl would favor such a formidable motorcycle? How much? I shall pay you, Cheng Lin asserted, unwilling to take advantage of her. No. I gift it to you, Hua Su insisted, waving her hands. Cheng Lin. May I accompany you to the first high wall? Hua Su added. For what reason? Cheng Lin queried. I do not wish to remain behind. I want to be on the front lines. No matter how well I am protected, I feel like a sheltered child devoid of security. I wish to contribute my abilities to this war, she smiled, gazing intently at Cheng Lin. Cheng Lin chuckled softly. You possess more allure than certain women. What? Hua Su's face flushed, her heart racing. Get in the vehicle, Cheng Lin instructed. You can drive? She asked, astonished, for they had come from the lower districts, where such skills were uncommon. Get in, he repeated. Previously, Cheng Lin had ridden behind Zhang Husheng, fully utilizing his Sharingan to replicate Zhang Husheng and Appos' technique effortlessly. No. The colossal beasts are after Cheng Lin. I must inform my sister, Fu Linger murmured. With a whoosh, Cheng Lin accelerated the hover motorcycle, leaving behind a trail of crimson light as they soared toward the first high wall. Hua Su, Shi Yu called out. Why is Hua Su on the back seat? Is she also heading to the first high wall? No, she is merely a 2nd-tier awakened one. She is not qualified for the front lines, Zhang Yu clarified. Zhang Husheng gritted his teeth, exasperated. Have they all lost their senses? Fu Linger felt a tumult of emotions, clenching her fists as she said to Li Ke. Report this matter to my sister. Li Ke looked puzzled. And you? I will go retrieve them, Fu Linger declared. With that, Fu Linger entered the garage, piloting a completely red hover motorcycle into the air. They are all mad, Zhang Husheng thought, acutely aware that as the leader of their current mission, he bore the responsibility for the dwindling personnel. Zhang Husheng. The others turned toward him, and he clenched his fists, asserting, We must fulfill the mission bestowed upon us by the Hall of Heroes. Li Ke returned to the Hall of Heroes in search of Nian Sheng and the others. Hua Su clung to Cheng Lin's waist, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. Unbeknownst to her, this man evoked an entirely different sensation within her, a profound sense of security. While the others were fraught with anxiety as Cheng Lin declared his intention to reach the first high wall, Hua Su and Appos' foremost emotion was one of exhilaration and safety. Cheng Lin pressed the accelerator. The speed of this vehicle surpassed that of Zhang Husheng's hover motorcycle. This fellow must hold a significant position in the upper districts, Cheng Lin mused. Before long, they were jolted by a sudden surge of energy. Who are you? An awakened one approached them in flight. Huasu appeared somewhat anxious. A 7th-tier awakened one. Lin observed the newcomer. He displayed the ring on his left hand, inquiring, "I don't believe we've met. This ring was bestowed upon me by General Li not long ago, so you would not know of me," Lin replied. "Yet you are merely a 5th-tier awakened one. What brings you here?" The stranger continued. "And this lady behind you has only just reached the 2nd tier. She possesses healing abilities. Though she is 2nd tier, she can still save lives," Lin interjected. "In any conflict, medical support is of utmost importance and a scarce resource. However, step aside. Your rank cannot exceed mine. Do you dare to command me?" Lin questioned. He drove the motorcycle directly toward the high wall. Upon arrival, half of Lin and Appo's face remained obscured, yet he retrieved the highly symbolic hat from his dimensional ring, the General and Appo's hat. Who is he? How does he possess General Li and Appo's hat? Murmurs rippled through the crowd as they observed the ring on his hand, leading them to regard the newly arrived 5th-tier awakened one with newfound respect. Lin surveyed the area beyond the high wall, where remnants of blood and flesh lay scattered. In the distance, dark clouds swirled ominously, illuminated by flickering red glows and the roars of colossal beasts, casting a shadow of desolation over the battlefield. Who are the combatants facing the beasts ahead? Lin inquired. Huasu had already proceeded to the medical station, accompanied by an awakened one who resembled a subordinate. It is a plundering team led by the formidable Yi. They have driven the colossal beasts beyond the high wall and have been engaged for a day and a night. Yi Lu, have you considered providing support? Lin asked. Chapter 53. Rescuing them. As we pondered these thoughts, it was clear that Wang Shi would also share the same concerns. Lin contemplated the situation. Should humanity send individuals up, it would not merely be one team against another. Rather, it would be several monstrous factions besieging 2 human squads. Thus, humanity opted to deploy its forces one team at a time. The number of behemoths remains insufficient, failing to match the scale of the cataclysmic battle from a century ago. Beside him, an awakened one remarked, "According to historical records, millions of colossal beasts surged into the city a century ago, breaching the high walls, resulting in 2/3 of humanity being lost, only to be halted by the might of the Holy Master. Yet, now there are merely 30 to 40,000 monstrous entities. Not a single Wang Shi has appeared." "What do you imply?" Lin inquired. "They may be plotting something significant," the awakened one replied. "Can you speculate?" Lin pressed further. The awakened one shook his head. Lin gazed into the distance, stating, "They are awaiting an opportunity. A moment to fulfill their true objectives." "What?" the awakened one exclaimed in surprise. As they moved forward, Lin suddenly recalled that the Holy Master, the Light Beast, had merged with the high walls, meaning every action of his would be observed. Thus, upon escaping the castle, it was likely that the Holy Master was aware of his movements. Yet, why did it not obstruct him, allowing Lin to approach? Clearly, it was you who intended to orchestrate a grand scheme. Lin reflected on the Light Priestess and the Light Beast from the earlier encounter in the Light Ascendancy Palace. They must have conspired long ago, merely awaiting Lin's involvement. Impressive indeed. I have unwittingly fallen into their trap, Lin mused with a light chuckle. It seems they anticipated both my entrance into and escape from the castle. Nevertheless, it matters not. As long as my power can be enhanced, I shall return to Earth. Lin mounted his hover motorcycle. "What are you planning to do?" the awakened one asked, bewildered. "Slay the behemoths," Lin declared. With a roar, he propelled the hover motorcycle forward. "But we have not received orders," the awakened one questioned, perplexed. Lin adjusted his scarf. "Am I not just in time for the fray?" he said with a smile. As the battlefield drew near, Lin activated his Sharingan, perceiving the vibrant abilities at play. He descended, stowing the hover motorcycle in his dimensional ring. In this world, dimensional rings are rare commodities, and each one possesses limited space, roughly the size of a few square inches. However, the ring Lin possessed was of the highest grade, capable of accommodating the hover motorcycle. He rushed toward the front lines. Before long, the sound of anguished screams reached his ears. "Do not mind me. Quickly, eliminate them." A small squad faced off against 7 or 8 colossal 4-star beasts, towering at 30 feet. Their team of 8 comprised only 4th and 5th tier awakened ones, finding themselves at a disadvantage. Those with lesser abilities were indeed weaker than the behemoths. Lin reminisced about the earlier trial when they, despite being 2nd tier awakened ones, had to unite their strength to fell a mere 2-star beast. A few members were gravely injured, relying on the remaining few to hold the line. Despair was beginning to take root. Energy, 75,000. Energy, 74,000, Chidori. Lin consumed 1,000 energy points, springing forth from the nearby underbrush. He opened his eyes. Energy, 13,400. Energy, 13,000. A single illusionary technique immobilized the towering behemoth before him. With the activation of his Manjiki Sharingan, Lin's ocular prowess surged. It took merely 400 mental points to daze a 4-star beast. He leapt beside the beast's neck and struck down. Yet 1,000 energy points proved insufficient to sever the creature and Appo's head. Energy, 74,000. Energy, 73,000. Chung Lin expended another 1,000 energy points. You have slain a 4-star beast. The remaining beasts, witnessing Chung Lin's prowess, charged at him without any sign of grief for their fallen comrade, intent on devouring this 5th-tier awakened one. Who is he? The others marveled. Clad in the uniform of the Awakened Alliance, he bore a dimensional ring reserved for the higher echelons of the organization. Could it be they have come to our aid? Yet, their forces have already been depleted. They should lack the capacity to assist us, and they are forbidden from providing aid. The group speculated while tending to their injuries. Chung Lin turned and surged toward other behemoths. We shall assist you. Those still capable of battle rallied behind Chung Lin. You have slain a 4-star beast. You have slain a 4-star beast. Thank you. After Chung Lin joined the fray, the remaining monstrous entities had nowhere to flee, swiftly losing their heads. The others expressed their gratitude. It is no trouble. It is to be expected, Chung Lin replied. Who are you? They sought to inquire further about the masked man, but Chung Lin dashed back into the forest. Having only slain 5 4-star beasts, Chung Lin murmured, the enhancement from 4-star beasts is insufficient for me. Strength, 529. Speed, 559. Mental power, 11789. Limit 14400. Energy, 7000. Evolution, 1080, 2000. Who is this individual? They wondered. The behemoths were driven back by the raiding team, which was divided into several smaller squads to tackle the monstrous threats. Chung Lin perceived another surge of energy and rushed toward it. It led to a vast ravine, where a 7-star beast, resembling a 40-foot hill, loomed, entirely black and corpulent, yet possessing remarkable speed and strength. Surrounding it were 5 hovering 6th and 7th-tier awakened ones, unleashing their diverse abilities upon the beast. Hurry, I have it restrained. Deliver a fatal blow. 1 7th-tier awakened one, bound by 8-star chains, summoned a torrent of chains to ensnare the 7-star beast, with several beast traps entwined at the ends. The beast roared in fury, struggling against its bonds, snapping the chains. The other 4, weary and wounded, nodded in unison, embodying a cohesive unit as they combined their wind, fire, lightning, and earth abilities into a singular force. Launching it toward the beast's head, a thunderous crash ensued. They struck true. The beast gradually succumbed, as if lifeless. The group descended to rest, exhausted. We have succeeded. The beast's energy is undetectable, they nodded in relief. Yet suddenly, a crimson glow enveloped the beast. Its eyes snapped open, as if revived, and it began to stir. Continue. The 5 strained to summon their abilities once more. At that moment, a massive purple arrow streaked through the air, striking the beast's head and piercing it completely. Chung Lin exerted his eyes. Susanoo, 2nd stage, Indra's arrow. Mental power, 11666. Mental power, 8666. You have slain a 7-star beast. Chung Lin dispelled Susanoo and walked into the forest. Who was that? The 5 6th and 7th tier awakened ones pondered in confusion.